y'all doing? What's going on? I got some news for y'all. I'm sorry I did not go live yesterday, honey. When I tell you, P. Diddy, in the spirit of his people, tried to silence me yesterday with pushing sleepiness on me. Girl, I woke up today and I had a dream that Diddy had bodies under his bed. I had a dream that Diddy had bodies in a black body bag under his bed, and they were speaking, they were moving. The people that is gone, like Kim Porter, Heavy D, Biggie, Tupac, when I tell you, they all want us to solve this case. They all want Diddy to be crucified and to be accountable for all of his wrongdoings. Do you understand? And before I continue on, I just want to say thank y'all all for the support. Thank you all for not giving in to protecting wrongdoers. These wrongdoers need to be held accountable. These wrongdoers need to be behind bars, and we won't rest until they have. Now, I did put a question up here, and I want y'all to answer the question. I said, will Diddy go to prison this year? And some people said, yes, he is going to go to prison. 50% is he got to go to prison this year. Make no ifs, ands, or but about it, okay? We already know what he did to Cassie. I mean, he's pretty much guilty for S.N. raping Cassie, putting a pow in her mouth. I'm doing so much destructive things, and y'all still want to support this? Ain't no way, no business in their right mind will want to partner up or associate with the man that is going around here doing that to American citizens. Okay, it is time that all these rich wrongdoers pay the cost. You can't just have money and think that you can do whatever you want to do. You can't just have money and think that you're God and you can just do whatever you want to do and harm people and nobody says nothing about it. And everybody in their mama, they said this. They said, well, the only reason why Cassie and these victims of Diddy getting any type of justice is because Diddy then pissed somebody at the top off. Well, ain't that sad? Ain't that sad? Ain't that sad? The only time you can get one of these big people like Diddy to pay for his crimes if he pissed somebody else off that has a lot of money. Pretty much, if you don't have no money in this world, you don't mean anything. You're not valuable. Your voice means nothing. Y'all just sit here and told me that is the only reason why Diddy is coming down, because he pissed off somebody at the top. And that means that no matter how much these small people like Cassie, like Little Rod would be able to talk, y'all wouldn't hear him out. They would not have any justice because Diddy would just throw money to cover it up, throw money to pay the judges off, pay money to pay the police off, pay money to get away with the problem, pay money to get them out of here, to keep their mouth closed. This is what you're saying. And no wonder why you have so many victims out here that don't have access to money. They feel helpless. They feel like, hey, nobody's going to listen to them because, like y'all said before, nobody cares about people with no money. Nobody cares about regular people. Only time they're going to see something is when they have money. If you're a person and you got a lot of money, then hell, you somebody in this world. You can make something move when it comes to going against Diddy. And that is why he have done so much reckless, wrongdoing, horrible things, because he knows how much his money goes. He knows with the money that he has, he can do whatever he wants to do. All the wrong. It don't matter victim or not. all he sees them as casualties. He don't have a good heart. He don't see everybody as equal. He don't see people as, you know what about how this is going to affect her? What about trauma? Who cares? As long as he's getting off of his pleasure. And that is exactly what he's teaching his kids. That is why they're quiet about it. That is why they're just like him, because you people that keep on supporting him, you are teaching the kids something too. No, it's just not Diddy. It's the whole world in this thing. Y'all got to be accountable too, because y'all know Diddy is a horrible person. You know he pow that lady in that club in Philly. You know he had Shine to take the fall for it, but yet you still supported him. You still supported Revolt. You still supported everything that was associated with him. Okay? And what does that teach the kids? That teach the kids, look how our community is, kids. Yeah, they knew I did that shit, sons. But guess what? The black community, they still gonna go up for me because I'm a billionaire. The black community, we rap about bodies, we rap about this and horrible shit, and they still gonna support it. They still gonna go up. So that teaches the sons and kids, well, shit, they don't care as long as we got the money. We can do whatever we want to do as long as we got the money. So hell, y'all have to be a kind of too, okay? It's all a big pot. But honey, let me get back on task. How y'all doing? I just want to say thank y'all, especially for my real supporters out here that support me and my channel. I thank y'all for coming for the topic, but I got to give a special shout out to my real supporters, okay? Woo-wee. And you chose leave me alone. You chose on some weird shit. You be the first one up here looking at me. You don't like me, so I don't know why. Just block me, because I will block you. You know, I will block you. Just be equal and block me too. Okay? But you want to do that, Sigma. Okay, so honey, I done put out a video of Usher and Justin Bieber. Did y'all see that video? Press 2 if you saw that video. Press 5 if you did not see that video. And hell, Justin knows that Diddy, he's a billionaire. Okay, Justin knows that hell, he will have a hard time coming against Diddy. You got people like Usher and Justin that's scared of Diddy. Now, what you think the regular person that don't got no money gonna do? Okay. Honey, when I tell you, they done messed Justin all up. They done got him on them drugs real bad. And honey, and it's so sad to say, but he suffered the same fate as his parents. A lot of people want to say, well, what Justin parents at, honey? Justin parents and sold the drugs. Okay? Honey, Justin parents and sold the drugs. Okay? So it was nothing to give their son up to Diddy. Hell, they didn't see the potential. They was too high on them sugar buggers, okay? And you know, when you taking them drugs, you know, they say God gives you 5 senses, which is your common sense. That is your super power. That is your strength. I know some of y'all want to be like, go Power Rangers, turtlenecks, and all that. And everybody got their super strength. Well, common sense, that's yours, okay? But what that drug does, it takes away your powers, okay? You having common sense. So his parents has been locked up on them drugs, Justin, for a long time. And that is what's going on with his parents. That's why his parents were not able to really make great choices when it comes to parenting him. Shit, they didn't parent him. They just gave his ass the goddamn Diddy, a black nigga at that. Ooh, y'all hoes gonna start chasing these niggas. Okay, always want to be down. You don't even know what the program you getting into. Okay, always want to be down. You be down, bitches. That's trying to get in this thug life. That's trying to get in this hood life. You gonna learn. That's trying to get in this black culture. You gonna learn. Look at J-Lo trying to be down with the goddamn black culture. Look how it bit her in the ass. Okay, girl, it is a mess out here in these streets. Okay. Girl, I tell you, I just don't know what to do. Are y'all enjoying my commentary so far? I know it's kind of early. Press 2 if you're enjoying my commentary so far. Let me know how I'm doing. All right, so the other votes are coming in. Some people are saying this. 33% says, you know what? I just don't know. I don't know if he's going to go to jail or not. Okay? I understand you don't know, mother suckers, okay? Because you know you can't trust the government. You know that the government is not trustworthy. You know how this world has flipped upside down and you don't know who to trust. You know Diddy is guilty. You know he should be locked up behind bars, but is the government, is the FBI, is a homestead, are they trustworthy? Are they trustworthy? Mind you, we're dealing with regular people here that can be bought off, that can be compromised. And I guess that's a question for you. The government, homestead, FBI, CIA, blah, 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 you name it. Do you trust them? Is your trust in the system? Press 5 if you trust the system. Press 10 if you don't trust them. Okay. And I think that goes with that. I think if you trust the system, then you know they're going to bring the wrongdoers down and you trust that. If you don't trust the system and you feel like the system is compromised, then hell no. Shit, they in cahoots with the mother suckers as long as they getting a damn payout. Okay. They going to turn a blind eye too because they probably doing some wrong too. Okay. Girl, I tell you, it's either one or the other. So 16% said, nah, he ain't going to jail. Not this year. Not this year. Well, maybe next year, but not this year. Well, what do I have to say with that? Well, I hope not. I hope he get his due just this year. I feel like this. You know, everybody, y'all made it a big deal on social media. Everybody's talking about it. We're getting his gears to the fire. We're talking about it every day. We got Nancy Grace on the damn case. Y'all better not let Nancy Grace down. Nancy Grace is talking about this. And when I tell you, that is a lady I trust. That is a lady, when she speaks out the truth. She has her whole panel coming out here telling us that he is going to jail. And she says, if Nancy Grace says he's going to jail, but gosh darn it, he's going to go to jail. But I understand some people feel like, hey, I'm just not a believer that he's going to go to jail. So we do have here, he will die before he goes to jail. Some people feel that way. They feel like he's a coward, and cowards, they cannot be held accountable. And it's just not Diddy, it's the whole community. All these criminals out here, when they do crime, what the first thing they do? They run. They don't want to be held accountable. Okay. And the only time they're going to turn themselves in, if it's a district or a county, they know they have a good chances to be let out on bond for their wrongdoing. Okay. Yeah. And then they want to switch it like they're a good Samaritan, where I turned myself in. Bull crap. But you took out people. You were on that demon time and you didn't have to. Okay. So I'm not buying that. So possibly it is a good deal. A lot of people that used to work with Diddy around him, they said that, listen, he would rather take himself out of here than to be accountable for all the things he's done. When you look at Diddy's track record and you see all the horrible stuff, all the illegal stuff he's done, he'd never been accounted for none of it. He always had either his artists take the fall for him or somebody take the fall for him. The things that he done taking people out, he don't even account that. He's always like a snake, a cool ass snake that get other people to do his dirty work for them, and he just skates out without any accountability for anything that he have done. However, he want to be accounted for. Everybody that does right, if you're talented, he wants to take the credit for that. He wants to put his face in all the good stuff and separate himself from the bad that he does. That's why he wants to saturate himself with brother love, brother love, brother. He put all the dressing on real thick. Got mother suckers calling him brother love, but when he's really brother hate, he's really brother demonic. He's really brother on the wrong damn time. Okay? Okay. And y'all buy into it. Y'all buy into it. I can't see how y'all do that. And let's give a big L thank you to FC FSK donated $20. Diddy outside. What is going on? Honey, he is getting his just time. Trust me, he's going to get his just time. Yeah, he's outside, but when I tell you one thing, he is a prisoner in his own world. When I tell you he can't even do his freak offs in peace, Diddy has no peace. This is the first time ever in history that Diddy ever been shook into his core. All that faking he's doing is a PR, it's a stage. Diddy ain't never had to do no stage shit like this. No. And this time, this is 2024. You should be getting better with your shit, not worse. How is it he's been getting away with this all this long, and on the fourth end in 2024, he's getting busted left and right. He's getting talked about by his own peers left and right, honey. He don't got no credibility. His name is ruined. His legacy is ruined. He is nothing. He is trash. He is garbage, honey, okay? So he can be outside all he want to, but he is a prisoner in his own world. You know, and I know that this is this nigga's worst nightmare. Ain't no nigga want to have his reputation out here smashed to smithereens. Especially they say he's a download nigga. You know that's the worst thing you could do. It's the worst thing you could do for a download man is to out him out like this. He got all men talking about how zesty his ass is. You know they're ashamed of that shit. And also every man that's associated with him, they calling him zesty too. You know he hate that shit too, and they hate it with him. Okay, so trust me. You don't think Diddy want to come out here swinging? You don't think Diddy want to come out here to put people to rest and do this and do that? But guess what? Like Salam Bella said, his hands is tied. His mouth is tied. He can't come out here and say what he want to say. That mouth is stitched up and them hands tied and his foot's tied. So, baby, he may be out on the outside, but he is a prisoner in his own home. And you know that's one of the worst things. You can be a prisoner in your own mind. Have y'all ever been a prisoner in your own mind? Do y'all know what that's like? That is hell on wheels. Hell on wheels. Okay? So, honey, he's going to have to deal with this mentally, spiritually. And thank you, PMC, for donating $2. I appreciate that. So before I get started, they are saying that Diddy produced a little ride and more survivors have took the stand. Have you guys heard about that? Press 7 if you heard that P. Diddy survivors, they have took the stand in front of a grand jury. They already start to testify, sweetheart. So he is going down without a shadow of doubt. They have witnesses on top of witnesses. And no, these witnesses and these victims, they don't want to show the whole world who they are. They are fighting tooth and nail to keep their identity protected. And I don't blame them. You know it's a cruel world. You know people are going to blame them for putting down the black man. Well, if the black man will stop doing wrong, you won't have no reason to put down this black nigga. Okay. So they know it's a hate train that's going to come for them. They know that we are in a society where we victim shame and we put down people that are victims. So I don't blame them for wanting to hide their identity. They know that Diddy he have done horrible stuff to them. They know this is the only time in history where their voice will be heard. If they did not have that big whoever man that y'all claim is the reason why Diddy going down, thank God. Thank God it's for him. Thank God that Diddy fell out with him. Thank God. And this is all fate. And Diddy did this to himself. And he got to be accountable for everything. Because if it wasn't for him getting into it with that man, these victims would not have a voice to stand on. This is the only time that these victims have a green light to speak and put Diddy down for the rest of his life. And this is the only power they get. So hell, you damn right, they're going to take it. And they're going to take whatever they can get with it. If it's money, whatever it is, shit, that's the least his ass can do. That's the least his ass to do for causing him so much pain and trauma. You can't put money to that, but shit, it might soften the blow. That's the least you can do, okay, to keep my mind a little bit at ease, okay? Shit, inflation is high. We all need our bills to be paid. Shit, okay? So, honey, that is going on with that. They have testified in front of the grand jury, and people are saying this. Boy, oh boy, wouldn't it be something if Justin Bieber was to testify? Wouldn't it be something if Usher was to testify? Honey, those two right there, that would, honey, mic drop. That would be the rap for that. And y'all know what he did to Justin Bieber. Okay, y'all know what he did to him. Y'all know what he did to that damn Usher. I mean, they don't have to say it. You know what it is. And just look at the picture. Look how Usher, could you imagine Usher? You know his ass is going to break down in court. Look at him crying in court. Okay, and this picture right here is so deep. It's so deep because you got Diddy over here trying to sympathize or apologize to Diddy, talking about some Diddy. I was a victim to an essay. I didn't know what I was doing. This is what happens. Because, you know, they always trying to throw that shit out there. You know, I was a victim. Bitch, I don't want to hear that bullshit. I don't want to hear it. And then Justin on this picture, he looked messed up, smoked out. Justin could have had a really beautiful life out here. And it could have been beautiful. I mean, he don't even look healthy. His mind is gone and everything, girl. And all because of Diddy. Diddy that snuffed his goddamn light out at an early age and had him all on them sugar books. And the only reason why he was on them drugs to try to soften the blow of what Diddy did to him. And I don't need to tell y'all what he did to him because, bitch, you know, ain't nobody need to go into damn detail about the graping and about the AS and all that shit. I'm not going to say those words because, first of all, I don't like saying it on my channel because you know the algorithm. And second of all, bitch, you already know what it's given. So nobody need to keep on breaking that down. I think sometimes y'all just like hearing those goddamn words for whatever. I don't know. But shit, you know what went on with him. Hell, okay? So he did that to both, to Usher. And people say, Usher, can you please have the strength to put Diddy on blast? Because they blaming Usher for bringing Justin, the white boy, to Diddy. Yeah. They are blaming him. And girl, it is a whole mess. But do you believe that if Usher and Justin Bieber was to get on that stand today, do you think that would shut shit down? Huh? Press 1 if it would shut shit down. Press 5 if it would still be a tough battle to fight. Comment, let me know. Shit, Gail Oprah need to interview Usher and interview shit Justin and interview Diddy, okay, about this shit, okay? Hell yeah, we're going to have to do a whole case study on Diddy. When he died, we're going to have to take that brain and we're going to have to, oh, you know what? Hold on, while I'm up here talking, I do want to let you guys know I have the live stream open if you guys want to call in and add more to this, and I do have the phone lines open. If y'all want to call in and add on to this, I'm going to name it here, chat link. This is a chat link where you can hit that chat link and I'll hit you up here and I'm going to pin it because that's what it was. I forgot to pin. I sure forgot to pin. And if I talked to you before and you know I like talking to you, please call in. You know, some of y'all I really love talking to. Some of y'all I ain't never talked to before. And sometimes, you know, y'all, it is what it is. I'm looking in the comment section. Little Rob gave it up to Puff and got mad when Diddy got tired of freaking off with his zesty ass. Nah, Steve, you got it wrong still. He said Little Rod did not want to be with Diddy. He didn't want to do with that, but Little Rod wanted access to money. He wanted access to, you know, the industry, and Diddy promised that man that, but he used that man. He took advantage of that man. He manipulated that man. And you know what? It's like a mob. Have y'all heard about the mafia? Ooh, one of the ruthless people. And why do we still have the mafia in America? It's time we get the mafias out. It's time we get the thugs out. All these wrongdoers, they need to go. They need to go. All this thug criminal activity, it needs to be wiped out of here. Well, honey, they said like the mob, if you are involved with the mafia and and you have witnessed some criminal activity, they not gonna let you go. You gonna have to pretty much tell us you real down by you gonna have to incriminate yourself. You gonna have to compromise yourself, your values, your morals, so they know that you are down with them too. Because if you don't compromise, that let them know that you are the enemy, and you gonna have to worry about them retaliating on your butt in the worst way. They can take your ass out of here. That's what I would fear. So he did, little Ryan, he didn't sign up for that. He didn't sign up to get touched. He didn't sign up to get groped. He didn't sign up to see all that bull crap. Okay, he was just trying to make it in the industry. Now, why would he want to make it in this wicked ass industry? I don't know. How many times we done heard that Hollywood is wicked? If you are volunteering your hand up to get in Hollywood, I am convinced you want to be a part of the wicked world. I am convinced you want to be part of the wicked world. And just because you're being a part of the wicked world, you still can be a victim. Hell, just because you want to be a stripper or you're a prostitute, you still got damn rights. Hell, just because a prostitute got essayed on a street corner, she still deserves her right in court. And whoever did that need to be put away, even though she wanted to be in that lifestyle. But just because she want to be in that lifestyle, she didn't sign up to get essayed. Okay, so I'm gonna root for her to get her justice as well. But it's sad out here in these streets. And you know what else is sad? I see you, KFC, and I'm glad you called in. But see, KFC, she gonna root for Diddy. Where y'all at? Where are the people out here? I feel like y'all getting relaxed. Y'all not speaking out as much no more. Y'all not saying much no more. Where are y'all at? We need the hotline to hit. We need the chat link super StreamYard to hit, because we need y'all. Y'all can't forget about the voices as well. I'm looking in the comment section. Unfortunately, I think the whole thing is a prostitution ring. Well, call in and let me know about that. A prostitution ring. Possibly. I'm not sure. You got to let me know more in details what you're talking about. As soon as I think of prostitution, I think of Young Miami. And that is why he got with a prostitute, Young Miami. She raps about being a prostitute. She raps about being whore. She said that's her livelihood. That's her lifestyle. And that's what Diddy got with. Now, you got kids. You got daughters. Why would you want to have that thing around your daughters? Why would you want to give value to a prostitute to date? And that goes just for Diddy. That goes for all these out here, niggas out here. That teaches the community, and that teaches your kids a whole bunch of shit. Okay? But you know why? He did it all because of his game. It wasn't because he respected Young Miami. It wasn't because he wanted his daughters to see him being with the real woman. It was all because of money and greed. And people are saying it's a prostitution ring, it's a drug ring. They said the hip hop agenda is the hip hop people, they want to push drugs. We need to go back to that Nancy Reagan. What did Nancy Reagan, didn't she have a war on drugs? Say no to drugs, okay? Honey, these hip hop people, they are saying yes to drugs. These hip hop people are pushing drugs, and y'all idolize these hip hop people. Okay, all this in the hip hop is a prostitution, drugs, and fighting, and y'all love to fight. Y'all love to fight each other. How you supposed to be Black Lives Matters, but y'all get upset when J. Cole want to show some love? Y'all hate that. It's in y'all nature just to hate each other and tear each other down. You want to see each other black men get humiliated and dragged. You get hype off that shit. You said that's what hip hop is. If that's what hip hop is, it's in a sad damn state. And same with the black women out here. Y'all, we supposed, what happened to a black girl rock? Y'all don't even say that shit no more. All you see is these black whores fighting amongst each other on these damn reality shows, disgracing each other, having so much hate and animosity towards each other, fighting each other. Shit, I don't know what's worse, the men or the women. Shit, I think they fighting to get the most diabolical award. Okay, I think they fighting for getting the award of who can be the most destructive to each other. Okay, it's all destructing each other, and it's a sad state, but y'all love it. That's y'all entertainment. It to see each other getting tearing down, and you want to say you love yourself, bitch. Please go somewhere with that bullshit. Now, okay, we got call in, y'all. Call in. Ah! Call in. I will believe in black girl magic when I see these rappers when they display black girl magic. Okay, when I see it on the reality shows, you got Real House of Potomac, and they thinking about just canceling because it's so much fighting. And these are black women that have good jobs, that got good homes, and they no different from the hood red hoes. The black women on this entertainment, you could be the doctors. They even got black women doctors fighting and acting a month just like the hood rats. It's no difference. It's a shame across the board. It's fighting across the board. It's hating each other across the board. Okay, but back to Diddy, because I don't want to be distracted. Okay, back to Diddy. Back to Diddy. And all for the love of money. All for the love of money. All right. So KFC, maybe when you start chiming in, it would get the other people to clap back, because you know how you can do it. Honey, when I tell you you can push waves in the ocean, you can do a whole tsunami, girl. I know you got something to say. How you doing, KFC? It's been a minute since I heard your voice. I have missed that voice, KFC.
Yeah, what's up, Gigi? How you doing?
I'm all right.
Okay, let me just start off by saying this. When has it ever really been fair for us? And I'm not making it about race. Let's talk about with Diddy. Why is it so easy for them to get a hold of Diddy's list?
Wait, KFC. Because I got Make It Make Sense up in here. You know, Make It Make Sense. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. And I keep on telling him to email me because I want to talk to him, but he won't never do it. But he always coming over here showing love, so I appreciate it. But I still want to talk to him. I want to be his friend. Because when I tell y'all, shout out to Make It Make Sense, that man right there, he is doing his thing on his YouTube. He's making waves and tsunamis, girl. Okay, girl.
Okay.
He said, I thought you was on a Bad Girls Club. You know what? Make It Make Sense. I know where you're going with this shit. You're going with the Krishan Rock. Listen, I was tripping. Make It Make Sense. I ain't gonna lie. Last year, I was going through some shit. And I was defending the bullshit. Yes, I was. I defend the bullshit with Krishan Rock. And I came out here last year and I apologize to all of y'all. And then I tried to make my right for it by dogging her ass out. And I had my foot stayed on that bitch. And I tell you one thing, make it make sense. I had my foot on that bitch so hard. She ain't on the internet today. And it was because of me. When I tell you, I put the battery in that bitch back and I snatched that shit out. And ever since I started talking and I started making her accountable for the wicked shit she did, I haven't heard her ass since. Have you seen her? Have you heard her? Bitch is where's Waldo? We don't know. We don't know. But she was depending on me to comfort her with my words. Now, the bitch ain't never gave me credit, but I know she be listening to me and I would be putting the battery in that whole bag. Okay, because everybody talked bad about her, but she still kept going because I put the battery in her back. My mouth, this voice, this mouth, baby, when I tell you, it ain't nothing to play with. But when I start cracking down on that ass, honey, you don't hear no more. That's why we don't talk about it no more, because she ain't nowhere to be found. And you're right, make it make sense. I was wrong, and I'm glad you held me accountable, because that's what family do, and I appreciate that. So now I'm trying to make it on the right side, okay? I'm trying to be down on your team, okay? Shit, okay? DM me, make it make sense, and congratulations to him on all his doings, all right? Now go ahead, KFC.
Okay, well, with me, one thing that stands out to me is this. Why is it so easy for the feds to say that they can find Diddy's list, and the people on Diddy's list is going to be revealed soon, but with Jeffrey, they can't do it? To this day, you still don't know who's on Jeffrey's list.
But that's
why
deflecting.
Come allegedly some of the
KFC,
things.
You deflecting because of your son. Diddy is
No,
your
I'm not
son.
deflecting. I'm just saying,
You
like, you got to make it make sense. That some of this don't sound legit.
Listen, KFC, when I bring your son into questioning and your son is in jail and I want to throw the keys away, you're telling me, well, what about the white boy over there? Y'all still ain't, we ain't talking about that.
I'm not saying it like that.
We talk, well, that's how
you didn't let me finish what I was saying.
That's how I'm receiving it. What about your son? And the reason I'm going to make it personal, KFC, because you do care about, you know, these black thugs and the black men, and you do talk to him about him like he is your son. So I'm going to put it like he's your son.
I don't.
So you don't care about your son.
I just say the way they're doing them, I think that he's not going to get due process of the law. And that's what's concerning to me, because like I said, with Diddy, why all of a sudden his list, they have a list of people and he's getting ready to be exposed. But with Jeffrey, he took that list allegedly to the grave. Why come none of the people that he trafficked and did all that, why come none of them recorded him?
Jeffrey got what he deserved. Jeffrey is gone, right?
But where's the recordings? Why come none of his victims start to record him on video or
audio?
Ain't
nothing we could do with Jeffrey. He's gone. But we got one that's alive. And we got one that is hurting the black artists. Your other kids. What about your other kids, KFC? You got your one son has hurted so many of your other kids, and you still.
How do I know that?
Because your kids said it. Your kids said that.
But just because someone says something doesn't mean it's true.
So you're not gonna believe your other kids when they told you that.
No, you're talking about like if I had a child.
What?
Look, it has to be proven. Children lie too.
Okay. Wow. But
so you got me in the category. You got me in the category like I'm on Diddy's side. If he did do these things, he should get off. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying everybody's saying everything about this man, and nothing has been proven yet. That to me doesn't make sense.
How do you know your son Diddy is not lying?
Because nothing has been proven about Diddy.
Can you prove that he did not do it?
Once everything has been proven, all the T's have been crossed, or the I's have been dotted, then he should be dealt with appropriately.
KFC, answer the question. Can you prove that he did not do it? Can you prove he did not do it?
Yes, I can.
How can you prove that Diddy did not do it?
The way they set him up.
That is not proven. Setup. That's not proven that he did not do it.
Because think about it. With the witnesses that have come forward, there's been no arrest. All right? It don't take multiple people for you to get an arrest.
Let me tell you something about this sister girl. You know and I know this is bigger than Diddy. And I want to ask the audience, do you guys believe this is bigger than Diddy? Press 1 if it's bigger than Diddy. Press 4 if it's just about Diddy. In order to catch the big fish, girl, we can't just take Diddy down for anything. We want to know who he's connected with. You know what it's like, girl? And I'm going to put it down for you. If I had a man and his ass was cheating on me and I felt like he was cheating, I'm going to wait because I want to get more intel. I want to know who the bitch he was cheating on me with. I want to know their name, their address. I want to know how long it's been going. I need to investigate.
Do you think it would take this long and it would be this hard if they had substantial stuff on Diddy?
He's a billionaire. Okay. He's protected with a lot of money.
That doesn't mean anything, though.
It means a lot. You know money talk bullshit walks. You know money is powerful.
But when you on, but this is the thing.
Stop it, shit. Your ass and I.
No, you know, if they had something legitimate, he would have been charged by now. Think about that.
Because they're building a case. Why would they want to charge him if they're going to build a case? Why are you going to charge him now when it's so much more information?
Okay, but listen. Why can't you charge him at least for one indictment off of what Little Rod said about him?
Finish my point across. When I'm speaking right and you don't got nothing to retaliate with it. And then you want to jump on something else and reflect. But why?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. Why would you take them down now when you can get a juicier steak? When you can get more and more about it and you can take all the criminals down? We need to know more information.
But if you just if you give me 1 minute, I'll tell you who set him up.
I gave you 50 minutes.
But you won't do it. Okay.
But who set him up? Why do I care about who set him up? If he did wrong, he did wrong.
Because the allegations against this man ain't true. It ain't real. I'm telling you, it isn't. It isn't.
Okay, so who set him
And
up?
I know the higher up that is being retaliatory towards Diddy because what Diddy was doing was running his mouth off about him. That's why they can't. They don't have nothing on Diddy. I'm telling you, Diddy's not going to get charged with nothing. This man would have been charged with something. Was it that hard for them to charge Michael Jackson?
Girl, who set him up?
Did they wait to build a case against Mike?
Who set him up? Who set him up?
Donald Trump?
Oh!
No, look. No, so you won't let me explain why I said that. Look, you won't. No, seriously. You won't let me explain why I said that, why I'm saying this. Okay, listen. Diddy and Donald Trump were once good friends, right? But their friendship ended. And once their friendship ended, Diddy went on like this smear campaign talking about Trump, right? And some of the things he said about Trump, he said that if Trump was elected again, we're not standing by no more getting killed. He was on the Breakfast Club saying this. We're not scared of anybody standing up, whatever. But he said white men like Trump need to be banished. The way of thinking that they have is real dangerous. All right. So what did Trump say? Trump said that anybody bring his name up out of their mouth, he was going to be retaliatory towards them, allies and everything. So what I'm saying is, to me, in my opinion, I believe Trump's campaign is the one behind it.
KFC.
Because they did the same thing with Fannie Willis. To discredit her, they brought her love life into it to make it seem like she's not an ethical person. Who is she to question Trump? Like, you can Google on the internet, Diddy and Trump's friendship ended. Google it in yourself. And this is right before all this broke out.
KFC.
Now, you can laugh and think it's crazy, but Trump has done this before. He went after Joe Biden. He went after Hunter Biden, didn't he?
KFC.
Look, that's just my opinion, because you don't go after somebody because you're building a case. You make sure you at least have some factual evidence, and then you go after them.
KFC, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Damn.
Go ahead.
Make it make sense. The YouTuber said,
I am.
Okay.
I am.
No, I'm talking about the YouTuber. Make it make sense, not you.
Oh.
The YouTuber. The YouTuber make it make sense. He says, was Trump after freak offs too?
Not at Diddy's house.
Okay, but he was at freak offs, but just not at Diddy's.
Allegedly. But didn't Trump pay somebody?
I don't know. But all I know is he just gave out 30 milkshakes at Chick-fil-A. Okay?
And you don't think that that's something that has a racial undertone to it? Why did it have to be chicken? All right? Because, black people eat chicken. See, I be thinking about stuff totally different. Excuse me while I think about it.
Girl, I do eat chicken. I would have loved to have a piece of chicken.
Okay, but why can't it have been salad? Why gotta be chicken? So you gotta pay attention to what they do. I do. If you don't, that's you. But me, I think there's meaning behind everything that they say and do. That's just me.
Oh my God, you're
funny. Seriously, Google it ends that Trump and Diddy's friendship ended. Google it in on the internet if you think I'm lying. Google that in. And then Diddy started running his mouth off about Trump, saying that he didn't really like Biden, but he was going to support him because anything's better than Trump. And Trump already said he's going after anybody who disrespect him or talk about him. So if I look at the same pattern they did with Fannie Willis. They brought her sex life into it to try to discredit her. Like she was not a very ethical person to even speak on Trump, to defame that lady. And they're doing the same thing with Diddy. All right? The same thing. They made that lady get on stand and explain how many trips she took, how many times he spent the night at her house, what they drank, what they ate, where they went to. All right? And you're not looking at the bigger picture that who are you to question this white man? And they're doing the same thing to Diddy, because it shouldn't take this long if this man has been out to build a case. I mean, really think about it. It shouldn't take this long, especially with Diddy knowing that he's being recorded. Why would you let somebody record you engaging in illegal activities when they can take it and give it to anybody? Does that make sense? And then they're coming into your house. You're not going to their house. They're coming to yours. Don't you think Diddy would be smarter than that? Like, it shouldn't be taking 14 years to get somebody because they're building a case.
KFC, if you are right, Diddy is still wrong because he have done wrong, right? Your son is still wrong.
Well, all I'm saying is that warrant was executed out of New York. And this was at the same time that Trump was supposed to pay all this money. Because Trump wanted loyalty. Because remember, when he first got in office, all the wealthy people got the tax break. And a lot of wealthy people doubled their wealth off of Trump because he gave them the tax break, not working class people. All right. So I'm saying, if you in Trump's shoes, and here y'all both from New York, and Trump is, and because you can Google it in, they used to be good friends. They had a falling out. They're not good friends anymore. And Diddy went on this smear campaign talking bad about Trump. I think Trump gave it back to him. He did the same thing to him.
Well,
all the rumors he heard, somebody in his campaign ran him through the ground.
Trump doing a good job, ain't he? Ain't he doing a good job?
But that was the purpose of him doing that. I mean, just Google it in. Trump and Diddy no longer friends.
Well, you know what, KFC? This is what I do have to say about that. You have Jaguar Wright telling us all about Diddy. You know, so you can't blame Trump for Diddy's wrongdoing. And you have the whole black community talking bad about Diddy. You got the guy, Gene Dean. He's black, and he talked about Diddy. He exposed Diddy every single day. You got Little Rod. He's black, and he was working for Diddy.
A money grab?
But he's
for a money grab?
But hell, he's doing it, and he's black. So all these
But when you say that, I mean, how you know Jaguar Wright ain't better? Because they promised that she was going to have the same career like Mary J. Blige. And it didn't work out like that. How do you know her reason for why she said what she say about people? And if she knew all this stuff about people, all these years and didn't turn them in, what does that say about her? If you knew Diddy was doing this and Jay-Z was doing this, and you just sat on all that information and never reported it to the feds, what does that say about you?
She didn't sit on it.
How could you look the other way if you knew women were being S-A'd and all that?
As soon as she got the ability to get on social media, as soon as she realized that she has a voice, she started talking. She didn't hold out. As soon as Jaguar got on this internet thing, she started busting.
Now, you always, Gigi, you always got to look at the source. When people say stuff, you got to look at the source.
Okay.
And as far as people talking about people always do that.
I'll be sure.
What about Al B. Shore? His career stopped.
Right, because
before the end of, the 90s came to an end.
Diddy poisoned him, and that's why he's going to talk about it.
Okay, so why come he didn't have the same result, allegedly, as Kim Porter and Biggie? Why would Al B. Shore be a hit and miss, but allegedly Kim Porter and Biggie, it went through? Does that make sense?
You can't get them all right. You can't get them all right. And you know what, KFC?
Nah, when you're a billionaire, you can.
Maybe God had his hand with Al B. Shore. Maybe God said, no, you're not going to get this one.
Nah.
Maybe God
Did you see how big Al B. Shore was at one time? Al B. Shore was like 400 pounds. He had bad health, too. He was like 400 pounds. And so why come they didn't disclose that this man was poisoned or anything like that? See, that's the thing. Don't you think they would have found out what was in his system if he had been poisoned or something like that?
Well, hold on, KFC.
See, that's why I cannot condemn people based on what other people say. Okay. I don't think it's to the
KFC,
individual.
You made some waves, so I'm gonna put you on hold. Calling from 708. You're live on the air. 708.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. So what I have to say is that caller obviously doesn't know that most perverts who do acts like that record those acts, and they're not too smart because they do record them, which I'm glad Diddy did so that he can get caught. So the evidence that I see is looking at the videos of Diddy and Justin Bieber at one time when Justin Bieber was young, a little kid, all happy to come into the industry. And then you see Diddy. I just saw a video of him yesterday, a grown man, knowing that this young man he has substance abuse problems, probably because of what he did to him, plying him with drinks. He had so much to drink that he could barely stand up. He got down on his had to bend down. His pants was down almost to his knees. Okay, so that's the other thing. So
that's
then we
so
have
embarrassing. You know what? As an elder around somebody young like that, You tell them, no, you having too much to drink. No, you don't need that. I'm not going to allow you to drink and do that around me. I'm going to be protecting you. But he did not protect. And then he had it on video, shaming that man. He gets off on humiliating people. He gets off on embarrassing people. He gets off putting people to shame. And now he's getting what he deserved. He is getting what he deserved.
Right. And
I'm
Justin,
sorry, go ahead.
I mean, and Usher, that's okay. And Usher admitted that when he was 14 and living with them, that he was able to partake in all kinds of things, stay up all hours of the night, you know, that no other kid should be able to do. And what did he do? He introduced Justin Bieber to him. But not only that, but P. Diddy's son.
And guess what? Can I interrupt you again? Can I interrupt you again? Yeah, Usher was wrong for that because you introduced Justin, that white boy, to Diddy, because Justin, you knew Justin didn't have no protection. You knew nobody cared about Justin, okay? But you wouldn't even do that to your own son. Usher said, hell no, he would never allow his own kids to go around with Diddy. But why would you let this white boy, because you know ain't nobody care about that. Ain't nobody cared about him.
He's going to take him to Diddy, knowing what Diddy is going to do, knowing that all these people online are saying, even Cat Williams, everybody knows you can't go to Diddy's parties. You got to tell him, no, I've got it. Otherwise, your virgin hoe won't be protected.
Right.
He's in the business. I think he's quite more capable of saying what Diddy will do rather than what somebody who doesn't know Diddy protecting him. And Diddy's own son was on a boat trying to give somebody a drink, and she asked him, is this drink laced? He's like, just drink it. So I agree with her about Epstein, that Epstein's list needs to be out, because all these gatekeepers and people that are doing these things to kids, that are lacing people's drinks and having them do things when they're under the influence, like Diddy is obviously doing. Everybody has confirmed that. All the people who have been to his parties, even in their silence, they're confirming that. But unfortunately, these people are protected, which is why he's gotten away with it for so long. That's why people haven't come out to say anything. And supposedly, Jeffrey Epstein is still alive over at Epstein Island. So it's just ridiculous. But I'm glad he's coming down. I can't wait till his ass is in jail, and I hope he's in jail for the rest of his life, and that they get the higher ups that are doing this to these people. People should be able to work in their field based on their talent and not be asked to do these things. I don't feel so sorry for the adults. If they are doing it, if they're willing to do anything for money, they're willing to sell their souls. But I do feel sorry for kids that are put in those, that these perverts and adults are taking advantage of. And if they're lacing people's drinks and then doing anything to them under the influence, and then have the nerve to record the stuff too. His ass needs to be in jail ASAP.
You're right about
that.
That's
my opinion.
Now, what's your thoughts when people say, well, why he's not in jail already? What do you say to that?
Because he's been getting away with it. He's been getting away with it. You see how nobody is saying anything. It's only until somebody sits there, and I don't care what his reason was for coming forward. I don't care. I'm glad he came forward and he told about all the recordings. Supposedly they have thousands of hours of recordings. They've captured that. That's the only reason. It's because he's used to just acting however he wants, paying off some people, and then people, because they're recorded, they don't want to come forward. But these stars, I feel like we need to boycott anybody who we feel is participating in this stuff, whether it's Beyonce, Jay-Z, any of those stars. They need, once we confirm that they are participating in all this craziness, worshiping Satan, they're Satanists. Personally, I don't listen to all this stuff, that type of music, but I'm so disgusted by Diddy, really, by this whole thing, by Jeffrey Epstein too. by anytime it's happened to a child. By Corey Feldman said this over 10 years ago. He talked about how he and another child star got taken advantage of in the movie industry. But see, the thing is, people never believe them. They want to label these people as crazy. You know, once somebody speaks out, that Hollywood comes out with this whole media campaign, acting like making them feel, you know, making the public feel that the person is crazy. It's ridiculous. And then the public will believe anything. And their attention span is short, because I didn't forget that 10 or 12 years ago when Corey Feldman spoke out about these children being taken advantage of. But as soon as this stuff happens with P. Diddy, we all want to act like it's because he's Black. Corey Feldman is white. Anybody who does anything like this to a child, anybody who's lacing drugs and taking advantage of somebody, I don't care what color they are, they need to be dealt with. And people need to stop idolizing these perverted celebrities.
And what about holding your own people accountable? Ain't you think that's wrong? You keep on cuddling
like
these
I said,
niggas.
You
keep on cuddling them when they doing wrong.
Listen, I'm Black, and I wish I could be on his jury, because I would convict him. And believe me, I am somebody who thinks independently. I'm a Michael Jackson fan. But if Michael Jackson was guilty, I would have found him guilty, because and his jury, made up of not Michael Jackson fans, found him not guilty on every single count. But if I was on his jury and I found some credible evidence and felt like he was guilty, then I would have done that. But we have enough evidence thanks to these recordings on P. Diddy.
Yeah, well, I thank you so much for calling in. I would love
You're
for you
welcome.
to call anytime.
See, I'm hot on this subject.
Yeah, well, you
yeah,
guys, well, I'm going to put you on hold. I'm going to put you on hold because I know you got something else to say when these other callers start calling in.
Thing?
Huh?
This is my last thing, and then I'll hold. But I don't understand any mother taking up for somebody who's doing this to kids and underage people. I don't understand that. So I'll hold.
Well, to say that, a lot of people are saying, why isn't just the mom speaking out? Why isn't his father speaking out? Why isn't Usher mother speaking out? What about Usher mother? She knew what was going on.
Because they're probably ashamed of themselves. But unfortunately, and you know what? This is how I feel. They all need to speak out, whether they're ashamed or not. If he has them on video, even the entertainment in Hollywood, I would have more respect for them if they just came out and just said whatever they did. If he had them sleep with another man, you know, even though if they're in the adult, they did it on their own. They did it because of greed and fame and fortune. But I don't care at this point. I think the public needs to just support whoever does come forward. I think if they don't come forward, it's because they are ashamed.
All right, I'm going to put you on hold. Calling from 281, you're live on the air.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
Yes.
All right, how you doing?
Good.
Well, I was gonna come in on the last column that was speaking. I guess she don't know who Jaguar Wright is.
Okay, you talking about KFC?
You know.
Go ahead, KFC. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so you know Jaguar Wright been in the industry since a kid. Her grandfather is Gavin and Huff. Used to own Philadelphia Records. Had Tilly Pendergrass and Gladys Knight and the Pips, and you remember all them. Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes. He had all and made the theme for Soul Train. So she been in the industry for a very long time. She pretty much know everyone. And when she speaks, she's speaking what she knows. You know, that woman sacrificed her life trying to warn the public of what's going on years ago. And she been on the run ever since she been speaking. You know, so her talking about this Diddy issue, she been telling it for some years. This been going on for some years, but you know, it go through deaf ears. That's what it fall on because nobody ever hear it. That's their favorite artist. They look at them as a standard. The media gonna push it to make it look good. But what's going on behind closed doors, we don't see it. But someone can tell you about it, you don't want to believe it. So I believe all this. It's been spoken of too long. And they right. They ain't picked them up yet. They've been in the case, but this the longest case ever been built. Seem like, you know what I'm saying? And they're a part of it. It's an agenda. I think this a punishment for them. And then, of course, he gonna mess up again, do something they don't like, or say something they don't like, and they go do them again. Everybody did it. Michael Jackson went through it. Everything is a warning. DMX went through it. R. Kelly went through it. Everything be a warning in the beginning. So this is his warning, because if they wanted them, all the evidence is out there, they would have got them. They got the drug mule. Then the drug mule may connect Diddy to trafficking drugs through his plane. So that might be possible, something to hang over. But, right now, this a warning. He getting a spanking. Then let him do something else. They don't like, or say something they don't like. They gonna railroad them. It happened to the best of them. Prince. It happened to the best of them. Everybody who begin to talk or say something they don't like, they shut them down. And we don't see that going on. Of course, we hear about it. But Al B. Sure said, when this story come out, it's going to take more than a homeland security. So he got something to say, and that's all I want to say about that.
All right. Well, I'm glad you called. Okay, but hold on. I got somebody else that wanted to say something about what you said. 708. I'm glad you put your hand back up. That lets me know you got something to say.
Oh, I don't know if I put my hand up, but the one thing I want to say is, there was that was in Portugal. No, I didn't put my hand up. I'm just on hold because you asked me to hold on.
Okay, what were you going to say? Don't bite your tongue.
But
it.
I do have a question for him. I do have a question for that last caller.
He's still here. Caller,
that...
you still here, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you guys talk. I want you guys to talk real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, does he think Diddy is guilty of this? And I'm praying. I am praying that they do. It's not just a warning, because this is if they let him off, the public really needs to boycott all of this stuff and stop supporting all of this craziness, really, with the media, because it's a whole demonic agenda, really.
It is.
We need to show that we are not going to support him anymore. The public really needs to come together and demand justice, because we cannot sit still while he's taking advantage of people like this, especially people who are innocent, children and people that are being drugged and sex trafficked.
Well, that is the agenda. We got to understand that. That's been going on before Diddy. You know what I'm saying? So that's been part of the agenda. It's other artists been doing the same thing.
Right.
But again, they did it and didn't get in trouble with the higher ups. The higher ups, once you start making them mad, and I listened to the lady before that Trump issue, that could be a possibility. But you got to also remember, Diddy made the Ciroc company mad. He made the Grammys mad. I don't know if you've seen the Grammys after party, like when he stood on stage and just chewed them up. So it's things he's saying.
Right.
You know,
That's gonna get him in trouble.
And you got to think about it.
Carla, just like Kanye West, he was doing too much.
Exactly.
These niggas do too damn much, and then they get mad when somebody retaliate. These niggas, they think they can just say what they want to say to white people, and they ain't gonna retaliate. They ain't gonna do it like the niggas do it, but they gonna do it behind the scenes, and they gonna make your ass know it.
Nick Cannon, it did the same thing to Nick Cannon.
Much. He do they do too damn much.
You know, but I'm gonna tell you something too. So it got to be a point somewhere in their life they kind of fed up with things. That's what pushed them to that. You know, I mean, you get fed up somewhere. You know, they obviously want you to do something you don't want to do, and you reneging on them. So, and then you find that information, you want to share it with your people. Well, they don't want you to do that. You see how they can just snatch things from you. So Tupac always said, the same tool they use to build you up is the same tool they use to break you down. You notice how they always put your worst picture up there so you can see? They did every artist like that. Every artist. And as far as the boycotting thing, you know, that ain't gonna never happen because it's a machine. This machine pushes what you hear and what you see. Also what you do. And what you want. They push you enough, you start deciding that's what you want too. You know, it's a machine.
It's that damn algorithm. You can't boycott that.
It's more than the algorithm. It's the operation. Here goes something powerful you can check out. All television news channels throughout the world, they read a prompt when they reading to the public, and they pronouncing the same exact words everywhere. Mm-hmm. So this is something that's push, because if someone was saying something on the news channel, they would say it on their own, like me and you speaking.
Right.
But we don't know what gonna come out the mouth.
Programming. That Fox.
It's programmed.
Exactly. Programming. It's all programming.
And it's been going on. So, you know, now we're in the era and age where information out there, we are waking up as people. We seeing this, and then again, you see it, you don't want to believe it. Yes, I believe Diddy done it. Why I believe Diddy done it? It's been going on for years. It got footage out there. It got people speaking their testimony. Again, it's falling on deaf ears. It took Cassidy to do something, and then for him to pay her real quick, for people to be like, whoa, well, you know, this never happened. But you got to understand, too, them lawyers was battling with each other before they even brought it out to the public. So Diddy didn't want to settle on something because he didn't think it was go that far.
Right.
There, everybody came out.
And they was probably hoping on it.
I don't think it's about a money grab.
Because don't you think Diddy is a selfish man? He's not generous at all, is he?
Not from my understanding, not what he did to all these artists.
Right. He ain't generous. He's not even fair. He's not fair. He is stingy. He's selfish.
People were running from him.
And Carla, can I say something now? What about how he fired his staffer because he didn't want to pay her extra money because she was pregnant? That man is selfish. Do you understand? He is stingy.
I heard about
and he want to take everybody credit, and he don't want to do you fair. He is a scammer. He's a damn con artist.
What you think about that? What you think about that white girl he supposedly had adopted into his family?
Ava.
Look, did you hear when he asked her to speak about how she became a Combs member, and she spoke and said that they found her on the streets?
Oh, I thought she was one of the twins. I thought she was one of the twins' friends. Go
back and look at the video. Combs asked her tell the world how you became a member in our family. And the girl explained she was on the streets. And Diddy, they brought her to Diddy, and she came into his home. Now, Diddy go back and said, look, that don't sound right. Let's straighten this up. I talked to your parents and this and that there. You know, now, one thing about it, when he asked her to speak, she spoke the truth. They said this boy's son was going out there, getting these girls, recruiting these young girls. Now, this is just my theory. They probably did find this girl on the street. She said it out of her own mouth. Brought her in the house. Diddy excuse was Madonna got a black baby. You know, I guess Angelina Jolie got a black baby. That would start being this excuse.
He ain't Angelina or Madonna. See, he do too damn much, Carla. Don't you think his ass do it too much? Ain't no black nigga gonna be adopting a white ass baby in 2024. It's still kind of weird to a lot of people.
Not no brother, no, huh?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Out here. Shit. We surprised you even take care.
It's too many of your own people need help.
Yeah, we surprised he even trying to be a good father. And come to find out, he ain't trying to be a good father at all. They say he got a twisted ass mind. Cause you know that Quincy, they said that's not his biological son. And ain't nothing wrong with it. He could be a great stepfather. And they
Quincy is Al.B. Sure's son.
Yeah.
And that other boy is Wolf's son.
Right. So
that other boy, Justin, is Wolf's son.
Yeah.
Yeah. Puppy kids look like Puppy.
The stepfather of award? Do you give him the stepfather award?
No, You know, this what puzzled me. This what puzzled me. How did you remember Diddy's best friend Wolf? How did Diddy end up with Wolf's girlfriend, which is odd. Justin's mother?
Yeah, that's odd as hell. Something she hiding too. She hiding something. She a crook too.
It's something right.
With them big ass cheeks
because that's
his
best friend's son.
I don't trust them
the
cheeks.
The boy looked just like his best friend.
Yeah, when I seen them big ass cheeks she got in her mouth, I said, I don't trust this hoe. Something up. Something is up.
Something up. How she end up with Diddy, and Diddy supposed to have adopted this boy, which supposed to be his best. I can understand, you know, your best friend gone. You know what I'm saying? But you ain't got to do all this lying, adopting, talking about that's your son. The boy look like his daddy. Puppet kids look like him.
That dark-skinned dude.
That dark-skinned dude look like him. Them girls look like him.
Yep, got
and
that
other girl
ass face. They don't got no jaw. They don't got no jaw structure.
Yeah, they don't, you know, there's some bullshit going on with that nigga. You know, so hey, it is what it is. He fooling them, his fans and things, you know. Yeah, but they seeing who the real person is. So I believe he did that to Biggie. I believe he did it to Pop. You know, why would these fellas just say that? Why pick him out of all people?
He did something. I promise you. Last night I had one of them bodies.
I believe he did it all.
It was some bodies.
I believe he did it all. They tell it.
Yeah, they came to me in a dream.
They tell it.
They came to me in a dream.
They tell it. And what's going to happen? I think he probably tried. They probably try to give him, you know, but just tattle with him with a little drug charge because that was his plane. They got the white boy on. You know, now you got all these accusations out here. What did he go do? Did he go act right this time?
No, he ain't.
They put a left field on him.
Carla,
they shook him up.
Carla, that's not his nature. Mm-hmm. That's not his nature. He gonna do Diddy like he always been doing. That's not his nature.
You think
he don't
so?
got right in. I know so. He can't do right to save his life. He ain't gonna do right.
Yeah, you know, everything's supposed to be in his mom's name. You know, all the money, all the publishing, It's supposed to be in his mom's name. So I guess she gonna be using the money to try to help fight for him. Cause look, they would have then froze his account if it was in his name. Everything would have been on a freeze. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna have you talk to KFC because I know you kept saying her name, so I want to introduce you to KFC. KFC.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you heard with the brother. He has some mentions about some of your comments.
Right.
Well,
and you know,
I was just commenting on about the Jaguar Wright issue. She know what she wrote songs for Mary J. Blige. She wrote songs for Jill Scott. You know, she wrote a lot of songs. She wasn't just with the Roots. The girl grew up in the industry since a kid. That's how she know everybody. She grew
what
up
I'm saying is, if she had all this information on people that were doing things illegal and sat on it, what does that say about her?
Well,
see, just because you have a platform doesn't mean you always use it responsibly, right? People have reasons why they say things and do things as well.
Wait a minute. So if somebody do something to you, just say somebody do something to you horrible, right? Now, is you gonna be quiet or you gonna start talking a bunch of shit that you already know about them? Because what you trying to do, you trying to get to them. Ain't that what you'll do?
No.
You go. Yeah, you will. You gonna say everything you can to get.
But I'm gonna
to
say
them.
it at that time. I'm not gonna sit on information for 10, 15 years if I know someone's a predator.
Look, she did what you say you would do. She did what you say you would do.
So what's taking her so long? Because if Jay-Z, okay, but let me ask you this. If Jay-Z is everything that she's saying now, then why did she do a song with him then?
Well, again, she been in the industry. Everybody was once free.
See, none of this makes sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wasn't Puffy and Mace friends at one time?
But is Mace going around talking bad about Diddy right now?
Friends at one time?
Okay.
I'm just saying that, like, we speak in reality.
Yeah, well, Cassie and Diddy was cool at one time. Cassie and Little Rodney was cool at one time. Shit.
And then she came out and told.
Nothing about the case.
What you mean?
Nothing makes sense the way they're doing it. It just doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up.
No, so that's why I said fall on deaf ears. She got that Puffy love. So she don't believe. I hate
when people do that because I have my own opinion. Doesn't mean I love Puffy.
Well, no, but if these people, all this happened to them.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Whatever happened, it happened to them to make them say something.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. What makes the way you feel and your opinion so right? How can you validate what you're saying? See, once again, you're validating what you're saying based upon what you read on social media. But that doesn't mean it's credible.
Like look, it made it credible for him to pay Cassidy off.
But we don't know why he paid her off.
Wait a minute.
See, that's the thing. We don't know why he paid her off.
Wait a minute. Because it was credible in the court documents of all the shit that happened. Now the court documents came out, and there's more court documents. Look, ain't no court documents gonna be out there, and this shit ain't happened.
But didn't he pay her off before the court documents were released?
Huh?
Didn't he pay her off before those court documents were released?
But what about him? I mean, court documents.
Let me just say this. Let me throw this at you. Okay, remember I mentioned before.
You get court documents.
Okay, but let me throw something else at you. Remember what I said before about Trump and Diddy had that falling out? And how I believe that Diddy...
possibility.
Let me finish, sir. Can I finish? Remember I mentioned how Trump and Diddy were close friends, and then Diddy turned on Trump, and he was on the David Letterman show talking about how Trump is dangerous. We can't let him get back in there, and white men who think like him should be banished. Remember I told you that. And Trump has a deep following. I mean, he has a deep following. You already seen that with the Capitol.
I can understand
the people who support him think. But hold up. Remember when Trump got in there, he used one of Rihanna's songs, Rihanna the singer, and she didn't give him permission, and she was trying to sue him for copyright infringement. Remember they had that falling out? And what did Trump do to retaliate against her? When she performed at the Super Bowl, he was the main one saying it was the worst performance ever in the history of the Super Bowl. She had no business out there to give it right back to her so she could see how it felt. So what I'm trying to tell you with Diddy, one thing about the case I don't like, they went on this smear campaign with this man, saying all this stuff about him before they could charge him with anything. That's to persuade the way you think that he was already guilty.
It's a tool to make a smear campaign.
No, I don't believe none of that. Because it shouldn't be that hard to incriminate him on something.
Wait a minute.
It shouldn't be that hard.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you? I just want to know the understanding level.
I'm under the age of 35. Why?
Okay, so you should have the understanding of it is a tool to smear. It happened. Diddy's not the only one. This been happening for years.
See, the Carters call in and jump on me because I don't take sides in the way they think. Because once again, I don't know Diddy. I've never been to his house. Have you?
I ain't jumping on you. Me and you talking.
No, because when you call up and say I'm wrong, how you know I'm wrong and you're right?
I didn't never say you was wrong.
He didn't say you was wrong. He was just agreeing. Come on, y'all both black. Come on, this is a station where
y'all
can talk.
I didn't never say you wrong.
She was like, I'm wrong, I'm this, yeah. But have you ever been to Diddy's house?
I didn't never say you was wrong.
But have you ever been to his house? Have you ever personally witnessed him do anything?
Nice. Don't you do that, KFC?
You got something personal with him. I don't.
But have you ever been to his house?
Look, how in the hell I'm gonna be there and I ain't got nothing personal with him?
So how can you say what the things people are alleging he did is true? If you ain't never witnessed none of it.
I said what them people said. I said what them. If Cassidy goddamn said it, he must have done it. And look, if other people saying it that he did it with Cassidy, he must have done it. Ain't nobody just gonna come and make
that money. She wanted that money.
Man, you know that girl married a rich ass white boy, don't you?
No, he was a trainer. They train horses. No, he wasn't rich.
Well, look, comfort. He was comfortable with her. She was comfortable.
But more money is always better money, though, right?
Anything better than what she was going through.
Okay, but you know what?
Having a bunch of niggas running up on you, that's the girl.
I just want to say,
you know what I'm saying?
I just want to say, I enjoy having this conversation. I love the dialogue. Only thing I wish we was playing cards.
What if it was her? What if it was you? What if he was treating you like he was doing Cassidy?
But see, this is the thing. I don't think he was treating Cassidy bad. I don't think he was treating Cassidy bad. Like the way they're trying to put it out there. I don't think that. And I don't believe that.
You did see that video where he whooped her ass and kicked her and shit, right?
I never seen that video.
Yeah, you can check that out. You know what I'm saying?
So why did he go to jail on that right there? He's on film?
Wait a minute. Now look. He locked the girl up in the goddamn room till she healed up. What about when he broke Kim Porter's nose out in the Caribbean island and then flew in the goddamn plastic surgeon?
I don't believe that either. See, I wasn't there. And I don't have any evidence to prove that he did that.
The bodyguard Gene Deal, wait a minute. The bodyguard Gene Deal that was with him, that's what I'm saying. The people that is with this boy, they not go lie on this boy. The boy is goddamn gay. You know what I'm saying? All the shit that you thinking he ain't, he is. Ain't nobody just go and lie on nobody for no fucking reason at all.
Well, let's not cuss too much. But go ahead, keep talking. But let's not cuss.
They can go pick anybody that is gay. Besides him to mess with. Diddy did these things. He did something. Why every artist he had took off running? Come on now. Why ain't nobody eating but Diddy? You ain't never seen nobody eat and still eating around Diddy. Why everybody dead that ran the company with him? You say to Al B. Sure, look, Al B. Sure ain't stupid. Al B. Sure know what he talking about. Al B. Sure, Heavy D, Andre Harrell, ran that company, Bad Boy. You know, everybody else gone, except Al B. Sure. Now, come on now. And Kim Porter, she gone. You know, that's Al B. Sure ex-wife. You know, she was part of that company too. She had stocks and things in it. Now, how everybody end up dead, and this boy here still, you ain't never heard nothing happen to him. Never. It's a party boy. It's a party boy. You know, and all that information out there, it is what it is. It's been out there. This ain't just come out. This information been out there. You know, it take a buzz for something to really jump out and you to get it. You ain't gonna pay attention to it unless it's buzzing. It gotta be blowing up for you to get it. But when somebody just crying out there and they ain't got that many numbers on there for you to see, you're not worried about them. You know, what about the other woman say he just beat her in the head? You gotta believe that. Dudes beat women in the head. Look, you can't see no knots or nothing. You gotta shave their head and shit. You know, that's something. But she telling people that. I know other women that experienced something like that. So why her story can't be credible? Say he kicked in until she had a miscarriage.
He did horrible stuff to her. Yeah, we don't want to get too graphic, but he did horrible stuff to her.
But yeah, so why can't nobody believe that? Why? Because he did it? Because he got the money. Now they want some money, but they hurting. If somebody's going through some pain and suffering, look, after going through something like that probably stay on your mind for years. You know, that's like losing someone you love or something. It rides you. You know, some people do things and it eats them up and they can't help but, you know, give up, turn themselves in or something. You know, that's life. And then it is that step on people's toes to get where they are. It's called the street. The music ain't really what you think it is. It look like that, but it's a dirty game. That's actually what it is, a dirty game. You can lose anybody just to get in. Kanye West lost his mom. What's her name? Jennifer Hudson. Then she lost her whole family. Now, you ain't never heard of white people losing nobody like that. Because you got to sacrifice something to get in there. That's a closed community, closed world. If you notice, there's more talent outside of that bubble than it is in that bubble. But if you want to get in that bubble, you got to give up something. And it got videos. Look, Melissa Ford, what's her name? The Halle Berry. They all telling you for themselves. They had to sign their name in blood. So this is the game. If you want to get in that game and look glamorous and pretty, come on. Look at your girl on The Color Purple. She crying. Man, we make the same salary. I'm thinking she making money by being in these movies. You see it in everything. And when she said, was she getting paid for it? Come on now. It can take them a whole year to make a movie. That's the salary they offer. So she crying out and telling you she hurting. This how the game is. But we on our side thinking it's glamorous. We looking at these cars. They don't own none of that. It's leased. You got a few of them by their own. but for the majority, it's lease. That house is lease. And you got to pay for it because you at that status. You can't live in the neighborhood. Let's put you somewhere up high. Can't nobody get to you up here. Come on, there's others up here. You got Usher down the street. Drake down there too. Oh, you got a few football players and basketball, even some rock stars. Everybody on this street doing something, making money. That's a game. That's a machine. They get pushed like that. Come on now. You know, that boy been promoting Ciroc and ain't never owned it. What person you know do that? And then want to bash him about it. What person you know want to do that? So what I said is, that's a possibility. It could be what you said about the Trump situation. Yeah. Trump get mad at somebody. They got the money to do that. And it also could be the liquor company. You know? Then it also could be of the things he did. Now, you know, that boy Keith D in jail. Keith D been telling the story for years. That Pac paid him to kill Pac. I mean, Diddy paid him to kill Pac. Been saying it for years. Now he got locked up. If they didn't find the proof that he paid Diddy, because it's supposed to have been a check that went somewhere to open up a club, you know, they go cross every T and dot every I. They gonna find all this out. And if that's something they building up, that's a part too. Along with sex trafficking. We don't know what's in these videos. All we know is videos. But that boy did put out some audio, and he got some videos of himself, them getting assaulted and mixing drinks and all that there. So one thing about it, it's not going to be on no court record, and it's a lie. That's perjury. You got to have something to bag up everything you got in these court records. Because this was going to be presented. So they not coming out the woodwork at one time. They obviously one person got tired, another person got tired. And one thing about it, don't nobody really know nobody. You know, Melissa Ford said she saw him in the room with men. You know, why would she lie? She said that years ago.
All right. Well, I think everybody know he likes men. That's not a question. I think more so people are
It's
concerned.
just everything.
Huh?
I say it's just everything. I believe he done it. The proof is out there. Just like the men that he like, you know, these girls' stories out there.
Yeah. Well, hold on.
You know, like I said, look at that video of that little girl.
I'm gonna put you on hold. Calling from 832. You're live from the air. 832. Are you there? 832. All right, I'm gonna put you back on hold. Hey, Mike, I'm just seeing you out there. How you doing? And Richardson, I'm gonna come to you in a minute. How you doing, Mike?
I'm good. How are you on, Gigi? How are you doing?
Glad that you can join us. What's your thoughts?
You know, I was listening to the last caller that was talking. He was spitting a lot of facts. I mean, he was touching on it, you know, and it's amazing to me that I think coming up, there's going to be so many high profile people, you know, that are going to turn on each other. It's going to be like, it's almost like when you shake up an ant farm, if that makes sense to you, where they all start going crazy all over the place. But
yeah, name some names, Mike. Name some names. Who do you predict that's gonna start going against each other? Name some names.
Well, from what I can see is that the higher ups pretty much are untouchable. You know, you have the elites, you know, but I think Justin Bieber, maybe Usher, Young Miami. Is her name Young Miami? I think it is.
Miami.
Yeah, and of course Kim Porter, God bless her soul, she's gone. But I'm wondering if, and I didn't realize this, that his supposedly sons aren't his real sons. Isn't one Albie Shores and one's Wolf's?
Yeah.
They're not even his real sons.
They're not biological, but he raised.
Yes.
But they're not biological. He's the stepdad.
No doubt. I have stepchildren, so I understand that. But the thing is that it just seems very nefarious. It seems very strange that the situation that they're in. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. And where is this young girl, Ava? Where did she disappear to? She's nowhere to be found. That's another thing that's very strange. You know? I mean, I don't know. It's just, there's so much going on within this case, and people keep saying the same thing on Gigi. They keep saying, well, he's innocent because they haven't charged him yet. In a RICO case, it takes time. It takes time to build evidence. They're going to try to put together a conglomerate of defendants. So it takes time. It's not like when you got pulled over for speeding, right? And you go to court a month later and it's all done. You pay the fine and you leave. This is something completely different. This is human trafficking. This is debauchery. This is possibly the R word. So there's so much going on with this case. There's so many different parameters in it. But hear me out, anybody listening. This is not going to go over lightly. He's not. If anybody thinks that he's going to walk away with no charges, they have a screw loose. Go ahead on, Chichi.
When do you think we will see him in prison?
Most likely, so he's going to drag it out, right? So what you do, so in the court system, if you get charged with something, right, even with evidence, even with witnesses, you can keep continuing it. You can keep continuing the case to gather more information for defense. I would probably say in about a year. I'd say a year.
So,
what do you think?
Mike, I need to talk to Salome Bella, okay? And I'm going to go with whatever she says, because she knows something that everybody else don't know, because she's getting on the park. But I have no idea. I can't even begin to guess about it. Because I don't know what the government is doing. I don't know what Homestead is doing. I just trust that they are gathering a lot of information. I trust they want to get more people involved. I trust they want to really make him suffer. So I don't know their play. I don't have an ear in. So I just want to know what everybody else thinks, because I just don't know.
So on Gigi, they want to have the most concrete case. So when they take him before that judge, right? They want to have everything in line. If they go halfway at it, then he can somehow wiggle out or try to say something's tampered or it's a paid witness or something like that. What I think they're doing right now is I think they're trying to, the government, they're trying to make a concrete case to where he has no way to talk his way out of it. He's a slick character, right? And he has all the money in the world to buy the best lawyers in the world. And he has people above him. Now, this is the biggest thing. This is going to be the egg breaker. There's people above him that are very, very, very powerful that can be implicated. So they're trying to figure out what they're going to do with him. I would hate to say this, but look what happened to Jeffrey Epstein. Look what happened to Epstein. Could that happen to Puffy in jail? Could he disappear? It's possible. Could he disappear on the streets? So in other words, they're watching him like a fine-tooth comb, but what I'm trying to say is that it's not just him and his horrible things that he did. He has people above him, so high above him, music executives, that stand to lose everything. So is it easier to keep him, or is it easier to erase him? And that's, I think, the biggest problem that he has, is because people can erase him if they have to. But he has so much dirt on so many people that this is going to be a catastrophic case. Go ahead, LGG.
Well, you know what? If he disappears, that's going to be very strange considering he's known to always be in the cameras and he loves attention. So that's going to be kind of awkward. All of a sudden he disappears. And it does seem like his PR people want him in the cameras. I mean, he have options. He could just be behind closed doors and we don't see him and we think he's crying his eyes out. But yet he does the unthinkable. He's outside eating ice cream, riding bikes, waving at fans. So it tells me that he is putting up a fight and he is trying to tell the audience, hey, nothing is happening. I'm here. I'm enjoying myself in the sun. His lawyers and him, they keep repeating the same thing. They said, you know, they didn't do it. They didn't do it. They didn't do it. So I think they already are pivoting into one direction. So I don't think that he will go disappearing because it does not seem like that is where they're going to pivot. They are out here every day. We see new pictures of Diddy outside. We go to the Daily Mail and we see him outside, either talking to other people, eating, drinking, being with his family. So he wants to be seen clearly. He knows the paparazzi is watching him. So I don't think he's going to disappear.
And what I meant by disappearing is being disappeared. If you know what I mean, it's an algorithm. Yeah.
Somebody
being disappeared. Yeah. So in other words, if he has dirt on people that are very, very powerful, the money's the root of all evil. If I'm saying allegedly, if he has dirt on people that are like Clive Davis, people that are just immensely powerful, and they sense that he's going to turn on them, people do disappear. So the whole Epstein case, I'm not trying to switch it to Epstein, but Epstein, I think, was going to start speaking on what was going on. That man did not K himself. I don't care what anybody says. All of a sudden, he's in a cell with a convicted multiple K-worder, and he offed himself, and the camera stopped working all of a sudden. Come on. We're not stupid. Come on, people. Conspiracy is something real, but also, facts are real. But what I'm trying to say is that if Diddy is the kind of guy who just likes to do those freak offs and get nasty and do all these other stuff, okay, well, that's your life to live. But for Homeland Security to get involved in for Homeland Security to get involved and raid his houses, they have to have some kind of evidence to execute those warrants. The police don't kick in your door unless they have evidence. And that's the truth. That is the truth. They cannot do it. Because if they kicked in my door right now, and Gigi, if they kicked in my door with no evidence, I'd be a multi-millionaire. Because I would sue the living heck out of them. Because they had no evidence. They had no claim to come into my home, kick my home in, put me under cuffs, put a firearm to my head. They had no proof. They had no evidence. So for them to attack them like that, so I'm wondering if it's Diddy or if it's his sons. And that's what's going to come out in the end. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, since you put it like that, it is possible. But if they were going to take him out, I do think they would do his own poisoning, just like how he took out Kim Porter, just like how he tried to take out Albie Shore and James Fox. I think it will probably be his own poisoning. I don't see them powing him. I think that's too much. But possibly like he drunk something, or he got the flu now, or he catch something. I can see that going on. I can see that, Mike.
Yeah. So there's a chemical that they can induce into you, either and usually they'll do it aerosol wise, but they can put it in your drink. But it depends on your palate. But if they'll get you with a thing, like, you ever see a Jason Bourne movie, and there's a thing where it goes in your nose and it takes you out. So it's a chemical that can induce a heart attack. And all of these people had a heart attack, but they were healthy. They didn't have heart disease. They weren't sick. They were in shape. So how is it possible, anybody listening, that all these people surrounded by this man have the same symptoms that were healthy? It's not possible. But you're right. But poisoning, I guess, is supposedly his thing. He doesn't do it. He has someone else do it. But it just seems like a running theme. And some people's immune systems are better than others. Like I have a very good immune system, but some people don't have a good immune system. So some people will have a foreign object or foreign poison in them, and they'll pass away. And that's what happened to Kim Porter and stuff like that. But I thank God that Albie Shore, and I thank God that the other gentleman is still here. But they're deaf. There's the best way to say it on Gigi, where there's smoke, there's fire. Something is not right. And anybody who sits there and looks at everything involved and just, you just things you make you go, remember that song, things you make you go, it's like, it doesn't add up. And all these younger artists are coming out, and you're seeing that their lives are falling apart. And they were always surrounded by Diddy. So I don't know. But I hope it's not true, because I want to believe the best in the world, Gigi. But it seems like there's a lot of horrible karma and a lot of horrible energy around this man. I believe that he was emboldened, and he's talented. He's a talented man. Not going to say that. I was a Bad Boy fan. I'm not going to lie. I told you that before. But he seems evil. But the music industry is evil. It's an evil entity. And I believe he fell into that evil, and I believe he felt that he was untouchable, Gigi. That he can do whatever he wants, and he's untouchable. And guess what? Now, my man, you're getting touched. Now they're after you, and now he's flipping out. So go ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I'll agree. And I think we should get some other callers to weigh in as well. Stay right there, Mike. You guys know Mike is one of our favorite hosts over here. If you guys love Mike, smash that like button. All right. So, Ron Richardson, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Salute, my queen. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. How are you?
Good. I'm good.
Okay, I want to ask you guys, do you hear an echo or feedback before I get started?
No.
A little bit.
Oh, do you hear Gigi? I don't. Go ahead.
But go ahead. It's bearable.
Oh, is it better now?
I think so. It's a little bit better. It sounds like you have me on speaker.
No, I don't.
Okay, well, just continue because I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Couple things I want to say. I've been watching your show for a while. I do love your show. I really love the fact that you get callers involved in the conversation. I want to say that before I go any further. And the other day I watched a show. You had this woman on, I believe her name was Trey, and I absolutely agree with everything she said. One of the key things that she mentioned is that sometimes people say that things just don't add up and it doesn't make sense, and they don't have evidence, and they don't understand why he hasn't been arrested yet. But I believe that those people who say that don't understand how stuff works. They don't understand how the feds operate. And because they don't understand how the feds operate, that's why they speculate that this is kind of people trying to take a black man down. And I just want to say that that is not true in the case of Sean Combs. A lot of people who have never interacted with this man, they don't know who he really is. And let me just say this, I am not trying to bash him. I have a past. I'm not perfect. I've done things that are wrong. We all have a past. But I have truly asked for forgiveness for the things I've done wrong. And I've done things that I will never do again. This man refuses to humble himself, and he is still threatening people and harassing people and trying to intimidate people with his resources and his power. He is unrepentant. And I really don't believe that he is sorry for anything that he's done or has been accused of. And I just don't see him changing unless he's forced to. Nobody is isolating him out of all of these people in this world and picking on Sean Combs. I had an experience with him I'm not going to go into that because it's not about me, but I just want to say, when I speak, I'm speaking on facts. I know how he operates because I had a negative experience with him, and I'm a songwriter. And everybody is not lying on him. He does try to hurt people. He does threaten people, and he is violent. And before Cassie even filed her lawsuit against him last year, there were other situations brewing that a lot of people don't know about. Everybody is primarily focused on murders of maybe famous people such as Biggie and Tupac. But I want to assure you that there are other people who have been murdered. There are other investigations going on that people don't know anything about. And the only reason I know about some of it is because I know a lot of judges and lawyers. I know people in high places and people who work for the Department of Justice. There are other situations brewing that are serious and that don't have statute of limitations. And I can't really go too far into that because I don't want to compromise anybody's job, but there are some other things going on that are more serious, or I should say just as serious as the essay allegations and some of the other allegations. Another thing I want to mention, I live in Ohio. My cousin plays basketball, and he played basketball with the guy, Brendan Paul. They played in some type of tournament, ACU or something. I don't know that much about basketball, but my cousin alerted me the day that the raids took place, and my cousin called me and said, "That's my former teammate." He said, "I played basketball with him," and I didn't know who the guy was, but he knows him well. They have each other's phone number. They played basketball together, and then shortly after Brendan Paul left Cleveland, he went to Syracuse to play basketball in Syracuse. So this guy is from Ohio, and all the people here, they know him. One of the things that has been stated is that Brendan Paul has already snitched on Sean Combs, and that is a fact. His lawyer is not going to be proactive in disclosing that and telling everybody that his client has already snitched. No, he's not. But he has already snitched on Sean Combs. And so that's something else that I know for a fact that has already taken place. I believe his lawyer made a statement and said something like, we're not going to try this case publicly. We're going to try it in court. Well, he doesn't want to, of course, he's making that statement because he doesn't want people to know that his client has snitched. There are people who have snitched on Sean Combs. Brendan Paul has snitched already, and I know that for a fact. And there are other people who have snitched on him, such as one of his former bodyguards. There's a guy, not sure if you guys remember the video that circulated about a year and a half ago. There's a guy named Uncle Ron. He was a former bodyguard for Puffy. And he said that he told everybody in his video that he was working with the feds and that he had cooperated and he had given them proof of some things that have happened. Before Cassie filed her lawsuit, there were other situations going on with Sean Combs that a lot of people don't know about. So I want to let you know, for the young lady, I can't remember her name, but she's the same young lady who's on a lot of your shows, and she seems to be defending Puffy, or maybe she doubts that he did this stuff. I can't remember her name.
KFC.
Yes. Yeah, nobody's attacking him. Nobody wants to see a black man go down. I know I don't. But this man has a negative history, and he has tried to hurt people, and people are tired of that. He has done some things that are going to come to light. And again, her problem is she just doesn't understand how stuff works at the government. But I do, because I'm connected to people who work for the government. I know how it works. And he's got some serious stuff going on. It's not just the SA. There are some murders that are being investigated.
Yeah. I was law enforcement, and I'm also a government contractor. So you're exactly right. You're exactly right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's pretty much what I wanted to say. I think she felt maybe that everybody was just believing the worst without having facts, and that's not true. There are people, we know how stuff works, and there have been a host of prosecutors, federal prosecutors, judges, and lawyers who have given their input on some of the shows on YouTube, and they have even stated that the feds already have a case against him. They're only waiting because first of all, they have time, and it takes time to go through those videos and those surveillance cameras. And a lot of people don't understand that. That stuff is time consuming, but they already have a case against him. They're just trying to get more. And that's what
it's taking the most time, young lady, because it's a RICO case. So with the RICO case, everybody affiliated with that case is going to be charged. You might see 100 people charged. I mean, it's possible. A RICO case is anybody that was involved in any way with his actions will be charged. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. And so I just wanted to hop in. I couldn't resist because every time I listen to your show, Gigi, I hear this young lady and I'm thinking, does she really believe that everybody is just exaggerating or chasing money? People are putting their lives on the line by coming forward, and I don't know anybody who's that desperate for money who's willing to put their life on the line, considering how dangerous he is and the reputation that he has for violence. People have died. People's family members have died. And let me add this, a lot of the people who are in question as it pertains to some of the murders that are being investigated, some of these people were not famous. People are only focusing on Biggie and Tupac, but there are other people who have. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that. Gigi, I didn't mean to say the M word.
Oh, it's
but
okay.
But but there are some other people who have been harmed who are not famous, and their families want justice too. And again, nobody's attacking him and accusing him. Nobody wants to see him fall. I don't rejoice when my enemies fall. I don't wish bad on people, but it's to the point where people who have real talent are being shelved. They're being overlooked and dismissed because of the games that these people have been playing for years in the music industry. They are hurting people and they are bullies, and people are tired of that. They're tired of it. And this is somebody's child. When you think about the SA allegations, it may not be your daughter or niece or sister, but this is somebody's child. A lot these young girls, and I just think that is just unacceptable behavior. And I do believe that a lot of people who are connected to him, they are just as responsible because he would not have been able to do this by himself.
So you're basically saying they facilitate him. They help him get to. Yep. Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
Perfectly said. Perfectly said.
Yeah. So perfect. KFC, nobody's attacking you. And, again, you keep saying, where's the proof? And believe me, they already have it. You just don't have proof. The proof is coming. It just takes time.
And that's pretty much what a RICO case is. A RICO case, if anybody's listening, a RICO case is basically going after people that actually facilitate or help this person either hide people or continue their crimes. They're just as comparable. In other words, they're helping this person. They're not stopping them. They're helping them. So go ahead, young lady. I'm sorry.
Oh, right. No, that's okay. But yeah, those were the primary things that I want to say. I know when I'm speaking, I know for a fact. I'm not speculating. I'm not putting rumors out there. I know people in high places, and I know for a fact that there are some other situations going on with some people who have been unalived. And some of these people are not famous. But, I just think that a lot of people think that this man is being unfairly targeted. No, he's not. When he doesn't get his way, all hell breaks loose. And I know that for a fact because I went through stuff with him. Everybody's not lying on him.
Did you ever get to meet Biggie?
No, I didn't. No.
I got to meet Biggie one time, and I got to meet him in Lynn Haven Mall in Virginia Beach. 'Cause I grew up in New York, right? I'm walking through the mall, and I look over. I'm like, what the heck? And it's this big dude, right, with sunglasses on and a Kango, and with like 20 dudes around him. It was Biggie. I was like, yo, and he was so cool. He's like, yo, what up? Like, it's like, yo. Yeah. And this is in '98 when he was fire. Okay. But anyway, I never met Puff. I'm sorry that you had to meet him, but I did meet Biggie. Go ahead. I'm sorry, young lady. I'm sorry, but I did get to. I did get to meet Biggie.
My purpose for hopping on was just to, really direct towards KFC because I think she's the person who consistently has stated that there's no proof and we need to prove it. And I'm not attacking her. I want to make sure she knows that. But
No doubt, no
it
doubt.
really is disappointing to hear that people refuse. One of the reasons people are reluctant to tell people about experiences that they had, especially with high profile people, is because people don't believe it, or they start bringing
Yeah,
up your past, or they discredit you, and that's why so many people are silent for so long. One of the young ladies had said something like, well, why did Cassie stay so long? She could have left. A lot of people don't understand the emotional abuse that a person goes through. It's not just physical. When you're dealing with somebody like that, and they don't know what she's been subjected to, they don't know what violence she's seen. If you're with somebody for 10 years, you have seen some violence. You've seen some things happen. And when you
and
see it, it is intimidating for you to want to speak up or to want to just pack your bags and leave. And not only that, I know a couple occasions she did try to leave, and one of his lawyers sent her a letter wherever she was and told her that it would be in her best interest to get back. The lawyer is wrong too. I don't know who the lawyer is, but one of his lawyers also played a role in harassing that girl.
yeah, yeah.
So,
It's classic intimidation. So basically, what you do is, now I was a psych major. So basically, you get inside someone's mind and you manipulate them out of fear, out of like, in other words, he showed her, like, she didn't come from money. She didn't. She wasn't like rich. This man is multi millionaire.
right,
She sees this life of like over the rainbow, a big bucket of gold. But then he was also able to get into her mind. There are rich people out there that are amazing people, that help the community, that do
right,
good things, But this is an evil rich man because he
right,
was put in a position. Puffy is nothing more than a puppet. He's a puppet.
right,
He's an evil puppet. But Cassie, the reason why she didn't come out is because she was afraid. She was
right,
scared to come out. But you know what? I give her all of my kudos, all of my flowers, because you know why? She was the first person to step up and say, you know what? I'm going to risk it all, and I'm going to stand up and talk.
right,
And because of her braveness, because of her bravery, now it's all coming out. So
right,
in an abusive situation, let's say that you have a family, right, and you have 5 kids. I'm just giving you an example, and no one wants to talk, right? But it takes one kid
right,
or one sibling to say something, and all of their bravery gives other people their bravery. And so
right.
Cassie is a brave woman, and she needs our love and our support. She's okay. She's being protected by Marshal Service and HSI. He cannot get to her.
Right.
So everything's going to come out. Go ahead. I'm sorry, young lady. Go ahead.
And let me just say this too. A lot of people are under and Gigi, I believe I heard you mention this the other day, that a lot of people think that people are just unwilling or reluctant to come forward. A lot of women, or not just women, but people in general who have had negative experiences with him have spoken up. I know I have. A few years ago, I told people that he threatened me. But again, when people are obsessed with celebrities in the climate we live in, they always believe that it's something you did wrong. That is a deterrent. That discourages people from speaking up. And there are a lot of people who did go through things with him, but they don't have the money for a lawyer. I believe that I don't know how much the lawyer costs, but everybody knows those lawyers are super expensive. A
Yes.
lot of people probably would come forward even more, but they just don't have the money for counsel. They can't afford the
That's it.
lawyers.
That's it. A cheap lawyer can cost you 15, 20 grand.
Right,
A cheap one. A good lawyer can cost you $150,000. Who has that kind of money laying around, especially with this
right,
economy?
right. And there
You,
is
you know what I'm saying?
corruption. There's corruption at every level.
Yeah,
There are lawyers who are paid off, and before
of
you know it,
course.
they just disappear or they bought your case. Everybody knows that that's real. So you have cases where celebrities are paying off your lawyers or the judges or prosecutors. And that's a big part of the reason why some people haven't been victorious in court. The judges and lawyers get paid off. So,
And I'm glad it's federal. I'm glad it's
right,
HSI because let me explain to you why. Let me tell you what. I've been in court before, and municipal, city court, and I remember seeing people with attempted M charges getting 3-4 years, and then I've seen other people get 20.
Wow.
You know why? Do you know why?
Why?
Because one person had a high profile lawyer that plays golf with the judge, right? And then the other one is a public attorney, like the one that you get for free. That's the difference.
Right. A court
Go ahead.
appointed lawyer.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Yeah. So you got a lawyer who makes $500,000 a year who plays golf with the judge on Sundays, and then you got the other defendant that has a public defender and gets 20 years. And the guy who knows the judge, the judge goes 4 years.
Right.
Like the justice system is so fixed, it's ridiculous. But on the federal level, he's not going to be able to wiggle out of this. He's getting his time.
He's getting his. Okay.
Yes, it's because it's federal. It's not municipal. It's not city. It's not like whatever city you live in. You know what I'm saying? You got a city judge. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about federal. Federal is completely different than municipal, and that's why they went after him with HSI, because HSI is the most Homeland Security. Listen, ladies, Homeland Security is more powerful than the FBI. They have reach that you wouldn't even believe. They have reach, and he's done. For them to raid his 3 houses at the same exact time, you know how much, young lady, you know how much coordination it takes to raid 3 mansions at the same time? That's coordination like you wouldn't believe. That's satellite. That's, I mean, I'm telling you, they got him. They got stuff on him. They would not raid him unless they had concrete evidence, because he could turn around, overturn the case. Of course, they would dismiss the case. So if they come in and they raid him and it's not true, it's all lies, it's BS, they're going to dismiss it. But for them to the amount of effort they put into this, they have to have something on him, either text messages or I think they have video. I think they actually have video on him. That's what I think. I think Cassie went to protective custody. Little Rod went to protective custody. And I think they have actual videos, video evidence of him. That's my assumption. I could be wrong. That's allegedly. But for them to come in like that, you tell me what you think. For them to swoop in like that, they had to have massive amount of evidence. What do you think?
Richardson, are you there? All right, I think Richardson fell off. But Richardson, if you're out there, I would love for you to come back. I really enjoy your talking points, and I just love hearing you talk, to be honest with you. When you talk, I listen, okay? And the audience love you as well. So, okay, it looks like she's trying to come back, but possibly having issues with the device. But whenever you get that device right, Richardson, I want you to call back because we want to hear more from you. You are such a delight.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. You're such a delight, and I just want to say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
The bravery to come out and to speak out. And I want to say I apologize for what Diddy did to you. I am sorry that you still have not got justice, and you have used your voice and you have tried to fight this beast, and nothing, he has yet to fall down. So we are fighting for you. And I hear you clearly, Richardson. She says it's more victims out here that don't have the money, that don't have a voice. It's a lot of people out here that's been hurt by Diddy, that are Black, that we have yet to hear from, that has been silenced, that has been paid off, that has been threatened. So we have to fight for them too. Now you want to talk about, we got to look out for the Black community. What about the Black victims that has been harmed by that Black man Diddy? Huh? Right. All right. So Richardson, I want to hear more what you got to say. The audience want to hear what you got to say. You talk before Richardson, but what you talk, oh my God, I just be quiet because I just want to hear you talk, and you have so much information about him. You have experience
Yes.
With him Richardson. I've never talked to somebody that have experience, that have actually worked with Diddy. So
Yeah.
I am honored. And
Well,
I want to say thank you so much. And I just want to give the platform to you. I would like just talk.
right. And let me ask you, can you hear me okay?
I
Mhm.
can't.
Okay, I just want to clarify one thing. We never really got to formally work together because there was so much negativity. It didn't happen. And I apologize, but my battery is going dead on my phone. I believe that's why it's cutting in and out.
That's the Diddy spirit. The
Right.
Diddy-
But yeah, before it goes there, just a couple things I want to say. Again, I can't stress enough. There are other people, believe me, a lot of people who I've talked to, because from what I've discovered is when I went through what I went through with him back in 2000, it started in 2014. That's when I started hearing from other people that they had negative experiences with him too. So that's when I came to learn there are other people, but other people just don't have the money for a lawyer. They can't afford it.
That's perfect. Perfectly said. And I think, and young lady, if you agree, I think because it's gaining so much steam, I'm hoping that there's going to be some high profile firms that will take this pro bono and go after him.
Right. For the people who I'm not pursuing anything against him. Let me just say
Yeah.
that because I can clearly see that God is getting revenge. And I don't wish bad on people, but I can see that God is paying him back for all the stuff that he's done. And that's another thing. Some people really believe that this is coming from who said something about Donald Trump? I'm thinking, is she kidding me?
Do you want to talk to KFC?
I would love to.
Okay, Mike, I'm gonna put you on hold, and I'm gonna bring KFC up here. KFC, are you there?
I'm still here.
Hi, KFC. How are you?
Okay, I'll let you ladies talk. Go ahead.
Okay, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Here's the thing, a couple things I want to say. I listened to you on several of the videos that you did over the past couple days, and I do understand where you're coming from about evidence and proof. But I just want to ask you, because of a comment that you made recently about he and Trump had a falling out recently, do you really believe that this is all predicated on something that happened between him and Trump?
Yes, I do.
Are you serious?
100%. I'm positive. 100%. Because think about it. Nobody has been thinking about Diddy.
Okay, but let me just say this.
All of a sudden.
I know. What if I told you that I know for a fact that before, as of October of 2022, I found out through a judge I know that there were things going on with him, and that was in October of 2022. As a matter of fact, I shared it with a couple of my friends and a pastor because I went to a pastor to get counseling about some things that I was going through with this man. And I know for a fact that there are things that they were investigating with him. And it could have been before October of 2022, but I know for a fact this is not Trump. This is not somebody trying to take a black man down, KFC. This is stuff that this man.
Let me ask you a question then. Let me respond to that. Because
Okay.
Jeezy puts me on mute, and people call in all the time attacking me because of the way I feel and the disposition I'm taking on it. But let me ask you a question real quick.
Okay.
You said something about you know a lot of famous people, and you have to know how laws work in this country. Okay.
Well, no. Let me. I didn't say I know a lot of famous people. I just said I know judges and lawyers and prosecutors and people who work at the Department of Justice.
Okay, but you said you have an understanding of the law, correct?
I understand how stuff works. I'm not a lawyer, but I understand how the feds work.
Okay, so if you understand how things work, then you would know that just understanding how things work is not enough. You also have to know how this country thinks and what they do. Let me just ask you a question real quick. Remember when Kanye West was going through all that stuff?
Right.
He made those remarks about Jews. Remember that?
Okay,
Right.
let's not say that word, KFC. Come on now.
Okay, about the Jays. How about that? Is that better?
Yes.
Gigi?
Yes.
Okay. Remember Kanye West made all those comments about the Jays?
Right.
Remember that? Remember Donald Trump still had him over for dinner. And Donald Trump's son-in-law is a J. You don't
Right.
think that's strange? But even after, hold up. Even after that dinner took place, social media did not convict Donald for having Kanye West over. They still convicted only Kanye. So what I'm trying to get you to see is that you can't tell me everything is fair, because it's not.
Well, I didn't say
And that's why
everything is
if Diddy
fair.
ever hear these videos, if Diddy ever watch these videos on YouTube, please reach out to me, because I want to be a part of your legal team. Because see, I'm tired of people picking and choosing who the law applies to and who it does not. And I'm getting tired of people feeling like they have a right based upon what they hear about somebody, trying to make it creditable without having the true facts and evidence. That is not fair.
Okay, but KFC, I didn't say that anything was fair.
Speaking bad about Diddy are former employees, his former bodyguard, his former chef. Is nobody right now that's working with him though. So
Right, but don't you think there's a reason why they're former employees? Because of
they have nothing
because
on
of
him.
his misconduct.
That's what I think. They
Huh?
have nothing on him. They have
Okay,
nothing
so
on him.
here's the thing.
Trust
Again,
and believe on that.
and I can't speak for the lady who was on the other night, Trey, but what she said to you is identical to what I feel like I need to say to you. It's not a dig or a jab, but you really don't understand how stuff works in the federal government. They already have a case against him. They are just acquiring more information so that when they do bring charges, that the charges stick. They just want to make sure their case is airtight. It's not like they're lacking or they don't have enough evidence. They already have a case against them. And again, nobody is isolating Sean Combs out of all of these people in the world and in the entertainment industry. Nobody is just picking him and picking on him, saying that he did all of this bizarre stuff. Like, nobody is just making stuff up. These allegations were surfacing before October of 2022. And I know that. That's a fact that I know. Again, before Cassie filed her lawsuit.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When it came down to Jeffrey, right? Why come nobody's not saying where the victim's parents were?
What do you mean?
None of Jeffrey's housekeepers and maids are coming forward saying they witnessed him do anything. But yet everybody saw and seen something when it comes down to Diddy. I don't get that one either.
But here's the thing.
Paying them girls. He was paying them girls. So them underage girls, their parents didn't question where they were going.
Well, that's a different issue. Right. KFC, you have a legitimate point, but that's a whole different issue. With the parents being negligent, that's a different situation altogether. We're talking about his conduct. Again, the parents may be incriminated in some way. I'm sorry.
Why is it a different situation?
Well, it's because there are different situations going on, or issues, I should say, that you're bringing up. You're saying that, well, what about the parents? The parents are not absolved from any wrongdoing or from being negligent with their kids. They are wrong. I've always said that, and I've said that even with R. Kelly.
Let her finish her talking point.
Okay.
Let her finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I feel like the parents are not absolved of any wrongdoing. Let me say that. I do believe that people need to keep up with their kids and that they are just as wrong or liable for their kids as anybody. I said that with R. Kelly and with anybody else. Where are the parents? The parents need to keep up with their kids. Why would you turn your child over to a grown man? If he didn't have money, you wouldn't turn your child over to him. Yes, I do fault the parents for that. But at the end of the day, if there are any charges that will come against the parents, they will come. The parents will not escape any judgment or punishment. But right now, what we're talking about is Sean Combs. Again, nobody is attacking him and just making stuff up.
Right.
I know for a fact that this is not Donald Trump. These situations with Cassie are valid. But before Cassie, there were other situations going on and investigations that were taking place. I know that for a fact. And that was before October of 2022. A lot of people just don't know what the information the feds have. If the feds are not going to tell us anything, they don't owe us anything right now. They don't owe the public an explanation about what they took out of the house or what they're working on. Again, that's not how they operate. But when the time comes, when they are ready to divulge
Mhm.
what they have confiscated from his home and what this investigation is all about, oh, believe me, they're going to let everybody know. They do not operate like local law enforcement.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Okay.
With Jeffrey, right? Where
Okay.
were the victims? Where were their parents at? And
Well,
also,
you know what? Here's the thing.
okay, but let me ask you this. Hold on, I was
One question
quiet.
at a time now. You can't be asking a
I
bigger
wasn't
question.
done.
You know her. Girl, stop. One
I
question
wasn't done yet.
Okay,
Right.
one question.
Okay,
You know, here's the thing.
let me do this.
These parents,
With Jeffrey,
in my opinion, I don't know every person's situation. Every teenage girl, I don't know what they were going through. Some of the girls had run away from home. Some of them didn't. I don't know where their parents were. But again, my stance on parents with Jeffrey Epstein, with R. Kelly, with Sean Combs, with all of the parents and Harvey Weinstein is the same. The parents are wrong for not keeping up with their kids and supervising their kids. They should never turn their kids over into the care of a grown man, whether he has money or not. They're wrong for that. Nobody is saying that they're not wrong. But what people are saying is, hey, this is about Sean Combs. And this is why the focus and the spotlight is on him, because of the stuff that he did. Later on, maybe things will come out about the parents. But he is the one who is
check this
up
out.
for discussion.
Hold on, KFC.
Okay.
Hold on, because you know her battery about to die. Okay, so Richardson,
Yes.
are you happy with your conversation with KFC?
Yeah.
What did you want to say now?
You know, I didn't want you to think that I was attacking you when I first came on. I know you said that everybody is trying to make you feel like you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not one of those people. I am reasonable and I'm fair. And I did listen to you. You do have valid points, but I just want you to know, from a person who has had personal interaction and experience with Sean Combs, people are not lying on this man. I am not on here speculating or giving you my opinion. I'm telling you what I know about his behavior. And he did do the stuff that people are saying he did. And there are investigations about other situations that are coming out too. I know that for a fact. So I just want you to know, people are not, it's not trying to take down a black man. It's not the works of Donald Trump. It is the works of Sean Combs. And it is the wrath of God coming back on him for what he has been doing to people.
Right. And I just want to say, Richardson, you're so classy.
Oh, thank you.
How you respond and how you deal with individuals. It's just it should be admired. Because when I tell you, you are a woman of class.
Oh, thank you.
And
but
just
you know what, Gigi, let me say this. I'm not a perfect woman. I've done things wrong too. And that's why I started out by telling people, if I've done something wrong, I've taken responsibility for it. I'm not ducking and dodging. And I've humbled myself. This man doesn't seem to be humbling himself at all. He is still taunting people, still threatening people. And that's what I don't know what it's going to take. You know? So I appreciate you giving me a chance to be heard. And I love your show. I watch you all the time. And I would like to continue to be a part of it, you know. Yes. So you're doing a great job.
Voice. We need more representation. We don't have a lot of you representation out here.
No?
So no, we don't. Everybody is at everybody's throat. They want to yell at everybody. You see what happens on Real Housewives of Atlanta?
Right.
Real Housewives of Potomac, to the baddies, to the hip hop girls. We don't see people having disagreements with each other, but still coming in the place place of understanding. You have that, and we don't see that often.
Well, I would love to be a part of, coming logging in. Well, I'm a viewer. I would love to continue to get feedback. Believe me, I've got plenty more stories to tell you. So depending on what your topics are, I might log in again. But yeah, we do need to, even if we disagree, I think we need to disagree respectfully and not try to tear each other down. I see so many content creators and bloggers like really going at each other in such of a negative way. And I'm like, why can't we all come together, even if we disagree,
Correct.
And that's why I watch you, because I don't see you doing that. And I see you having people come on. And I like the fact that you get other people involved. That helps your numbers, by the way.
I appreciate it. Let me know what works.
Okay, I will. And definitely thank you for giving me a chance to be heard. I hope you guys have a blessed night. I don't want to take up too much of your time, and I'll talk to you again soon, hopefully.
When you get your battery charge, call back if you're still up and available.
Okay, I sure will.
All right.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Have a good night, you guys. Thanks, Mike.
You are amazing. You're amazing.
Thank you. You are too.
You're amazing. You're amazing.
I appreciate it. You guys have good energy. I feed off of energy. You have good energy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I'm out. Have a good night. I might talk to you guys again later.
Okay.
God bless you. God bless you.
Mike has great energy. So what are your thoughts? What do you want to say, Mike?
She's amazing. I mean, she's like calm, collective, cool. You know, it's like, and she was navigating through all the nonsense, but that's a good guest right there, Gigi. That's a good guest.
She has a good heart. Even though she keeps saying, well, I'm not all good. I'm like, girl, I can't tell. Like, I don't. You think
she's honest. Have we all made mistakes in the past? We've all made mistakes. I've made mistakes, but her energy was pure, and I loved it. I think she was a great person to have up, Gigi. I think she was amazing. I really do think she was amazing. I mean, I fell in love just with her energy. You know what I'm saying? Just like the way she would articulate herself through the argument. Like she never got upset. She was chill. You know what I'm saying? Because people always want to portray people as like extra. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, no, she was chill. She was cool. She was very respectful, and she respected your panel. And that's the most important part. So anybody listening, when you come on Gigi's panel, you respect it. You respect the panel. And that's what it is. Now, other people don't, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But anyway, yeah, it's all good. You know, it's all good. But no, that was a great guest. That was probably one of the best guests I've heard you have on in a while. You know, and I think if you look at the chat on Gigi, I think a lot of people are getting tired of all the drama. But a little bit of drama on Gigi is good, but like some people bring too much drama. You know what I'm saying? So if you're listening, you have to balance the drama with the information, because we're here to learn from each other. YouTube is a platform to learn from each other, to learn from each other's experiences, their different lifestyles, their different, just the way that they view things. But some people come up and they're a little bit too negative. Go ahead on, Gigi. I'm sorry.
All right. So let's spin the block back on Diddy.
So the whole thing with Diddy, now, Gigi, do you think he's going to go to jail? Do you think that?
I'm hoping he's going to go to jail. I want that to happen. So yeah, I want that to happen. But I do have some other callers, Mike. So let's answer. Calling from 321. You're live on the air. 321. 321. Are you there?
Hey. How everybody doing?
Salute, young lady. Salute.
Yes. So, I had a lot to say. First off, I do want to shout out you the environment that you guys we feel like we outside on the porch, just talking.
That's right.
And shout out to
I love it.
Yeah, like shout out to Richardson too. I'm gonna just start out with like Cassie. Cassie, when she came out, she was like, it was like when Cassie and Lil Rod said what they said, it was like an alley hoop to Lil Rod. So Cassie, the reason why everybody's taking it serious is because she was able to put all the bad things in the document together. Over the last 20 years, over the last, time span, people would give little tidbits through interviews. And we didn't know what to believe back then. So you got somebody that'll say something and we'll be like, I don't know if that's true or not. Then you got another person come out. I don't know if that's true or not. Then you got all these people that's coming out. And then Cassie come out with the whole document and then she going into details. That's what, you know, made everybody kind of get on the bandwagon of what P. Diddy is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was about to move on from Cassidy. If you ask me, it looked like it was dying down. But then Lil Rod came through with the audio, which is like to seal the deal.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Perfectly said. Perfectly said. Let me ask you a question, young lady. Do you think that Little Miami is going to be the most important person in this case?
Yeah, because I think what P. Diddy is with her because they kind of like they're about the bag. So P. Diddy throw people under the bus all day, and Miami she gonna do the same thing. So if she get tucked off in that little room, she gonna get like before she lose her her freedom and all that, she going to give that man up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's no honor amongst like those type people.
No doubt. So there's a term. There's no honor against thieves. So you're exactly right. Or you know, you say thieves, but people that have a broken spirit. But Little Miami apparently was recruiting people to come to those freak offs. That's allegedly. Allegedly. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So what happened was she tried to recruit Krishan Rock for P. Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all know that when Krishan had an interview, she was telling everybody because her and the owner of Zeus Network, Lamine or whatever his name is, P. Diddy had like yoked Lamine up and was like, "Don't y'all be doing her like that." And the reason she was speaking on it because she thought P. Diddy was trying to protect her. So she was proud, like, "Oh, P. Diddy jacked up the owner of Zeus because of how they do me." But what that was he was trying to show you know how people real like how predators real they victims in. They make it like it's nice. I'm your protector. I'm here for you. I got everything here for you. You know what I'm saying? So that's what she thought. But yeah, so with Krishan coming out and saying that, Miami is definitely recruiting. And then she had the little tweet where she was like, to the little the other lady that P. Diddy was dealing with. Young Miami tweeted like, "Oh, I make Diddy have you do you know what to me." You know what I'm saying? Like I have P. Diddy do you like she don't know that she throwing this man under the bus, but this is before all this stuff blew up.
It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me because I grew up in New York and I grew up on R&B. I grew up on hip hop. I grew up on doo-wop. But it's amazing that this span of music, the gentlemen that were running it, it just seems like they were just like almost like satanic. Like they got off on like hurting other people. It's just weird. I can't figure it out.
Why it's weird because they tell y'all who they are. All the hip hop, all this music is about taking each other out and doing drugs. So I mean, it's not like they hiding who they are. But thank you, 321. I appreciate you. I'm gonna let you go right now. Calling from 763. You're live on the air. 763. Are you there?
Yeah. You there?
Yeah. Yes. All right. 763. I don't know. Maybe it's a troll. Okay. So Mike, I'm gonna put you on hold because I gotta redo the call log. KFC, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right. So I need you to call back because I have to redo it to open up the phone lines. Before I do that, is there anything you wanted to say? I know the last time I put you on, you were talking to another young lady, and then I let her talk. So I'm coming back.
No,
go ahead.
I'll call back in.
Okay. Anything you wanted to say right now, or you just gonna call right back?
Nah.
Okay.
I'll call right back.
All right, boo.
All right,
we love
bye.
you, girl. We love you. All right. I gotta let you know you loved. Okay, everybody loved. You
I can handle
understand?
it. I can handle it.
Okay, you love, girl.
All right.
All right. All right. So I know some people are saying, well, they can't get on, and the reason why is because the line then ran out of time. So what I have to do, I have to call back in. Prior, you heard something take down 10 seconds, 20 seconds. So when it does the countdown, that pretty much saying hurry up and call in to get in the queue. But once that time has count down, then you won't be able to call in. I have to redo the program to get my time in. So that's what I'm doing now. In a minute, you're going to hear me calling in, and then it's going to open up the phone lines, and you will be able to call in that number you see on the screen. And there's multiple ways you can call in. You can call in, or you can hit that StreamYard.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
There we go. Marianne, hey girl. So glad to see you again, especially donating $5. Marianne says, hey, Gigi, Mike, and KFC.
To start your show now, press 1. To hear important instructions, press 2.
Don from Making from the Band. All right. Yes.
Your show is scheduled to start in 27 seconds.
All right. So that's going here. I'm going to add Sarah back on. Well, Sarah, how you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm great. Thank you. I've been following you for a while.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3,
So
2, 1.
Yeah,
am I on?
Oh,
Blog Talk Radio.
Hello.
Yep, you're on. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. No, that's okay. Yeah, really quick, just the video that he made with his little son reading out the names. Did anyone see that?
Yeah, that wasn't his son. That was I believe his staffer son.
Oh,
yeah, we've seen it, and Mike's seen it as well.
Because that's crazy. I mean, the names.
Yes.
I mean, how many did he list off? Like 30?
Yeah. Sarah, salute, Sarah. Good, nice to talk to you. Good.
Thank you. Yeah. Just,
that was a disturbing video. He has another man's child on his lap reading a list of names. That was very creepy.
I know.
What do you think?
Why the child, right? And then the kid looked uncomfortable too. He was like, I don't want to do this. I don't know how to say these names. But that's pretty crazy because he's like kind of like, I don't know if he's telling them don't say anything because if you say something, then I have shit on you, or if he's just kind of trying to warn. I don't know. It was just interesting that he's like, well, I'm not going down alone.
Yeah. So Sarah and Gigi, do you agree? I want to ask both of you ladies a question. Do you agree that everything in life is about energy, like the energy that you give out and the energy that you receive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And the energy seemed off. It didn't seem like, I mean, it's different. Like if I hold my nephew or my niece, right, in my arms, they're my family. They're my blood. They're actually my blood. And there's nothing weird there. I would never had someone's random child on my lap. I just, that's just something I would never do.
Yeah.
That's
a whole
nother
layer. And it's not really making him look any better. And it's just weird. Like, just name him off yourself. Why are you bringing this kid into it?
And in the Italian culture, so I'm Sicilian, Sarah. I'm Sicilian. Gigi knows I'm Italian, Sicilian. Okay. And in our culture, we will be a godfather to somebody's child, right? Godfather. It basically means if something was to happen to your best friend, like in other words, you're a godfather to your best friend. If something was to happen to you, I'm going to basically make sure your child is okay. I'm going to make sure that he or she is going to be taken care of. But you're not going to have him on your lap doing a video. What is that? What is that?
I don't know. And I'm just surprised that I just haven't heard much about it. And I thought it was just such a big thing that here he's about to be on trial and he's he's acting I think he's losing it. He's definitely starting to lose it and panicking. Like, what am I going to do?
Sarah, do you think there's a mental decline? Do you think there's like something mentally wrong with him?
Probably. I mean, with all the drug use, probably.
Yeah.
You
It's
know,
possible.
damage anyone's brain.
Yeah,
and
it's
plus
possible.
the fame going to your head would make you feel, you know, could bring out some narcissistic tendencies. But I mean, I just think that the whole industry is, you know, I mean, they don't even hide it anymore. You know, who their god is and who brings them the most fame and how to keep your fame and who you have to worship. And I think but it's not just the music industry, it's movies and all of Hollywood. So, and the politicians are all tied up in it too. So I was big on Epstein, and that was before, you know, I feel like the truther community helped take him down. And I hate to see Diddy go down. It's not like, you know, I think he's one of a lot of people's favorite artists, but you have to separate the music from the person, I think. And just, it's like a shame, but yeah, I can kind of see what he's saying, because it's like, why all the focus on just him when there's so many other people doing
Sure.
So.
Sarah, are you a Christian or a Catholic? Are you or even a Muslim? Whatever you are, do you believe in God?
Yeah, I consider myself a Christian.
Yeah, so I'm a Christian. Okay, and I was baptized Catholic, but I converted to Christianity because it's harder to atone if you're a Christian than a Catholic. But it seems to me, this is only my opinion, everyone listening, it seems to me like the music industry is very satanic. All the symbolisms, all the selling of your soul, you know, because music touches you in a certain way. And if they're able to frequency into your soul, and this, I'm going to sound crazy, but I just feel like the devil uses the music to get into you. That's just what I feel.
No,
I've
heard that many times, that like that they're feeding off of our energy, and definitely with the music is meant to make us feel a certain way and act a certain way and want to live a certain lifestyle, which is not really the best. So
let me ask you a question. Now, me, I would rather be barely getting by, which I'm not. I mean, I'm okay. I'm okay financially, but and I love God. I'd rather be getting by and love God than be rich and go to
I agree. I don't think anybody understands how bad hell really is. I definitely don't want to go there. And I know I could have more money if I were living
right. So would you rather be a billionaire for 80 years, or would you rather be a normal person?
I would not take that gamble. I wouldn't do it.
Eternity. For eternity in peace and love. You know, and that's the thing, is that's why the devil tempts you. The devil will tempt you into this.
Because I don't want to get too much religion, because everybody on the chat is not religious.
Right.
So I don't want to go there. And religion is such a controversial topic. So I try to get away from that. But raised Christian. I'm not a Christian, but I was raised Christian. But it's a choice. It is a decision to listen to the worldly music. As I was raised to be a Christian, I could not listen to worldly music because it was not uplifting God. So in my household, if it was not uplifting God, it was not in our household. Movies, music, that's just how I was taught. Now, again, I'm not a Christian, but I was raised in a Christian household, and that's just how my people were. It is a decision. Going to Christian schools, that's all I know of Christian schools. I was in private schools. We had music.
Me too.
So, you know, you don't listen to that music. You listen to Christian music that uplifts. It's a choice. And I think sometimes it's like, why are so many Christians choosing to listen to worldly music? Why are so many choosing to promote and listen to movies that promote drugs, that talks about killing people, like the 50 Cent shows and the mafia shows and the music, the what do you call that? The games is so violent, everything. But you study volunteering. I mean, you put your hand up to listen to it and go there. It just, but I don't want to get into there.
No, I try to stay away. I do love Christian music. Actually, it's pretty good these days. But it's the TV and the movies. That's a little harder. That one I got to work on a little.
Yeah. Well, when I was growing up, I could not. I was on punishment for listening to those type of movies. Or I got on punishment. One of my worst punishment, I bought a secular music and I don't want to talk about my personal life because this is not a personal show. Okay. I want to keep it on Diddy. Diddy. But
see, I'm pulling you into personal stuff.
I'm like, Lord, how mercy. But since we're here, my parents, this is how they operate. God told us, anything you want to let us know. And I say, no, what are you talking about? Are you sure? The Holy Ghost have talked to us. And we went through your room, and in your drawer, we found a rap album. What is this?
Oh, wow. Right.
I'm gonna
with my punishment, of course, I was on punishment for 6 months. I couldn't talk on the phone. I couldn't go anywhere. I had to write Psalms, the Psalms out. I had to write it out.
Wow, I thought my parents were bad.
No, I had to type it out after I got finished writing it out. And then after typing it out, I tried to get other friends to help me. They found out about that because the Holy Ghost told them that too. So I was on double punishment. And then I had to put it in a recording. So basically, I had to cite it all out. And Psalms, it's a long book. Okay?
Yeah.
I was on for a long time because I bought a hip hop CD. Okay. And I tried it and they felt like it was just disrespectful. I was being disobedient to parents. Second, I put that in their household, which tainted their house because people believe in energy and spirit, and you don't put that in their house. It's disrespectful. So I know it's a choice, it's a decision. Okay, but let's move on.
We'll move on. But on Gigi, I'm sorry. Like I'm a counselor, so I mean I can pull things out of people. So I apologize. I'll pull back. But Sarah, I'm sorry. I'm able to.
It's interesting. We'll see what comes of all the people because he's not alone. But we'll focus on him right now. But I think those artists are going to have to respond that he named off.
Do you think? I mean, I'm asking you, ladies. Do you think Justin Bieber is going to flip on him?
Oh yeah, like dang Justin Bieber. Like what's he done? He might, since he listed him off. He might now. He might be pissed off because I think he was used. I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
Look at his face. Look at his face. Right. Just look at that look on his face. Okay, that's a look of despair. In other words, he's disparaged. And if you see him like at NBA games, you can see that there's something troubling with his behavior. In other words, he seems to me like a very good person. I mean, I'm just telling you my opinion. He seems like
his song, Where Are You Now? The video, and just pause it. Like there's just all these crazy screenshots, Illuminati, and there's all these things that say help me, like he needs help. Because when he was really young, like there were older people just asking him inappropriate questions. I'm sure you guys seen him being like just touched and stuff. So
cared about him. His parents.
He looks like he's in pain. Like he's in pain. Like he needs someone to help him.
Yeah.
And it's sad because once you get enthralled and all that debauchery, and he's mega wealthy, right? He has all this money, right? He's got all these fine ladies lined up, but he's not happy. He's not happy.
Yeah.
He's not. Look at his face.
I don't know why he was named off I think, did he list Ellen? I know Ellen's been talked about a lot. And
Yeah.
Naomi Campbell hung out with Epstein. And I think a lot of the names actually link to Epstein. So it's going to come full circle. And
Yeah.
we'll see who goes down. They might go down like dominoes. So we'll see, right?
When I look at him, when I look at his pictures, when I look at his mannerisms, I'm just saying, like of late,
Yeah.
I see somebody that's in pain. I see somebody that needs to talk to somebody. I see somebody that needs to, tell their story, but he's never going to, because if he does, then he's destroyed. Because these bigwigs destroy him. So these are sheep to the slaughter. That's what these people are. They're these beautiful.
I feel bad for a lot of the artists, even though they go down a bad road, and especially the younger ones. That I pray for them, because I feel like they got wrapped up in something that they didn't know what they were getting into fully. So.
Exactly. What you just said is perfect. They were preyed on. They basically used. All right, so everybody is born, they're innocent, right? You're an innocent soul, right? And people will be innocent up into sometimes in their 20s. And then something will start to happen to you and you start becoming uninnocent. I believe that this was an innocent young man, got into the music business. God gave him an amazing voice. Amazing. And then he was manipulated by other people. And now he's a tortured soul. That's just what I believe. I believe people like Diddy and other people like that, Russell Simmons, people like that, they manipulate innocent souls. Go ahead, ladies.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much for listening to my.
Anytime, Sarah. You have a
my views.
great voice, Sarah.
Oh, thank you so much.
And your sound is so professional. I feel like you're on a radio show.
Oh, really? That's so sweet.
Yes. Your voice is high quality.
You guys.
Sarah, where are you from?
Michigan.
Oh, Michigan. Okay, awesome.
Detroit,
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm from
Detroit. I grew up in New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. You're from Detroit too?
That's I'm from Detroit.
No, I grew up in New York, but I live in Virginia now. But I grew up in New York though. But no, Michigan's great. The Wolf. You're a Wolverine fan?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, there you go. Dave Portnoy all the way.
Yes.
I love it.
Well, yeah. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Keep it up. I'm gonna keep listening.
All right. So I do have a caller here. Calling from 513. You're live on the air.
Hi, I have a question for Mike.
Salute.
Hello?
Yes, he's here.
Yes. How long were you an officer?
I'm sorry?
Can you hear me? I said, how long were you working the street as a cop?
Well, I was in law enforcement. I'm not going to go into details, but I was in law enforcement for about 8 years.
8 years? Okay, so you helped child services, right? When they would go and take children out of the homes?
So, did I what? I'm sorry, can you say it again?
I said you went with social workers when they would take children from homes, right? And put them in the system?
No, I never worked with CPS. Never worked with CPS.
Okay, but cops do, right?
Well, police officers will go with, or law enforcement or special agents will go with CPS to make sure that CPS doesn't get abused. But they have to have evidence to go and remove the child. But no, I have personally never interacted with CPS. No, I have not. I have not.
Okay, well, everyone keeps saying, where are the parents? Okay, as an officer of the law, you should know how it works. In family court, you do not have to have evidence. They will take children on hearsay. They get ex parte. The cops accompany the CPS workers to protect them, not the parents and not the children. Okay, so we got to also remember all the priests that got locked up, right? And Ohio State, we had the wrestlers that were molested. And then you've got other kind of people too, gymnasts by their coaches. So the parents are kind of victims in all this too. What we're forgetting is the children, okay? And we're forgetting the police. We're forgetting that all of these people have immunity. Diddy does not have immunity. So in a way, he's kind of going to be a fall guy. So we need to not look at the parents and almost not even look at Diddy. It's the judges, it's the police, it's the social workers, it's the public defenders. These children, there are children that we're talking about, right? That's the big deal here, children. So that music, the movie, Sound of Freedom or whatever, look over here. That's what they want you to do.
So So were your children taken?
First of all, I'm paying attention. Okay, I've been around for a long time. I was in
So
scared.
were your children? I'm asking you. You asked me a question. I'm asking you a question. Were your children taken?
Actually, well, I'll tell you. You want to know what happened? I'll tell you. You want to take care of my child? Here's what they're doing. It's called medical kidnapping. That's one aspect of it. Okay, you've got hospitals and schools signing contracts with the government. If you don't believe me, look it up. Anyone can Google their state. They're selling kids online. You can buy a foster kid online. Okay? There's medical.
You can buy a foster kid online. Young lady, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're not making any sense. You can't buy a child online. What are you talking about?
Listen, because we're talking about human trafficking here, okay? You're wondering how to get away with it. Where's the parents? You got to think about it. Who has immunity? The judges, the social workers, and the cops. Okay, you keep saying, where are they getting these kids? Where are the parents? I'm telling you, the government has more rights to your children than you do. There are doctors and hospitals out here. Maya Kowalski just won $260 million, okay, because she was medically kidnapped. It's just not a joke, and people need to take it serious.
You're not making sense, and you're destroying the vibe of the channel. I'm sorry, young lady. Sorry.
Let's keep it on. Where's the parents, and what about this, and what about that? There are children being trafficked, and the cops are in on it too.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
That's
we
all.
heard you, but we just want to keep it on Diddy. I thank you so much for calling in. I'm gonna let you go now. Are you okay, Mike?
Oh no, on Gigi, I'm fine. She was rambling. Something's going on with her, but no, we'll leave it there and we'll move on from there. Sorry, on Gigi. Sorry.
Not getting personal. Please don't call up here asking Mike personal questions. Keep calling from 850. You're live on the air.
Yes. Hello. Good evening. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Salute, young lady. How are you? How you doing? As we say in New York, how you doing? What's going on?
I'm doing well. I grew up in New York also, and I'm old school.
What part? What part of New York? What part of New York?
Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn.
Bed-Stuy, no doubt. I grew up in Far Rockaway. So great to meet you. Great to meet you. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No worries. I grew up in the entertainment industry. It is not just with the hip hop industry that this stuff is happening. It's straight across the board. I know firsthand. I've been to some of the concerts. What they do at the backstage of the concerts is they literally line up a lot of these young people and they take them on the tour bus. And sometimes the parents are not there. I've been in the entertainment industry where I had a momager. And my mother was the type that was with me all the time. She didn't let me do auditions without her being there. Mm-hmm. And sometimes we have to watch what happens with our children. But also I worked in the foster care system, and that young lady that was speaking was absolutely correct. What she was trying to say, and maybe I can bridge this to make it a little more understandable, is you have people that are in, and this is unfortunate, that are in the law enforcement infrastructure that misuse their power. In other words, you have children that are taken out of homes, good homes, and they're slapped smack dab into the foster care system. I've seen it firsthand. Mm-hmm. And it's almost like the parents have no right to protect their children. So I understand her part of it. But just in retrospect, that's just something that it's a group effort. We have to work together to protect the children. I've seen some of what he's been doing. This has been happening, and they're just now exposing all of this stuff. This has been going on back in the 80s and in the 90s. Getting the young girls on the bus, it was a different time. So you would see, there was one entertainer literally that sent his, they thought I was younger than what I was because I looked really young. And they sent a gentleman to come and get me, to take me on the tour bus. And I made the mistake because, like you, Gigi, I couldn't listen to secular music, but I was coming off of a play, a production. Okay. And I was waiting on a friend that was a sound engineer for the group. And so I was sitting back on some of the equipment. You know, they have it in the crate, the boxes, the black, boxes that they keep the instruments in. I was sitting on there waiting for my friend to finish, and I was walking around backstage. And one of the producers, well known, sent one of his friends, his bodyguard actually, to come and talk to me. And I couldn't listen to secular music. And then I was busy trying to work myself. And the gentleman came up to me, and I simply asked him, hey, what group are you with? Because I didn't know, I didn't mean anything by it. It was just, that was my upbringing. We couldn't listen to a lot of secular music, and I was just there.
So you just don't know those type of individuals because that's not your world.
No, absolutely. That wasn't my world. And so the gentleman asked me, he sent him over to me, and I didn't know really what he was talking about. So when he was talking to me, he gave me his card, because back then they gave you the little business card. And he asked me, what my name was. And he said, so-and-so, I'm not going to mention names, wants to talk to you. So he's introducing me to this gentleman. And I look at him and I say, oh, what group are you with? Because I'm just watching from backstage. And, this gentleman got really upset because I didn't know the group that he was. I didn't know who he was, And he went back, and there were a set of twins. And he picked them to go on the bus. At the end of this concert, they were trying to get me to go on the bus, but my friend, thank God, God always has somebody in a ram in the bush. He was very protective of me because he actually knew my mother, and he was like, absolutely not, she's not going on a bus. So he had me to wait on in a 16-wheeler, and those 16-wheelers are nice. And at the time, I'm not, bad looking now, but I was really built, because I was always into working out and everything. And I noticed they were looking up my skirt while I was climbing the ladder to get up to the
they were doing some stuff. Yeah, we don't want to go too graphic. Yeah. You don't want to go too graphic.
No. And they were in there doing some stuff. And my friend was like, she's absolutely not getting on that bus. And I realized afterward, how God had a hand of protection over me. Sir, I don't know who you are, the officer. Yeah, you know why? This music is drawing people. You got to remember what the Bible said about who Lucifer was. He was the minister of music in heaven. So he got kicked out because he wanted to be God. So he and some of the other angels got kicked out of heaven. So there's a spirit called mesma. That's why if you notice when you go to the nightclubs, there's no actual activities going on in these nightclubs, but people are just dancing. That's how the music draws you. It's through a spirit called mesma, which mesmerizes you to doing things that you wouldn't normally do. And that's why it draws people. It's because, yes, sometimes in certain music, I'm not trying to get into religion,
saying.
But that's why it's
let's
important.
Bust it around to Diddy. So do you think Diddy is going to go to jail?
Do I think what?
Diddy is going to jail.
Yes, I do. Absolutely, because there's something else I don't share with too many people. There's a song that my brother actually wrote, and that's Juicy Fruit. He did not have permission to use that song. He did not. We had publishing on it. He did not have authorization from my family to use that song. There is a lot of people that turned up unalive. Okay. When I made mention of it to one of his bodyguards, I won't mention the name, he told me to be very careful. That lets me know how real this is. It's real. It's very, very real. This industry, with the stuff that they do to people, is very, very real. I've seen it. It's a lot that I can't say.
Okay.
But yes, I believe what I also believe is that they're putting the pressure on him to sing, because I think it's a larger arena than what we feel. That's why I'm saying there's a lot of politicians and also police officers that have misused their power. If you look at O.J. Simpson, there was a clip where they talked about how he was pow-powing, women, and how the LA police covered for him because they paid him a substantial amount. So it's a big arena. And I think what they're doing is kind of putting the pressure on him so that he will sing about the other people that are above him. Because you got to look at the tunnels also. They're belonging to people that have been in the industry far longer than him, than Diddy. Mm-hmm. So I think a lot of people are going down, and I just feel it. Yes.
Yes. The whole thing with Diddy is that there's just so much evidence against him that it's just overwhelming. Yes. So they're building their case, they're building their RICO case, and they're going to strike when they have undisputable evidence, and that's why they're building it. Everyone as in people on the internet are saying, oh, well, why isn't he in jail already? Because it's a RICO case. There could be 100 people involved. That's why it's taking so long. But like you said, you made a lot of good points, and I think you make a lot of sense, and I think you're a good caller. I think you made a lot of sense in what you said, and you seem very reasonable, in your thoughts. But and I was sorry to hear OJ passed away. I know OJ did a lot of bad things. Sorry to hear that he passed away, but it is what it is. He was a great football player. I was a football player, but it is what it is. But that's another thing that we can get into it on another live. OJ was, and if Aunt Gigi wants to get into an OJ stream, we can get into that. But we're sticking to Diddy right now. But yeah. Diddy, I think Diddy is done. I think he's roasted. I think his back is against the wall. He can't get out. There's two.
He's not roasted until he's in prison or he's 6 feet under. Other than that, he's still jiggling it. 850, I appreciate you calling. We're going to let you go. Richardson, if you're out there, the people are calling for you, Richardson. You have really done something, Richardson. If you're out there, please call in. I hope your phone charged up, and we are waiting to hear you.
Gigi, she's like me. They love us. They love us, Gigi. They love us. We're like the fan favorites. And Aunt Gigi is the queen. Salute to the queen. If you're listening, hit the like, hit the subscribe. If you want to show Gigi some love, show her some love. Do what you got to do. Gigi comes on here and she shows love to everybody, and she's got a great show. Go ahead, Gigi. I'm sorry.
All right, we got to call him from 513. You're live on the air. 513.
Gigi, she's like,
yes. Can you turn the radio off, please, so we won't hear that echo in the background?
I'm so sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you, Carl.
You're in timeout. You're in timeout right now. I'm just playing. Go ahead, Gigi. I'm sorry.
513, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. What's your thoughts? Thank y'all in the chat. 513, are you there?
My thoughts. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. My thoughts on this is I am just totally and utterly disgusted. Just behind everything that we are learning behind this. I'm a 70s baby, so the 90s was my heyday, and I loved all of the R&B music, and especially a Diddy fan, and you know, it's just heartbreaking to see how this is turning out. It's like all the money that you have, all the things that you can do, and this is the stuff that you've been doing. So, do I think Diddy is going to jail? Absolutely. Do I think that he is going to have to burn some bridges with some people? Absolutely. Because Diddy is in the fight right now to try to save self. He doesn't care about anybody or anything other than self. Him, his reputation. I feel bad for his children. I think those are the ones that are going to hurt the most behind this. And just being a parent, I couldn't ever think of doing any of these, should I say, alleged things that we've heard over the course of the months that he was allegedly doing to these people. I couldn't do that. And to have children and you're doing this stuff to women, to men, it's just, I believe in karma. All of the stuff that Diddy has done through the course of the years, it is coming back. And it is coming back with a vengeance.
Do you think that leaked video, that leaked audio of so allegedly Diddy and Meek Mills? Did you hear that audio? Did you hear it?
I heard the audio, and I mean, when it comes down to an audio, you don't know. I mean, it could possibly be, it could possibly not be. Until we see some real video footage of things happening, I can't put too much stock into audio.
But do you honestly, in your heart, in your heart of hearts, do you feel like he's guilty?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, there you go. There you
Absolutely.
go. Well, that is your God-gifted energy. Good. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. It's just too many people coming out and they're saying the exact same thing. I was always told as a child, if you got people saying the same thing, they're on the same accord, something happened. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
That's what I said earlier. And the thing is that when a lot of people come out in simple psychology, when a lot of people come out, young lady, and they have the same exact experience, it's not a lie. It's true. And everybody's coming out against him, and it's the exact same story. It's not like altered. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's exactly the same. So I think that now he knows that he's caught, and listen, we could for YouTube purposes, we could all be wrong. We could be. But in my heart of hearts, as a Christian, I feel that he has done evil things, and God is going to punish him. That's my opinion. No one else's. That's just my opinion. Go ahead.
All right. Hold on, Michael. I'm going to put you on hold. Now, 513, when people say, you know what, why haven't they came out like the victims? What do you say to that?
I think fear in this industry is a real thing. And when people are afraid, they won't talk. They won't say anything. And this industry is a bit like the streets to a certain degree. It's a code of the streets.
Hell yeah. And in the streets, everybody's scared of them damn streets. Ain't nobody talking shit.
Exactly. So if you don't have people that's gonna speak up
then of course this is going to go unchecked for so long. The problem is with this is that this is an industry that has unchecked power across the board. And, people talk about the government coming in and regulating everything and, they don't like it. But for situations just like this is a prime example of why there does need to be some regulations. Somebody does need to be checking in. Somebody does need to be seeing what's going on with these people. Because for this many people to be hurt by the hands of somebody who I hear through the grapevine is a complete and total punk.
Well,
you
let's
gotta be
watch
a punk
that language. Let's
on
watch
women.
the language.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Just say
coward.
Coward is much
frustrating.
better. Coward is much better.
It's just, yes. It's just frustrating when you see this. And it's like, from different clips that, you hear sound bites, different things that they show on TV, we must say, we all knew something was going on. We just didn't know to what magnitude.
Mm-hmm. And I guess you cannot underestimate a coward because, honey, you think a coward ain't gonna do nothing. They might make moves you don't expect and you can't come back from.
Absolutely. And then what do? So I feel bad for the victims. I truly hope that, at some point that they can, try to heal from these bad experiences. And I feel like this, whether they put themselves in those situations or not, nobody has the right to drug you. I don't care what you're consuming to.
Yeah, you
grown people
right.
Gonna be grown. But when you are drugging people and you are taking something against their will, there's no room for you anywhere on this place on earth. Mm-hmm. I feel you doing stuff like that, you need to be put under the jail. I feel bad for Diddy's children, especially his daughters. My heart goes out to them babies because I'm pretty sure to know that, to hear that, all of these horrible and heinous things about your father, that has to be hard. And they got to go to school every day. I think about that. What if that was my children in that position? How would they feel? So my heart goes out to these babies because they have a long road ahead of them of just shame. And this is all due to their father, unfortunately.
Yeah, but they don't seem like, some of them don't seem like they give a damn. So we will see, and that depends on how they were raised. If they felt that money and power and influence is everything to them, I'm sure they're not really going to care about what people say, but we will see. It's sad, and hopefully the kids will overcome. I think they will. They seem to be very strong-minded, but they shouldn't have to go through it in the first place. But you just never know. I know a lot of people be wishing and hoping. I wish I had rich parents. You just never know what the kids of the rich parents got to go through. I've watched a lot of TV shows and all these rich parents and government people. Their kids always seem to be unhappy. I don't know. Somebody said, do I think more people is going to come out? I don't know. They said that little Rodney, was very disappointed that a lot more people did not come out. It seems to be a lot of victims that speak out. They always are expecting other victims to speak out. You know what it reminds me of? Do y'all remember Christian Keys? Christian Keys came out. Do you remember him, girl? Do you know him?
Yep.
Okay, yep. Do you remember when he came out? And of course, we thought it was Tyler Perry. He came out, and what he say? He said a lot of people gonna start speaking out. Girl, he thought the men was gonna come speaking out. They ain't do shit. Do you hear me? Ain't nobody start speaking out. So a lot of victims that speak out, they thinking that everybody feel like they feel, and that's gonna do you a disservice. You cannot calculate and try to predict everybody else. So I think that little Rod, he has his case. Cassie definitely got her case. And Cassie definitely, her case is solidified, especially after Diddy done paid it off. And that's why they got the raise. They say because of Cassie. Cassie is using this lawsuit to protect her because she knows that Diddy is going to come after her. I mean, after she done took that money from him and exposed all this shit, she is the reason why we're talking about it now. It was Cassie. So
That's
Diddy
right.
got Cassie on the #1 hit list, and Little Rodney is second in line. Okay, so she got to keep this shit going. Okay, hell no, she
And
got to
I'm
have the spirit of
hoping,
Diddy. Don't stop, won't
and I'm
stop.
hoping
To put
that
him behind
these
bars, because if you
people,
have that man loose, honey, I'll be scared if I was her. And I know some of y'all got strength. I don't got that fucking strength. Shit, I'm scary as hell. Okay, and that's my truth. Go ahead.
I'm just hoping that these people who are coming out, that are talking, that are telling their truth, that our government is protecting them. I would hate to hear later that something has happened to one of these people who was strong enough to tell what happened. I know God protects seen and unseen. So if these people are doing this with the right intent in their heart, I'm almost 99.9% positive. No, 100% positive. God will keep them protected. But when you come out with stuff like this, and other people see it and they went through the same thing, and been in the same situations, it's a certain amount of shame that comes with that. You have people nowadays that, they do whatever and they don't care. And then you have other people, they've done it, but they are shameful behind it. And they don't want to be plastered all across the TV and YouTube channels and all of that. They want their privacy, and I can respect that as well. So I think it just comes with a bit of compassion for those victims, even if they did go through it, and they choose not to talk. That's their truth. That's how they feel, and we have to
that's
respect
how
that.
they was brought up. You got to remember, society, especially society that I was raised, was very conservative. So when I say that, meaning that they victim shame a lot. A lot of conservatives, what I was raised up, and you guys know how I was raised, victim shame. They feel that you had no business going to the dark side, no way, and that's what you get. And be thankful you're still alive, and God allowed you to come out of that. Now you got to get yourself right together. It's not about chasing money. It's not about chasing fame. It's about getting your soul right. So that mindset is more so getting yourself together, not more so, what other people want, justice. You understand? Because where I come from,
Right.
they feel that it's your fault. You went over there and you touched that fire and you got burned. That's what you get.
And that is very true. I grew up in that same era where certain things was just taboo, and if you were caught talking about it, you might get popped in the mouth and asked, where'd you hear that from? So I completely understand that.
If you are
really
a prostitute and you out there tricking, if something happened to you, oh well, that's what she got. They don't care. That's
right.
Where I come from. But I don't feel that way. I'm not I'm not who I was raised, that mindset. That's not, I separate myself from that. And I feel that if you are a prostitute and something happened to you, I'm going to rally for you too. I don't give a damn who you are. If you don't believe, if you believe, I don't care if you believe or not. I'm going to rally out for you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to, right now, we have to rally for everybody. Even for
that's
Diddy,
a victim.
because
Prostitutes, hoes, all of them. Shit.
It takes a very hurt person to go around doing stuff that he has allegedly said to have done. And we all know hurt people hurt people. So, I hope and pray that Diddy, at some point, he has some sort of remorse for this. Because at the end of the day, when you are selling your soul, quote unquote, to the devil, you don't understand what you've put at stake until it's already done. And now you got to go down the road. And for him, it may be too late to change anything on this side of the dirt, but hopefully before he closes his eyes for the last time, he gets it right. He asks for forgiveness. And that's all that can really be done in this situation. There is no amount of money that is going to change the things that he has allegedly done. If he's actually done those things, I don't care how he gave Cassie $30 million. Guess what? She's still hurt. She's still hurt. You got the money, but guess what? When you die, you can't take it with you.
Mm-hmm. But Diddy can't heal that hurt. God, she has to go to God. Ain't nothing the money that he can do. That Diddy can do. I just want Diddy to be behind closed doors, prison. That's all I care about. But when you're hurt, nothing nobody can do. That's a lot of self-healing. You have to do the work yourself. We've all been a victim to something. And some of us hold on to it. Some of us feel like if they get a new man, that's going to heal them. If they buy a Gucci purse, that's going to heal them. You have to do the work yourself. All that money, the purse ain't going to heal that. You have to do that. That's an inner thing. You have to come to peace. You have to forgive. Depending on your religion. Now, if you don't have a certain religion, you may not have to forgive. You do what the fuck you want to do. Shit. Okay.
I love it, but you are absolutely right. You know, there's no two ways about it. You know, it's sad, and it's going to be a long road to healing for everyone that is involved in this. It's just funny though when stuff like this goes down, and you actually see it. Then you see the tears, and you see the I don't know what happened. And, you know, everybody's trying to come up with some type of excuse or, you know, why they were involved in this situation or, you know, and it was like, well, you wasn't doing all of that when you was partying, when you was, you know, dropping it low and picking it back up and having a good time. And, you know, you wasn't.
Because they didn't
give
a damn. They don't give a damn. And most people, they don't care. They don't care. And they just don't want to be held accountable. And then they put the firework tears on when they get caught. That's just how these people do. Shit, you know how it is.
I pray that this changes something in this industry, though. Something has to change. Because how many more people are going to be sucked up and victim to this type of stuff?
Well,
how many more people
my thought process is totally different. I don't think it will ever change. I mean, depending on your belief, I think you're a Christian, right? And I know in that world, it's how I was raised that this is the devil's domain and he is free to roam and do whatever he wants. So if it's a devil's playground and you're expecting it to be the saints' playground, that's crazy to me because the word is clear as day and you're trying to change something. You're trying to make something that is not. My upcoming, and I really don't like talking about religion, but since the thing got turned into religion, but I rather not. It's too controversial, and you know everybody got their different things. But yeah, but yeah, you like just passing by.
I would
anyway.
like to see
this not your
from
house.
A different.
This is not your home. You are a vessel passing by. This is not even where you're gonna stay anyway. You just passing by.
Absolutely. And I believe that. But when I say I think something needs to change in the industry, I'm not even speaking on a spiritual aspect. I'm talking about as far as whoever these top executives are that are helping in whatever this negative activity may be within this industry, it has to start from the top. And yes, this is the devil's domain and his playground and all of that, but it still needs to be some monitoring in this to make it fair across the board for everybody. Because right now it's not fair.
You want to monitor the devil's playground. That's interesting. That's interesting because if it's not the music industry, it's going to be Russia. If it's not Russia, it's going to be China. If it's this is how this world have been working. When you look at your history, you're always going to have evil men doing stuff, taking advantage. This is a capitalist world that we live in. So you just have to be aware and you just have to get yourself together and the people that you love, hopefully you can inspire them to have wisdom and have discernment and not go into dangerous territory. Don't go. I was watching The Lion King yesterday, and just like the daddy told Simba, don't you take your ass over there in the shadows with the hyenas, and his ass was listening to motherfucking style. You don't go to certain areas. Like I was raised,
and that's
if
true
you
because you can't go
are,
to
if
certain
you,
areas of city.
I was raised, if you are that religion, then you don't go to worldly events. You don't go searching for trouble. Like, stay out of that. That is a decision. I didn't have any choice. I could not partake in a lot of different things with a lot of concerts and stuff. That was forbidden for me. But you
But see,
know,
I see it from a different side because I graduated from School of Creative and Performing Arts, and my whole dream was to always be a singer. I love to sing. I went
they
to
said
school
sing
for
for
that.
God, sing for God, go to gospel, sing for God, but use your voice.
And
God gave you a gift, so don't you use it and do the devil's work. That's how I was taught.
absolutely, but when you are a fresh 17, 18,
It don't matter.
19.
17, 18, you grown enough. Your parents, their job is to reel you in, is to steer you in the right direction. They are the stewardess of your
Absolutely.
life. So by 18,
And they're
17,
supposed to be,
either you gonna,
but we're
go
but
the
we're
right
talking
way,
about
huh?
but we're talking about this day and age. We're talking about the way society is now. Yes, 30 years ago, absolutely that would have worked. But in this
I
day and age,
disagree.
this
I
is the
disagree.
this is the day and age we live up. The kids do what they want, no
No,
respect,
no, no.
and
The parents are not parenting. The parents are garbage. Okay. I still have relatives that keep that tradition, and their kids that's 15, 16, they're not even allowed to be on social media. So it's about a lot to do with that as well. And then you have some parents that just allow their kids to be raised by whatever. So I disagree with that because I still see a lot of people hold on to their traditions and they're very strict, and all the kids are not the same. Every kid is not out here doing hood rat activity and just want attention.
no, they're not. But the vast majority of them, they act one way in front of their parents and a completely different way when they're away from them. So my question is when we have this, because we've all been that age, and yeah, we would do one thing in front of our parents. When we got with our little friends, it was something different. How do we as a society protect the next generation that's getting ready to come into this? I want everybody to know, yes, follow your dream. If you want to sing, sing. If you got a shot at it, go for your shot. But at the end of the day, you still have to be safe in doing that. How do we keep these young people safe? That's the question.
How do
That's
you
what
go to
everybody
war?
needs to
How do
be
you get
asking.
signed up for war and make sure you're going to come back alive?
But that's two totally different things.
I'm just asking how, because you
You
want to go to
following your
war, but you want to
dreams
come back,
should not
right?
be you fighting for your life.
And aren't you fighting a spiritual warfare when you go into these entities? Ain't you fighting for your life? When we're talking about that spiritual, you're fighting for your life. You're going to get sucked up in some shit you can't get out of. And that's going to be death to your soul. It's a war
I
all
feel like if
around.
for all of us who
But
have
that's just the
left
mindset
school,
I
went to
was
college,
raised.
we followed our dreams. Us becoming a banker or becoming a nurse or a doctor didn't mean that we were fighting for our lives. Just because you are in the entertainment business, whether it's on the Christian side or are you on the secular side? On the secular side, yeah, you're gonna have to deal with some things that are gonna be a little different.
Right.
Even
I
on
was
the Christian
raised,
side,
if you
that
are a
ain't
Christian,
all
you should not be in the
copacetic.
secular side. I was raised, you have to separate yourself. You cannot be one of them. It should be a difference a day and night. How you talk, how you walk, everything. Separate yourself.
Absolutely, it should be.
So I can't understand if you're one way and then you want to drift off in here for fame and fortune when you can use your talent to uplift your religion.
Because guess what? It's the easy way out. It's the easy way out. If somebody's just giving you something and you don't have to work for it, who's gonna go towards where they gotta work for? You're gonna go towards the easy way out.
Everybody. Well, I'm not understanding the
So that's
easy
what I'm
way
saying.
out. Easy.
That's how the young people get dragged into this.
Okay.
Like I say, Diddy knew when he hooked up with Young Miami, that was not by surprise. That wasn't by mistake. She young. He may have felt like she wasn't
not
the
young.
smartest.
That girl is about to be in her 30s. She has multiple baby daddies, and she's a hood rat prostitute. She chose the life that she chose, and she chose to sign up for this. She is not no victim. She did what she did. Now, Cassie, that's a victim, but Young Miami, she's a participant. She knows what she's doing. She's well aware. She's probably done worse before Diddy. All she do is be with thugs.
I'm not saying that she's not a victim. I'm not saying that she's a victim. That's definitely not what I'm saying. Yes, she has her part in this. But at the end of the day, we're talking about a 50-something-year-old man compared to a 20-something-year-old girl.
Going
now,
on 30 with multiple baby daddies.
Was. What does multiple baby daddies have to do with anything?
I can never see Young Miami being a victim. She begged to be a part of Hollywood. She begged to be a part of this lifestyle. She don't even have talent. Can't write. She can't sing. She can't rap. She can't even do a talk show. The bitch can hardly even talk. But she want to be famous so
that's
bad.
My whole point.
She want attention so damn bad.
That's my whole point.
That's all she want is attention.
That's my whole point.
That's all they want is the damn attention. That's it. And want to shake their funky butt. That's all they want.
But that's my point. Why did he target her? For all of the things that you just said.
Because
that's why
she wanted it. She raised her hand up. But please don't mistake that all Black women are, and Young Miami is a representation, and all young Black people are like that. You have a lot of young Black people that are out here that are having nice families, but they don't want attention. They're not out here trying to do anything to go viral, you know? They actually living a good life and a peaceful life. Hell, who needs attention when all it's going to come with a whole bunch of bull crap anyway?
True.
But let's get back to Diddy, because, girl, we're going to go all day going around in different parts. Shit. But I appreciate you calling, girl. All right. KFC, I'm going to bring it back to you, girl. I need to hear your voice.
Yeah, what's up?
I need to hear that voice, KFC. I need to hear that Baltimore. You from Baltimore, right?
I'm from DC, Maryland. Yeah.
Okay, you know I love that accent. Well, KFC don't got nothing to say. She mute.
Nah, because you mute me out. You know, so it's like I get it.
You said what?
You've been muting me out, so I haven't had an opportunity to respond.
No, it's just I'm trying to juggle it in. I'm just trying to juggle it in.
I know, I get it.
You do have people that love you. You know you are the villain, and we love villains.
I know that.
Even though we say we hate villains, we love to hate villains, okay? So I do bring you in and out.
That's cool.
Marianne, what's your area code, Marianne? Go ahead. Yes, I'm listening.
You talking to KFC?
No, KFC, what
Oh,
you
Mary.
said you want to ask
Okay.
a question. Go ahead.
Why come you're not discussing, like, when it comes to Diddy, with one of the allegations, like Little Rob was saying, when he passed out at Diddy's house, when he woke up, he was in the bed with Diddy, some sex workers or whatever.
Freaky
So my
workers.
question is, why come none of these sex workers have come forward
Freaky
yet?
workers. Freaky workers. The reason
Freaky
why the
workers.
freaky
Why come none of
workers
them come
have
forward
not
yet?
can I tell you something? The mindset of freaky workers, they already don't love themselves, a lot of them, right? They already know society has a disdain for them. Okay? Who gonna believe a freaky worker? Nobody really in America, well, society sees a freaky worker as a victim. So they have a slim shot. But even if they did sleep freaky workers, what are they? They are worship money. You can pay them off, right? I would think that's the easiest group of people you can pay off is freaky workers. Hell, you can piss on them for a amount of money. You can shit on them for a amount of money. They would do anything for some money. So who's really going to trust a freaky worker that would do anything for some money? Diddy has a whole bunch of money he can throw at freaky workers to shut the hell up. So there you have it. Those are the
So they're not going to
easiest
even speak
people
on any of
to
the
shut up.
celebrities they slept with?
Why would they? If they get the money, you know, freaky workers,
Okay.
all they say is pay me, run me my money, and I shut up. If you don't run me my money, I'm gonna talk. You just pay them. They raise their hand, they volunteer to be objectified. They love it. That's what they do. Just run them the money. They want the money. Okay. Money.
Okay, but let
And
me ask you
Diddy
another
has a lot
question
of
then.
it.
Okay, but let me ask you this then. You know, outside the United States, prostitution is legal in a lot of countries, right? Like Europe, Germany, Switzerland, Greece, India, Brazil, certain parts of Ethiopia. So my thing is this:
Hold on.
why would you
Europe
run
is
the
not
risk?
legal. Is it really legal out there? I didn't
Yes,
know it was legal.
yes,
Are you
yes.
sure, KFC?
I'm not lying. Why do you think I have to lie to you? Google it in.
I don't want to Google
Google it
that.
in.
I don't want to Google that.
But what I'm trying to say is, so
But okay,
why would
all
you have to
parts in
like do?
America is not it's not legal
I
prostitution.
said outside the United States.
Okay.
There's a lot of
I don't
countries where they
know.
consider it to be legal.
I
So you could go
it's
there
still
and do everything you need to
illegal. I
do.
don't know, girl. Go ahead.
I don't have to lie to you. I mean, you could go there and do everything you need to do. Why would you want to just bring it all to a country where it is illegal and run the risk of losing everything you have? Because if you sit on that kind of money, you have a private jet, you can go back and forth. All right? So it's like I said, again, you know, everybody has their opinion or whatever.
Well, KFC,
You know, I just try to look at things in a different manner.
KFC, if that's the case, everybody that want to smoke or do drugs, why they just don't want to go to Mexico to do it? And they don't have to worry about charges. Why won't they just go across the country and prostitute themselves? Why all of them won't just go there?
Okay, so why is Little Rod upset that no more people are coming forward?
Why is he upset? Because he knew that Diddy have done this to so many people. And he was disappointed. A lot of people, just like people are disappointed that Justin Bieber ain't speaking out. People are disappointed that Usher is not speaking out. You know, when you
maybe because nothing really happened to him.
It did.
Maybe that's why they're not speaking.
Yeah.
There's nothing to be told.
Oh my God, it's a lot to be told, but they are afraid.
Okay.
They are afraid. Superstars are fear too. They fear about their reputation. They fear. Some of them feel like it's their fault. They still victim blame because we live in a society we do victim blame people, and that's just how normal it is.
Okay. But we don't know that for 100% though.
Well, you don't not know it for 100% either, right?
You said what?
You don't not know it for 100% either.
Right. I'm agreeing with you. We don't know it to be true, and we don't know it to be false. I mean, you know, so.
All right. So hold on,
there we go.
KFC. I want to add Mary Ann. I'm going to put you back on hold. Hey, Mary Ann.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey, baby. How are
What's
you?
your question? Good. What's your question for tonight?
The question for tonight is Diddy going to go to jail? And when is he going to go to jail?
Well, if you listen to like the psychic things, they keep saying that he's not going to go to jail, but
who?
I believe he's going to go to
Bella
jail.
said that? Bella said that?
that he's not gonna go to jail. Like I think she kind of made it seem like he was gonna
Are we talking about the same woman, Salome Bella? What did she tell? Tell me exactly hold on. Tell me exactly what she said verbatim. I want to hear what she say. What she say?
I didn't watch it all the way, but I'm pretty sure she said that he is not going to go to jail. He is going to basically she don't feel his soul here anymore. So I don't know what that means, but she feels like he's not going to go to jail.
Don't that mean he dead, Marianne? If a nigga soul ain't here, what the fuck?
I think so. I didn't want to say it because I don't want to mess up your live or anything like that.
Thank you for allowing me to say it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think?
I think maybe she made it seem like it could have been like I don't know how to word this, like more like self-hurt or anything like that. I don't know if that's okay to say, but
okay, he gonna take himself out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, so Erica said that Bella said that he's gonna take himself out of here. So if Salome Bella said it, then I believe what she says. If she said he's gonna take himself out of here, I'm gonna ride with her until she get it wrong. Once she get it wrong, then I'm gonna get off the Bella train. But she been right, so I'm gonna stick on her train. So yeah, he gonna take his ass out of here. When he gonna leave? Girl, he gonna have to prepare for the funeral and everything. Who all gonna show up to the funeral?
I think they said it was gonna be. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think she said like 2 years from now. If I'm not mistaken.
She said 2 years.
Like I watch like you know how you watch like little like slides and stuff like that. I kind of watch a little bit of it, but I just feel like his butt needs to be in jail, like especially for like all the stuff that he's done. And we need KFC up here because she making juicy up here. But
yeah, she does.
I just feel like,
and I gotta let her know we love KFC. KFC, we ain't gonna never throw you away.
We do love KFC. You know, I call you Don.
KFC,
you know, I call you Don for making you dead. Because you sound like Don. but I just feel like he needs to go to jail. Like he does whatever. Like ever since I was a little kid, I've heard things about him, and I'm an '80s baby, and I remember like Tupac passing away and stuff like that. I never even thought like he was the one that did it. But then when stuff coming up when I'm in my dang near 40s, I'm like, well, it do make sense that he did it, and he probably did it to this person. And then when they said like the autopsy for Kim, like the first one said that that's the one, you know, powed her or, you know, whatever, killed her or whatever. And then they had a second one where it was like, oh, she passed away from pneumonia or whatever. I believe the first one because that man was fighting so hard to have that be in court or whatever. And then he ended up passing away from basically the same thing. So I just think that's funny or whatever that happened or whatever. What do you think, Gigi?
I think Diddy is a thug. He raps about being a thug. He's from a thug. He promotes thug activity. He's bad boy thug. I wouldn't expect nothing less. You know, I've always had a fear about niggas like Diddy because I already know if they don't get their way, they're going to take you out of here. You know, they have so much power and influence. So why would I subject myself, if it does not work, to be controlled by him? Hell, some of y'all mess around with niggas that don't even got money like Diddy. And it was a pain to get rid of them. Some of y'all had to move to a whole different state to get away from certain these men. So I can imagine Diddy with all these resources getting involved with him because he's so powerful. And I say that to say that they are going to take you out of here. They can't think, they can't sleep, they can't eat until your ass is gone.
That's crazy because it was supposed to be a book about him with his child's mother and a book with him, but I'll be sure already said that he's going to come out with his documentary because he feels like Diddy is the one that got him in that state. I don't know what all I can say on YouTube. I just don't want to mess it up or anything for you, Gigi. But the way that he had got sick, whatever, he feels like Diddy was the one that had did that to him, whatever. So it's a lot.
He know
it's a lot.
Like he know know Diddy did it because he was about to expose Diddy, and Kim Porter was still telling Al B. Shore stuff. You have to remember, Kim Porter and Al B. Shore, they do share a child, and so they were always going to be in communication. And then they said at the end of it, Kim Porter didn't even really want to be with Diddy. Kim and Diddy had a very toxic relationship. That wasn't a love relationship. He ain't never been in a loving-dovey relationship because he ain't a lovey-dovey motherfucker. Okay? So he likes drama. Go ahead, Marianne. What?
I'm sorry. Did you hear that him and Kim was still married?
No, I never heard they was married.
Yeah, that they was married. They was married to each other, and Diddy basically sold her away from him. And basically, I don't know what he was doing back in the day, but he was scaring people. And basically, they said that he made it where they was married, and he wanted Kim so bad that he got Kim and the baby or whatever, and which is Quincy, and he made it where I'll be sure could not contact them or anything like that. And that's why Quincy always thought that his father wasn't in his life, whatever. I don't know how true this is, but this is just from the streets. And yeah, that he basically how he did Cassie, kept chasing her whenever Cassie would leave him and chase her. Kim was the first one. That's why Kim gave her the phone with all the evidence in there, because Kim already had went through it. And her and Cassie were close. They were really, really close because they was going through the same thing. And that's how Cassie got that phone with all the evidence in there.
Yeah, well, where's the phone at now? Do we have access to the phone?
I think Cassie has the phone. She has the phone. I don't know how true it is, but Cassie has the phone, and that's where they got a lot of the evidence from too to build the RICO case. They said that he would in the magazines where Kim was saying like, oh, we kind of broke it off. He was chasing Kim. Like she would go to her mom's house, stuff like that. He'd find her at her mom's house. He would do all this stuff. And then people keep saying, oh, Cassie just doing this for money. No, she's not doing this for money. This man literally sat here and stalked her just like he stalked Kim. And that's why they got that. That's why Cassie and her got along so good, because they was going through the same thing.
So they can relate. And you know what I think Diddy would really love? He would really love to take Nick out of here. Cassie, man, to take Nick out of here and to take their kid as his own. I think he want to adopt Cassie kid.
Yeah, that's what he do. That's what he do. He's been doing it. He's been doing it. It's not normal for him to sit there and say like that.
Ain't that like a chess move where you checkmate the king and then take the kids? Or isn't that like in a war? Okay, don't you know, have you ever looked at them old war movies? Because I like history movies. Back in the day when they was fighting in England and shit, they used to, take out all the men, and then they will R-word the women, and they would kidnap the kids and make them into slaves. Don't that sound like some warrior shit?
They did that in America. They did that in America. They did that in Africa.
I didn't know they did it in America. Who did it in America?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Man, we don't even want to go through the Gigi, you don't want to go. I don't know if you would.
Nah,
like when they were talking about when they were talking about the history of like the music and stuff, I'm like, it's mighty funny that black people know how to do all the music just the best, and we do everything. All of a sudden, it's the devil. But okay, but anyway,
that.
like that's war. That's what you do in war.
Yeah. Well, stay right there, Marianne. I do have some other callers. Calling from 347. You're live on the air. 347, are you there?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, everyone. Yes, I just want to speak about Diddy. Okay,
please, Diddy.
Not the religious part of things. Okay, I just want to say I'm team Diddy did it, but Diddy did what? You feel me? Okay, they saying all of these things. I don't think that Young Miami, Cassie, neither of any of them was victims. I believe that the victims are the ones that's not speaking. Cassie and the rest of them have seen these things, and they have been
like a part of these things. Now she's speaking on what she's been a part of and wants to get paid for it. You feel me? I don't think she ever was too much of a victim. As she said about her and Kim, she said they were not close, but they have spoke a time or two where Kim had told her she felt sorry for her, and that she should get away from that. But get away from what? Like, you're around all these celebrities, all these people, you can get away. There's been times she's been away from him. Why not stay away? Like, where are the real victims? Little Rod, no victim. You waited until you weren't paid over a year of making this album, getting touched on, whatever, about Cuban Gooding or whatever. Then you want to speak? This makes no sense at all. Diddy did things, but Diddy did what? I'm just not understanding what's going on. But I don't think he's going to jail. I think people like that, they go a long time, if not until they death, and they live a good life. They live it up. People want to go to these parties still. They're asking like, where's Diddy's parties? People want to be included in them, except for people like Cassie now, and a whole lot of other Little Rod now. You see, like all of these people want to check. If this was happening before, why didn't Make It of the Band come out? They from the hood. All of them are talking about.
You just summoned somebody,
Like,
girl. I'm glad you talked because you summoned this person. I'm going to put you on hold. I'm going to put you on KFC. I know you enjoyed her talking, didn't you?
No, I'm just saying she was saying some of the things that I was talking about because we have to find out where the majority of Diddy's parties was held. Was it in Los Angeles?
It was
it in Miami? Because
it was in the tunnel, girl.
If it was in Los Angeles, they have a lot of companies in Los Angeles where they have sex parties.
Okay,
to the
freaky
point where the
parties,
company,
KFC.
Okay, freaky parties. You can Google it in where they'll even come to your house and throw a party.
Okay, KFC.
So if that's the case,
are we doing
these might not
KFC?
even be Diddy's parties.
Are we doing DoorDash parties now? That sounds like a DoorDash
No,
party.
no, Google it in.
Okay, let me put you on hold. I'm going to put you on hold, Marianne. Now, you guys asked for her, and she's back. Give it up, guys. Richardson, please take over, girl. You got the flow.
Can you hear me?
Yo, Richardson is back. Y'all wanted her, and she's back.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, how's everybody doing?
Right now.
Listen, I heard one of the callers say something. I actually I tried to rewind it a little bit on my TV while my phone was charging. And one of the callers said something about, and tell me if I'm wrong, one of the ladies mentioned something about him not going to jail. Did I hear that? Is that correct?
They feel like he's not going to jail. And Marianne said, Bella, the psychic lady, said that he's going to take himself out of here in a couple of years.
Oh, wow. Here's the thing. Let me address the psychic woman. And I don't know if everybody believes in that or not. So I'm not trying to get spiritual with anybody. But what I know is, and what I really believe is that this woman is well connected. I really believe that and I'm not saying that there aren't people who God speaks to people, and I know that for sure, for a fact, right? But again, not going too spiritual or anything like that. I do believe that yes, God speaks to people, and He does, tell us some things that are going to happen. But I do believe that this woman is well connected, and she knows. A lot of people know people in high places, judges, lawyers, prosecutors. A lot of us know people who work at the Department of Justice. It is not difficult to obtain information about cases. I know I used to have a cleaning service, and I had the majority of my clients were lawyers and judges. And, once you start cleaning for them, you become like family, and you learn things from them. They tell you things, and all judges and lawyers, even if they don't know each other personally, they kind of run in the same circles. They either went to law school together, or they know somebody who knows a judge or lawyer, it's not difficult to find out information, whether a case is at the state
Well, you
level
need
or
to please find out all the information and keep coming back and telling us. I didn't know it was that easy. Go
Oh
ahead.
yeah. And that's where I'm going. It's not difficult to find out information, about especially a state case. Now, federal is a little different, but depending on who, sometimes you can still get some information. My thing is, I don't ever want to compromise anybody's job. When I find out something and I'm sworn to secrecy, I can't disclose it. But there are things that I do know that it's common knowledge. A lot of people know that I can share. But as far as Sloan Bella, she knows people. Let me just say that, because there
For
are
letting us
things
know. I'm thinking she really doing something, girl.
and again, this is just my belief. I do believe that she knows people. We know that lawyers are supposed to be confidential because of the nature of the work that they do with their clients, but they talk. And not only do they talk, when you talk about informants and they call them confidential informants, I don't even know why they're called confidential informants, because there's nothing confidential about an informant. The person who cooperates with the federal government or either local law enforcement, their name circulates through the courts. That you have the people in the courts who have their hands on public records, judges, the lawyers talk, and let me just say this. One time, one of my ex-boyfriends, his cousin was a snitch, and his cousin snitched on one of their other cousins. And the cousin who was snitched on asked his lawyer who was the person who snitched. Well, his lawyer didn't give him the direct name, but he said, whoever the person is who you gave $500 to on his birthday, that's the person who snitched on you. He said, that was my cousin. Well, lawyers know through the discovery process, they know who the witnesses are that the government has, and they do tell their clients, they talk. So a lot of the information that Sloan Bella and some other people have, sometimes you get it from lawyers, you get it from judges. They do talk. And again, it's not, I don't think that's a secret. I don't think this woman is really getting the information the way she claims she is. That's my point. It's not difficult to find out. But one thing I do want to say is, again, going back to comments that I made earlier about him going to jail, I want to be the first one to say this. I have had issues with this man ever since 2014. And maybe on another one of your shows, I'll go a little bit deeper into that. I don't want to get off the topic. But because I have had issues with him and I know how he moves, I can tell you for sure, these people want him to go to jail. And I do believe that he is going to go to jail based on what I've been told, information that I know that people in high places have shared with me. And not only that, based on how Homeland Security has come at him, that is a clear indication that they already got him. It just hasn't unfolded yet. But I do believe, I disagree with whoever the caller is who said that she doesn't believe he's going to jail. I disagree. I just think a lot of people, again, don't understand how stuff works. They really don't. And I think because in the past he has escaped so many cases, he's paid people off before. I think people are going by his past, where he always seems to escape trouble. But this is a different ball game. These are federal agents, and they don't play ball the way that other law enforcement officials play ball. It's a different situation altogether. And I do disagree with that person who called in. I do believe he's going to jail. I just don't think it's going to happen as quickly as people think it is. But then again, I don't know.
He going to jail, girl. They said
Yeah.
that same thing with Bill Cosby. They ain't never
Right.
Bill was gonna go to jail. They
Right.
said that same thing with R. Kelly. They ain't never think he was gonna go to jail. And we
Right.
seen him on video doing the utmost to underage. You know what? So
Right.
that's what they say. They're not gonna believe it till actually bust them up in their face, and then they're gonna get bust with the truth like they always do. And
Right.
don't say nothing, they're gonna be on mute.
Right. And you know what, Gigi? Here's another thing that I've been telling people for a while, and I've been saying this even before he got into all this trouble. I really believe, and I'm not blaming people for his actions, but I do believe a big part of the problem, not just with him, but with high profile people in general, they have yes men. And nobody tells them no, because everybody around them seems to just do whatever they want them to do,
Right.
and they look the other way. And I think that's a big part of the reason why sometimes they end up in situations like this. As I stated before, he can't. There's no way he could have done all of this stuff without
By
having help.
himself. He ain't doing it by himself.
Right. And even the chef. I mean, I know KFC. I don't know if she's still on or not, but she had mentioned.
Mute, but if you want me to unmute her, just let me know.
Oh yeah, you can unmute her. She's cool, and I do respect her opinions. Absolutely.
Well, I'm gonna give you a double. I'm gonna give you KFC and KFC cousin.
Okay, yeah.
I know that's right.
What's your name? What's KFC's cousin's name?
Can I say something?
347.
I said.
What's your nickname?
Blessings.
You said what? Blessings.
Blessings.
She called herself Blessings.
Oh, okay. Hi, how you doing, Blessings?
That's
good.
Finding yourself. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Now, I heard what the psychic said a few days ago. She did say he's not going to jail, but I felt that way before. I feel things, I see things, me and my mother, my brother, things like that. We dream things like that. I feel like he has done dirt, but he's not going to go to jail in time, that it's going to take a while. I understand the law. I'm from Brooklyn, East New York. I've seen some of the worst things in my life, from Bed-Stuy, the Bronx. You feel me? Even out of state. My uncles are some of the biggest people. Okay?
Okay.
Now, I'm telling you, I feel like he's not going to jail anytime soon. People like him don't see their karma until they're deaf. When God has to ask you, what have you done for people? What have you done to people? You feel me?
Right. So let me ask you, since you're KFC's cousin, right? Do you think? Yeah. Are you still there? Do you think that President Trump is, because your cousin seems to think that President Trump is a part of this, or I should say the reason for this coming down on Puffy? Do you agree with that?
No, I believe that Puffy is the reason why this is coming down on Puffy. Puffy has done so much dirt to everybody.
Right.
The Lock, so many people, Faith, Biggie, you name it, even Tupac, Suge Knight, a lot of people. This is all gonna boil down on him, and it doesn't have to be him going to jail or anything like that. Like, he's gonna live his life as he's been doing. For 20-something years, I've been hearing these stories about Diddy. We've been doing Diddy Bop since he's been throwing Mace to the background and floating to the front. When Mace was the star, you feel me? When Mace was dressing exactly like him, had to wear shady suits, things like that.
Right.
Like Huddy Combs in Harlem fall by the wayside because of things he did. But I'm saying he's not gonna go to jail anytime soon. Look how fast Bill Cosby went in and came back out. It was like he went into the shelter system real quick. What happened to him last time? But the things they said he was guilty for. Like, I did not understand it, but I know that.
Yeah,
Did you think Bill Cosby was gonna go to jail? Blessings.
No, not at all. I mean, I felt like people were going to come out and say some things about him. They kept saying he was weird. But I believe that this is all embarrassment to Puffy. This is to embarrass him to his core.
But I guess my point is, you didn't think Bill Cosby was going to go to jail, but he went to jail. And I bet you didn't think R. Kelly was going to go to jail. We've been hearing about R. Kelly, but you ain't think he was going to actually go to jail.
I actually don't think those people was as street smart as Diddy is or Jay-Z is. And things like that. That's why I think they have floated through. Bill Cosby thought he was book smart. He was too book smart to get caught. But then you're getting caught up saying that you have you have put things in women's drinks. Like, Diddy ain't gonna say that. Diddy ain't, and look at this, Young Miami, who's to say that they're doing all these things to people without them wanting it done? And to the end, Young Miami is having a good old time.
Right.
And he also is, and all his family and friends. They're gonna live their life.
Okay, but let me just say this. Mark, what's his name? Mark Curry. He was on Bad Boy. He did a video a few months ago where he admitted that he and Puffy were putting I don't know if I should say that, but they were putting things in girls' drinks, and he said getting them a little slippery. He admitted that on video. I forget who interviewed him. It was another blogger on YouTube, but he said that they did that. And so how do you get out of that if you admit, and this is really for KFC, because you said that you just didn't, there's no evidence, but again, people who work for him and with him, they have even self-incriminated. Mark Curry said that they did that. He included himself in that situation, saying he was there when it happened. So how, again, is that allegation somebody, just accusing him of something he didn't do?
Yeah, but look, so did Cardi. So did Cardi B stand up and say that she also did the same things. Is she in jail for that? No.
No,
but the victims that he did this to, supposedly, that Mark Curry is saying, are they stepping up saying, yes, blessings, that was me, that they were Mark? No, they are not. These are people who have been to parties that said, okay, this happened. I'm telling a wild story, a little Freaknik story or whatever like that. Just like a lot of things happen in Freaknik.
Right, but my thing here is, earlier you had mentioned that, there was no evidence, no proof. Somebody who worked directly for Bad Boy, who was one of his artists, who was a ghostwriter for him, he said that they did this. So do you think that he's making this up, or that, this is some kind of conspiracy when his own artist even said that? And not only that, again, look at the number of people.
Okay, can I say something? Because this is KFC here.
Okay.
Even with the Cassidy case, right?
Okay.
With the Cassidy case, do you see how Cassidy waited up until the last minute before her being able to file that charge is going to expire in New York?
Okay, let me say this, KFC. She didn't wait until the last minute. From what I was told, they had been in negotiations for a while. It looked like it was last minute, but they had been in negotiations. He refused to settle. And then at the last minute, yes, her lawyer went ahead and filed that case, but he knew, as a matter of fact, he knew it was coming because he accepted an award. And at the award show, he said something about shout out to Cassie for holding me down in dark times. And people had already said before she filed that lawsuit that he knew it was coming, because that's the reason why he gave some of the artists their publishing and had them sign non-disclosure agreements.
Wow, you just busted a bombshell, Richardson. I didn't
okay,
even think
no,
about
he
that.
gave
Did
back
y'all
the
think about
publishing
that?
is because he made all of the money. They are not going to make that much money off their publishing.
Exactly, he been gave those
He hosted
bags.
for so many years. I know music. I was
he been gave those bags.
Well, when he gave it back, the timing was right before the award shows. So, in other words, when he gave them back their publishing and had them sign those papers, it happened at a time that was just ironic, where it was right before she filed that lawsuit. Many people speculated he only did that because he knew that there were some things coming out against him legally, and he wanted them to be quiet. So he knew it was coming.
Quiet about what the Locks wouldn't say, what Jadakiss wouldn't say that he knew. You feel me? Jadakiss is very outspoken. What would they have said that they didn't already say to him?
Well, it's not just him. It's Mary J. Blige. It's not. It's a.
Why buy the cow when you could get the milk for free? He had the publishing already. He hosted for so many years that they hardly not gonna make any money or royalties for their kids or their family.
Exactly.
Yeah, have it now.
They may not make money, but that's the point I'm making is it's not about how much money they stand to make off the publishing, but it's more about his motive. his motivation for doing it was because he knew that this stuff was coming out and he was trying to silence them. But I think what he didn't know is that even if he had people sign non-disclosure agreements, it did not stop them from speaking to law enforcement about any criminal activity. I don't think that he knew that with Cassie either.
Okay, let me ask you something. Thinking
Okay.
outside of the box, they always say that. Okay, look at
Okay.
this. He did do that at the awards. Carisha was there with her sign. You know, Zaddy or whatever. Okay, look at this. He did, Cassie, I want to thank you for da-da-da. Who's to say you're Diddy, I'm Diddy, and you're Cassie, and we not on the phone negotiating? Look, I got these videos. I'm not in the video. You are. You feel me? On some
Right.
J-Lo stuff. Because I believe also J-Lo had a lot to do with this stuff. She wasn't no victim either.
Okay.
My Young Miami is just a Cassie. Cassie was just a J-Lo. You feel me? Now look, we on the phone. You gonna give me 100,000, or I'm gonna get this video up. I'm not in it. It doesn't incriminate me in any type of way. But I'm not with you no more, and I'm with my trainer, and we moving on. And you speaking my name, so pay me for what I know.
I don't, see, here's the thing. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Somebody else was going to talk.
All right. So go ahead, Rhonda.
I can't compare Cassie to J-Lo. A couple things. Their situations were so different. Cassie was abused physically. She had proof. She had evidence, black eyes, where he had flown her to Hawaii and to different places, because he didn't want his kids to see her, to see what he did to her. You can't compare J-Lo to Cassie. They were two, and I don't know what he went through with J-Lo behind the scenes. I don't.
Why?
But what
Because
we did,
we were there. We don't know if the other
Hold
people
on.
have black eyes in videos and they just
Can
holding it
Rhonda
for
finish,
25 more
please?
years.
Blessings.
Okay.
Can Rhonda finish, please? Go ahead, Rhonda.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm saying is we can't compare Cassie to J-Lo on different levels. But one of the reasons I'm saying that is because it has been there. Cassie has shown us evidence of domestic violence, and she has given the Fed. Now there's more information that the feds have that we're not privy to, where this man has allegedly SA'd her and ST'd her. Okay. I don't know if J-Lo went through that. And again, that's why he's not in the video. Look, if Puppy really did do this stuff, no, he's not going to put himself in a compromising position on video when he knows that he's recording it for the wrong reason. She stated that they were going on vacation somewhere on a private jet, and she looked up. He had put one of the videos on the private jet of her engaged in this F-off. I don't know if I could say that, but in one of the F-off sessions. He had her on the video, and I don't know if he did that to remind her and intimidate her that he had the video, but he wasn't in it. His motivation for doing it was to use it's like blackmail, to try to have leverage over her. So no, he's not going to put himself in that video.
You right about that. You sure right, Rhonda. Ooh, you hitting him out the back.
But why wasn't that video that Cassie had a Diddy sufficient enough for her to file charges immediately on the spot?
Again, okay, KFC, she can't file charges.
Let me just say this real quick.
Okay.
If a person goes to Walmart, right?
Okay.
And they get caught on film shoplifting.
Okay.
Right? We have seen these shows on YouTube. Oftentimes, the manager will meet the cop outside, whatever. The cop will get the person, they'll bring him back to the room, and they'll show them the tape.
Right.
All it takes is that one time. I'm not understanding, how many videos do you need of this man?
Are you talking about how many videos do the feds need?
That's a disposition on him.
Right, but are you talking about how many videos do the feds need in order to say, okay, we're going to arrest you?
Yeah, because when people say that Diddy was recording this and that, Diddy had his own cameras.
Right, but
recording him, why would he let you keep coming around him to give you something to record?
He recorded again. His motive was wrong.
Recording the scene that you're recording them.
I'm sorry. One more time.
Okay, you said that his sons. I remember you said the last time he was on, his sons even had cameras in their rooms and stuff like that. So if they went back and looked at the film, wouldn't they see that you were recording them? Why would they keep inviting you over to their house?
Why would wait? I don't understand. I don't understand what you're asking me. Why would who?
Okay, remember you said Diddy had his own cameras as well, and he would record stuff on people to blackmail them and stuff. But let
Right.
me ask you,
Right.
if Diddy could see you on his cameras when he would go back and look after everybody went home, that
Right.
you were pulling out your phone or you were setting your stuff to record, why would he keep inviting you over back to his house?
Well, yeah, I mean, because he has some type of fetish.
In his house, wouldn't he see Little Rod recording them?
Well, according to Little Rod, he gave him permission to do it. He gave Little Rod permission to record him.
See,
Huh?
there we go again.
KFC, because
There we
then
go again.
Jamie Foxx
And let me tell you something. Can I just say this?
No,
It
can
is
I say
illegal
something, KFC?
to record someone.
KFC, can I say something?
Okay.
Didn't Jamie Foxx
Yeah.
say that Diddy gave him permission to film? He filmed behind Diddy all types of freaky parties. Jamie Foxx said, "Ooh, y'all should see what I had, what Diddy was doing." I kept telling Diddy, redo it. And then he said,
right.
J-Lo got mad at him because Jamie Foxx started spilling tea. You know Jamie Foxx can't hold water. He always running his damn mouth. And that's why his ass got up in the goddamn hospital for running his mouth too damn much.
Right. Right.
Okay, well, maybe that's why they can't use Little Rod's footage of Diddy because he didn't have Diddy's permission to record him.
Okay,
well,
so
you have hundreds of hours and hours of video, then something on that tape should have been substantial by now.
Why would he give Little Rod permission? That's his homie. That's the man he
I don't
invited.
think that he did.
KFC,
that's why they can't go after him. That's why Little Rod is upset. Think about it. That's why Little Rod is upset that more people are not coming forward.
KFC, why would you invite a man in your home over and over again? You must trust him. Don't he trust?
But Gigi, hear me out. Hear me out.
Hear
me out real quick.
Come on now. Why he trusting that man so much?
But
sleep over
but
his
Little Rod
house
said he had
again
hundreds and hundreds of hours of recording. Obviously, he must not. Okay, that's why he's upset. More people are not coming forward.
He kept on asking him
because he don't. He has.
Girl,
he didn't have probably Diddy's permission to record him.
Video on a yacht with Diddy. He was.
I'm talking about Little
Diddy
Rod
all the time. He was a damn flunky, if you ask me. He
Right.
really trusted that flunky.
Right. He trusted him.
Too
trusted him. Right. And
but if you have a lot of information on Diddy, why are you worried about other people not coming forward?
Well, again, here's the thing, KFC.
Okay, either what you have they can't use, or you don't have nothing on him at all.
No, that's not true.
Privacy rule. You cannot.
Oh, I put her on hold. Go ahead, Ron.
Oh, okay. Here's the thing. It's not that other people, there is a substantial amount of evidence that the feds have already obtained on Sean Combs. Let's just get that clear. They already have a case against him. Again, when they went to raid his homes, they were just trying to acquire additional evidence through the recordings and all of that surveillance stuff. It's not that they don't have it or that they're lacking. And not only that, the guy, Little Rod, he said himself that Puffy had asked him to record him. So it wasn't like he just wanted to record Puffy. This is something that Puffy asked him to do. And there's no need for him to try to get other people to come and to jump on a bandwagon or anything like that, because the feds already have ample evidence against Puffy. I just don't think that that's what, maybe I don't know if I'm saying it wrong. I don't think you're understanding that. I think you believe that they don't have enough evidence. They do. They already have evidence. They're just getting more. And because people are downing Little Rod and questioning him and they're skeptical about him, I think that's one of the reasons why he's releasing photos and every other day he's releasing more and more information, maybe to quiet his critics, I don't know, or just to prove his doubters wrong. But he has an abundance of information on this man. He has it.
Yes, he does. I believe you, Rhonda. I believe you. Okay, hold on. We got a lot of callers, y'all. I'm so glad y'all calling in. Ooh, it's hot. Fanny panties.
Oh, so I'm here?
Yeah,
I'm
you
here.
Yeah, you here.
Listen, first of all, let's be real. Let's be fucking honest.
Okay, now we can't be cussing, Fanny.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's be real. Let's be honest. Puffy, Puff Daddy, Poofa, the Poofa, all the rest. He ain't from Harlem. He's not from the Bronx. He is from where?
Well, I don't know.
He is not from it. He's from up above that. That's not that. My dad went to school with him. Dude, don't do that. One. Number two, if people want to sit there and they want to, I agree with what the other lady said prior to me. I agree with that. There's an abundance of evidence and all the rest. There's an abundance of evidence, and there's no thing like basically trying to trying to say that he's not. No, it's basically they have what they have. That's
Right.
that. That's exactly and 100% that. I'll put it this way. I'm from New York. I live in New York. I've lived in New York my entire life and all the rest of it. It's no. It's no. I agree a little bit, with I don't know what her name was. Whatever. I know she's from Brooklyn because I heard the accent. But I agree a little bit with that. It's basically like, okay, maybe these white people is doing all that to do this with him. But nah, son, like on God, on everything, that's not it. That's not it. There's a preponderance, a lot of evidence that deals with him doing that.
Got it.
And
Okay.
anyone who knows.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna let you go right now. Through the voices. Oh, Maddie.
Hello.
We talked before, Maddie. You gotta IG me. My IG is TheMessySweetSpot. Now, I did see your email, and I do want to talk to you on the sideline because I think we got off on the wrong foot. So I would like to get back on a good foot with you. So if you can call me or message me on IG, and I'm gonna call you, and we're gonna talk, okay? Because I know sometimes when you call, you gotta say, and I do want to hear you, Maddie. But I guess how you
have a lot of things to talk about. It's very important, especially when I talk about life and death. It's very
okay. Maddie, stop doing that stuff. Maddie, you see, I'm trying to work with her, right, Rhonda?
Right. Yeah.
And you see where she goes.
Oh, what's wrong? Is it the subject matter?
Maddie,
I think she's gone.
No, I dropped her.
Oh, okay.
Lord, Maddie, please stop it. I don't know what's wrong with Maddie. Maddie, shit. Joanne, how you doing, baby? It's so good to see you.
Hey, Gigi. How y'all feeling tonight?
Hi. Doing good.
All right, I got my talking point.
Let's hear it.
Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here it goes. All right, let's start out with Krishan Rock. It came out that she's like a plant because it's I don't want to do the website. That it came from, but they were saying that she was a plant that was on her objective was to come into the P. Diddy party and collect information, but she never made it that far. I don't think they trusted her like that, and she is definitely a confidential a CI. And because of the case she had in Oklahoma, no one crosses the state lines and with drugs and just get probation. I've never heard of that.
Right.
Okay, now
so
second
that's why she got off. She's a plant. Go ahead.
Yeah, that she took a plea bargain with the dude, and they said that she was supposed to be set up with through Blueface, and see Wack got her number to come out with information to help the feds. All right, but it boomeranged on them. Okay, the next thing is I do believe Usher and Justin will come forward once there's no probability of them being blackballed from the industry to speak just on Puff Daddy, if it gets that far. Second is Diddy still what's her
Joanne,
name?
when we talk about Usher being blackballed and Rhonda, I want you to clap in on this one.
Okay.
Now, can Usher afford it? Now, I remember when Usher got canceled for giving up them bumps.
Right.
I think is it possible that the industry, the Diddy, they said, okay, you got to buy into the industry more. And so, because now Usher came out recently and he's back to being the sexiest man
Right.
alive.
Now, he is sexy.
Right.
He might be sexy, but they ain't see him sexy with them damn bumps. Okay.
I know that.
Well, you know, I
career back together. So do you honestly think that he's so independent where he can come against Diddy? He can really speak, Joanne.
I feel that when we finally get to that point of the case, I think a lot of people are going to be comfortable. But let me keep going now, y'all, before I forget my points. All right,
Okay.
next one is that Salone Bella said that Diddy's mouth would be sewn up. Okay, now that sounds to me like a stroke because because he's so addicted to drugs, or a heart attack where he's unable to speak, or he just does the cowardly thing and just removes himself, right? Okay, my other talking point was in 2 weeks, they're saying that possibility indictments are going to be coming down. He will be arrested, and this is my thing. When you have an addiction, I hear that is as bad as Puff Daddy's. You make bad decisions, or you don't care about yourself at that point. All right. Next thing is that I spoke to my sister, and she's with the city of Houston, and she's an attorney, and she knows all the politics or whatever, and they're talking about it as if Puff Daddy has been watched for over 10 years, and oh my God, okay, they feel like that he's been watched for over 10 years by now, and that all this new stuff is the last part of it, but for the most part, um, you know, they already been watching this man for a long time. Um, Also too is that his alliances. There was a thing that was being pitched. I think it was in the late 90s, that was for all the rappers to get together, and it was being pitched from Jay Prince, from Suge Knight, to provide the rappers with insurance, like probably with probable place where you can for funeral rights and stuff like that, insurance, medical insurance, all of that. And Puff Daddy went against that. Okay, so the next thing is Puff Daddy was never married to Kim. He controlled her life, but he was never married to her. The only one he was married to was, sorry, he's never been married. Kim was married to only Al B. Sure. Okay, now the next thing is the victims are speaking out. Have y'all forgot about Tiffany Red? Have y'all noticed that Tiffany Red has fell off the grid? And the family of the deceased rappers, like, what's her name, has not been quiet. Puff Daddy's mom, she's not been silent about, what she's gonna put it this way. She hasn't been silent about how she feels about Puff Daddy, and I think she will testify.
Wait a
Okay,
minute, who are you talking about?
Puff. I'm sorry. Um, Biggie. What's his real
Oh,
name?
Faith Evans.
Faith Evans' husband. What's his name? The
Stevie J.
big.
Smalls.
Huh?
Biggie Smalls.
Biggie Small. There you go. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a little tired. All right. So the next one, it would be the majority of the party. Um. Okay. When people. Okay. He's always had someone following and taping him. That's part of the addiction, y'all. When he, as Gene Deal put it, after the late 19, like I would I say 1999, he began this thing where he started recording himself. One of the places was through the tunnel that you guys have in New York. And at first it was choking with Joe, and then I guess he took it over from there. But he's always like people videoing him because that's part of that addiction this dude got, whether it's sexual or it's a mental default, and because that's what they do. They like to keep the tapes so they can look at it for later. Um, Also, too, a majority of the homes in LA has tunnels, and a lot of his parties, from what I've heard, were being given out of the LA mansion that he has. And also too, to bring back that Puff Daddy has been under protection since 1995, but his FBI dude retired, so that's why all this stuff is crumbling. Okay, because he did have protection.
I knew it was something. Say that. Did y'all hear that? His
Right.
FBI dude retired. So everybody
90
that's
seconds.
working with Diddy, their whole team is coming down. Okay.
Right.
FBI dude that was the informant for Diddy has retired, girl. So his power ain't powering no more. Go
Right. And
ahead.
Yeah,
let me
he's
chime in real quick
75.
about that.
Let
Let me
Rhonda
let me
say
call
something.
this.
Hold
Let me
on,
finish
Joanne.
my-
Wait, Go ahead, Rhonda.
Okay, now as far as him not getting information anymore from the FBI who retired,
60
I was
seconds.
told too that there's an FBI agent and there are some police officers in New York and in California who are under investigation. And I forgot to mention that earlier. They're under investigation. There are some public officials under investigation, and I'm not sure what they told him or what the situation is, but in some way they are linked to him. And I do believe it's because of obstruction of justice. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
and
Right.
especially how they handled that shooting case.
Oh, even before that, this is going back way before
Yeah,
that. But just in
yeah.
general, there are some public officials who have been giving him information,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they
because
have
they
been doing.
alerted him about the raid. That dude knew way ahead of time he was going to be raided.
I don't know. I was told that he did not know that they were coming, that they have been monitoring him and they knew he was taking his daughters on vacation for spring break. And that's why they decided to raid his house at the time when they did. That he didn't know they were coming because he would have never given drugs to that guy, Brendan Paul, if he would have known. So I was told he didn't know they were coming.
Well, maybe there's a little conflict of that. I mean, I'm hearing that he got the day before because the plane was flying all over and he wasn't on it, like potentially dumping evidence.
I don't know about that. That I don't know.
Yeah,
Wait,
they said this plane.
what Joanne said. Did y'all
Huh?
hear what Joanne just said? I'm gonna replay it. Joanne said, "Don't you know we saw all those reports of Diddy plane, his jet, but ain't nobody was in there. He wasn't there. It was going to this place to this place. So y'all remember that? Press 2 if you remember hearing the reports.
Oh, right.
Out. That was Diddy having his crew to dump the drugs off y'all at different places and throwing them away. That's what that was about. Those jets, Diddy jets, that kept on going to this place and that place, and we thought he was on them, girl.
Right.
That was all sugar boogers, just throwing them out, throwing them
Mm.
out, throwing them out. Go ahead, Joanne.
And they're gonna make an example out of him because I mean I don't want to offend anyone, but he's done so much more than any of the mobsters have ever done. That, like I was saying the other time I called in, he will be a case study. He will be a case study for the law, and they're gonna create a law for this to never happen again. And he will also be a case study, probably for a psychiatrist, to see what's in his brain, what happened, you know, and how did it get here? And so my next thing is let's see, the protection. Oh, I mean, they're making an example out of him. Oh, the another thing too, y'all, the riding on the bicycles and all this giving out money at the mall. That's a PR spin. That's
Yeah.
they just try. Yeah, they just trying to, make it seem like, oh well, brother love is okay and nothing's gonna happen to him. And that was another thing, giving out his publishing rights back to these people. That was a brother love thing. It wasn't legit. That was a PR spin. All right, next thing is, look who he's surrounding himself with, y'all. He is surrounding himself with subpar people. Stevie J, Young Miami. He would have never, he would have never, say like 10, 15 years ago, surrounded himself with people like that. He's always had models, the creme de
Talent
la
girl.
crop, people around. Yeah. People not
Like,
thinking when you, huh?
no, I said you talking right, Joanne. Your words might be slurred. You may be on that shit tonight, but you sure talking right.
Oh, I'm trying to stay up so I can, let you guys hear what I got going on over here. I mean, what I've been noticing. But yeah, he needs to he needs to surround himself with better people. But I got a feeling those people are protecting themselves right now. You know,
Uh,
so
yeah,
it's one of those things where Jay-Z is not going to put his reputation out there and his business, his brand for the unknown. They don't even know what's out going. Even though Rockefeller does have a FBI informant on their team, but he's not going to get involved with him like this. Okay, so the next thing is, in addition to him making decisions, um, all of them are bad right now because of the addiction. That's another thing. And Gene Deal was talking about that too. He said, had he not been on the drugs, he wouldn't be making such bad decisions right now on how he's handling his business going forward and who he's surrounding himself with.
Joanne, God give us, we got common sense. And them drugs, it messes the common sense up. But go ahead.
Right. And so, one of the last things I was going to say is that, let's see, the records and, oh, I'm sorry, the recording, when he had Lil Rod walk around him and record everything, once again, y'all, he's so strung out. He's not thinking straight. And he's been recording himself. Because if y'all go back to his party, one of the first ones that we knew of that came on the internet was Kevin Hart. And even Kevin Hart was like, oh my God, y'all wild. But now he's down with it. But he was saying, oh my God, y'all are really wild here. Because they had the black, sex thing on the bed.
Yeah.
So, the I think the addiction is what got him right now.
Right. But at the same time, I do think that not only that, for so long being able to do stuff and getting away with it and not having any consequences, feeling empowered to do whatever you want to do to people and nothing can happen. I think that that's a factor too. For a long time, there have been so many things that this man has done. And again, he would have been better off years ago if he did get caught up with some other stuff. It may have stopped him from all this self-sabotage. But look at how long he's been getting away with stuff. You know, I think it's not just the drugs. It's the yes men and again, all of the other times where he escaped. The case that he beat, with that shooting in New York. And that's another thing, like that situation may be coming back to haunt him and J Lo. The girl's talking about suing J Lo too. I guess she carried the gun for him. Like all of this stuff that he escaped before, it just seemed like now it's all coming back on him. And another thing you said, Joanne, is your name Joanne?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
Joanne.
okay, you said that he wasn't. It's the drugs that I guess Big Gene said it was the drugs that had him acting like this. But I heard Big Gene say years ago, before he really got on drugs, that he's always been abusive to women because he had abused the what's Justin's mother, Misa, and he had beat her so badly that she ended up going up underneath a car. And this was before he got on drugs. So I think he's always had issues with being violent towards women because that's what Big Gene said.
Yeah. Joanne, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry, y'all. What were you saying? You were saying something before I hit that button?
That's okay. Yeah, according to Big Gene, Big Gene said that even before Puffy was on drugs, he's always been violent towards women because matter of fact, he had beaten Misa up so badly. That's Justin's mother. That
Yeah.
she had to go up under the car. And then another occasion before he got on drugs, he was putting his hands on Kim Porter, and I guess she took the corkscrew or something and sliced his wrist. So that was before he was on drugs.
And he slapped his mother.
Right. He's always been violent towards women. So is it all drugs? I don't think so.
I think it's a hatred toward women, period. That's part of the sickness he has.
I think he's been violent towards men too. I mean, he got men bodies too.
Right. Right.
Yeah, he does.
It's not just women. It's men. Whoever getting his way,
right,
he's with you.
Right. Yeah, he attacked that producer about that video, and it's just been a lot of stuff that has happened. And again, this is stuff that we know about. Imagine all of this stuff that we don't know about. People who haven't spoken up. It's just a lot. So it's just overwhelming. A lot.
Joanne. Joanne. Something happened with her again. All right, Kyle, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey,
I'm doing
Kyle.
pretty good.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on it, Kyle?
So I want to address a few things that are not quite true that a few of the callers said. So there was one caller that said he's not from Harlem. He was born and raised in Harlem, and then he went to school in Mount Vernon. Number one. KFC to me sounds like those R. Kelly people that support him regardless, even though we all know that R. Kelly was peeing on the girls and stuff like that. And I just want to say that it's just like everything in the dark comes out into the light. It's like Diddy has been doing a lot of this crazy stuff for so long. And as we were talking about him doing stuff to women, like think about the men that he's gotten taken out of here. I don't want to say the real word, but he's gotten hits put on multiple people.
Right. Right.
So Diddy's just a narcissist, you know what I mean? And he sounds like if anybody gets in his way or does anything, like he's gonna come after you. And Cassie, I think why I didn't like what KFC was saying about why didn't Cassie speak up a long time ago. I say this as a person who has been a victim of sexual assault. I've been drugged before. You can't say that to a victim. Like whenever somebody wants to come out and speak on it, it's their time to do it. I think Cassie was afraid all these years because if she's so close with him, she could probably get taken out of here,
Right.
So it's sort of sad.
Right. Right. Like you can't force somebody and tell them when they need to speak up or how they should respond when they're going through it.
Yeah, exactly. And I've been drugged and like Gigi was saying before, you're put in a state where you don't even remember what's going on. So like Cassie probably we don't even know. He's been drugging her and doing a whole bunch of crazy stuff. And what if she was under the influence while a lot of this stuff was happening?
Right. Right.
So
She went through a lot.
yeah, and I think it's sort of sad that we have people out here like that still support people like Cosby, Diddy, R. Kelly, all this stuff like that. When stuff is out there, like people have been talking about Diddy for forever, since like the 90s. Wendy Williams was talking about him, all this stuff. Like they've always mentioned his parties. So I think when they get a certain amount of wealth, it makes them sicker in the head in terms of the things that they want to do sexually.
Yeah. The money and having the money and the power and the people around to help them do it. Again, that's a big part of it. You know, they wouldn't be
Mm-hmm.
able to do this without having so much help. And you'll see,
Yeah.
just like R. Kelly, all those people who snitched on R. Kelly, I, you're going to see them turn on him too. Some of the people already have.
Yeah, and it's sort of like they thought that their money and power could secure them forever. But what I was told, I heard a rumor that it had something to do with Ciroc. Like he sued Ciroc or something like that. And someone was telling me that someone who was really powerful behind that was like, okay, I'm gonna take another shot back at you. And all these people are coming forward. So I don't know if that's true, but I thought that was something very
Right.
interesting. But also Epstein, he's another one. Like he was doing it for so many years. Everybody was going to his island, Naomi Campbell, all these big celebrities. And then he finally got caught. And then now all these people want to disassociate with him. So it's like, it's sort of crazy. And I
Yeah.
also want to remember my last point. The last lady that was talking, she was saying something that was inaccurate. Diddy has known Stevie J for like millions of years. Like Stevie
Right.
J has produced a lot of his tracks. So I don't know what she's talking about in terms of he only used to be seen with models. Like Stevie J works with Bad Boy. So I don't know what she's talking about.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, he was a producer for Bad Boy, and as a matter of fact, I think he got a Grammy when something he produced for Bad Boy.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't like I don't know if the last caller is putting him on this pedestal, but rappers hang out with all different types of people. They hang out with highbrow people and they
Right.
hang out with a lot of shady people too.
Oh,
Right. Right. Yeah,
Hmm.
we know that, and I really believe that with all my heart that a lot of this wickedness that they know how to do, like how to just really torture people in the business world with contracts. They're taught by lawyers, and there are other people in the industry who have taught them how to do this stuff. And not
Yeah.
just the way that they move. The way that they bully people, silence people. They've been trained and taught by other people. Again, they have people helping them, and that's why
Hmm.
I'm convinced that it's not just him who is going down. There's other people too, and I don't believe he's going to go down by himself. I believe he will snitch on people too.
got it. Well,
Yeah, exactly.
Joanne just came up here. Kyle
Oh,
Oh,
said,
she's
I
back.
was just gonna I was gonna say one more point and then you can put me back in the backstage. But look at what he did to Shine. Shine was like one of his biggest emerging artists, and then he ended up going to jail because of something that Diddy did. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And
Yeah.
J Lo almost went to jail because of Diddy with the whole gun situation. He put the gun in her bag. So he has a track record that's already proven that he's like shady.
Right. Yeah. And it doesn't seem to be the thing about it too is he doesn't seem, and I could be wrong because I don't know what he is doing behind closed doors, but again his PR people are really not helping him the way they think they are, having him acting like he's carefree, because that pisses people off when there's allegations that you have mistreated people and harmed people and essayed and all of that, and then you on a bike, you're not even trying to act like no humility at all. It's all carefree. There was a video he did where he's dancing and the song playing in the background. I'm still standing. It's like a taunt, like a
Yeah,
diss,
yeah.
and that
And
that
that's
that rubs people the wrong way.
exactly. And I was thinking like it's like a narcissistic sort of humiliation tactic. Like I'm gonna have these videos and I'm gonna show you it and I'm gonna blackmail you and hold it over your head so that you don't cross me so this doesn't get out there and get leaked, you know?
Right.
And
Right.
it's sort of crazy. Like that's the man you're dating and sleeping with and you can't even trust him. That's crazy.
Yeah. All of this is just a lot. Oh.
Hmm.
all right, Kyle, I'm going to put you on hold. I'm going to keep it right there. You just stay right
All
there,
right,
Kyle.
thank you.
No, stay
Thank
right
you.
there. No, I don't go nowhere, Kyle.
Oh, I'm gonna stay backstage. All right.
You don't got to. Okay, well, maybe he
All
no conflict. Joanne. Okay, Joanne done left too.
right.
Kyle, I think because you said you called Joanne out. You said about her with the Stevie J. Then that's when she
Yeah, because
called back
that
on
was
there.
inaccurate. She was trying to say that Stevie J is X, Y, and Z. I'm like, come on, all these rappers and all these people hang out with all types of people. Like Stevie J is one of the best celebrated producers in the industry. Like in R&B, he's worked with a lot of. He's even worked with Mariah Carey. So you can't say
Right.
that.
She gonna answer for that. She gonna answer for that. Device is not connected. Okay, now Joanne, you there? Joanne,
Hello?
hey girl.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My all my devices are, I'm having to hook it up to the chargers.
It's okay.
I'm not trying to say I'm
Hold
not
on.
trying to say that.
Close your face, do you? You better cut that camera off. You don't want them to cut
Okay.
this. Okay, go ahead.
No, but what I'm saying is that no, I'm not saying that Stevie J is not talented. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is he's looked at as the bad guy of the industry. One on how he did Eve, and he just came out of a divorce with Fate, and the way he moves, people say it's pretty, pretty. I don't know what the word be, but anyways, my point is that he's choosing. What happened to DJ Khaled? What happened to Rick Ross?
Well, I'm gonna say this quickly. I don't think Diddy's hands are clean either. Diddy has never married any of the women that he's ever dated. He's always cheated on all of them. So you can't say that, oh, Stevie J is the bad guy. Like all these men in the industry, I'm sorry. Like if you're dating someone that is rich and famous and is a rapper, like they're gonna be playing you or cheating on you or whatever. So I don't think you can quite say that. Like J Lo said that Diddy cheated on him. I mean, cheated on her. So they've always been doing this.
All right. Joanne, I'm gonna put you on. Anything else you got? I think it's the call feedback coming from your live. Yeah, because I can in my head. Now hold on. Calling from 463. You're live on the air. 463. Are you there? I hear echo 463. All right. I'm gonna let you go 463. 346. Are you there? I'm coming into my phone line. So if you are on the phone, please turn the radio, the music off behind. I'm coming for you. 346. And K Ben, I see you. I'm gonna get you, baby. I sure want to hear what you gotta say, K Ben. 346. Are you there? 346. Okay. 850. Are you there?
Yes, I am. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. One of the other callers mentioned they were wondering why the young lady that was involved with Diddy that was suing him had just come out. I think we also may need to look at the fact that the statutes of limitations had been extended. So that's why a lot of women started coming out because those statutes were extended. And when these things were happening in the beginning in the 80s, it was okay. That was the culture for people to record themselves having sex.
Oh, having
and
stuff,
the
doing
gentleman,
stuff,
yeah,
freaky stuff. Okay.
yeah. The gentleman that mentioned about a lot of the rappers being connected with a lot of the industry people. That is correct. I did a lot of the Jack the Rapper conventions. At those conventions, you have a lot of rappers. You have the hair people in the hair industry. They're all connected. All of it's connected. And I have had an experience where I experienced SA, and it took a long time for me to get comfortable with speaking up. And I'm just getting comfortable with that, but I'm very overprotective of my children. So a lot of people that aren't speaking up are afraid because they have children. You got to look at Coolio, for example. He knew that his time was close, and that's why he stuck close to his children. You got to look at Black Rob. You got to look at DMX. These are people that were also affiliated in the industry that were directly affected. I know Black Rob was directly affected by P. Diddy. He did a lot of stuff that people to this day are kind of nervous about speaking up on. When I spoke to Dean, I literally was in a text message with him, and he told me, don't mention anything more about it. This was a couple of years ago. And he told me that I would need to be careful because he still has, you got to remember, he still has other people around him that will visit households. And another thing we have to realize too is there's an upper echelon above Diddy. And I think the feds are going after them as well. So that's why a lot of this stuff, they haven't necessarily arrested him yet because Diddy will snitch. So he's gonna probably be the snitch that they're hammering on because they're waiting for him to tell on the rest of them. You got to realize when Epstein, why he took himself out is because he had a list, and that was that list that Diddy was calling out. And what I'm noticing about Diddy that I think is sickening and sad, he hides behind children. I saw a video of him hiding behind a young lady that he scarcely adopted, and she had the same exact expression on her face as what's his name, that the Justin Bieber had when he was afraid of him.
Right.
And he adopted this little boy. So he's getting, and you notice that she was of the how do you say, Caucasian persuasion. So he's trying to hide behind children, and that's the sickening, sad part about this man. He is narcissistic because he's trying to cover for himself and justify why he's done some of the things that he's done. There's no justification. And the apple doesn't fall far from the tree because you got to look at his father. And also look at, I hate to say this, Clive Davis. You've got to look at all of this. All of it is connected. There's so much I could say about, because I used to do the hair show. And there's certain levels of the hair show that you go in. I was the type hair model that could get my hair done by anybody, and I could use any product in that show. How that show runs is you don't get a choice. Okay? So the higher you go, the more people you acclimate and come in contact with. I had someone trying to groom me that was 40 years my senior. Okay? One thing that I always say, God had his hand on me, because the one thing that, when you're raised right and you're grounded, certain things come back to you. When this gentleman said, "Oh, and I can get you in a gated community," the first thing I thought about was jail. I could see myself as a stepford wife trying to escape. And I was like, I'm cutting this off now, because this person saw my child and said, "Oh, it doesn't matter if you have children as long as you're not married." Now, what's happening with the young lady that's suing Diddy? I believe they have her under federal protection, with victims witness protection, because she also has a child. And the first thing that he's going for, there was also an article with him saying that the child that Cassie was carrying was his. He kept saying that. So he's going after her seed.
No,
so we have to, that's why a lot of people are being careful, because
I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead. That was some drews you just dropped, girl. You said Diddy won't cast a kid. He said that's his baby.
Because he kept saying that was his child that she was pregnant with.
Oh,
and
wow.
That's not. That is her workout coach's child. But he wants that baby. Notice he went out and he had another baby by this other lady. He had a little girl. So he's flaunting children in the camera to make himself, and then he changes his name to Love. Why? Because he wants people to believe it's the propaganda that he's throwing out. When behind the scenes, there were 7 people that turned up dead. Tupac, I didn't mean to use that terminology, I'm sorry. Tupac turned out unalive, because you have to realize what was going on in the studio. See, when you sing in these studios, a lot happens. The first thing to help you to relax is the drugs. What he did with some of the extra paraphernalia activities that he had on that plane, it was liquefied into an alcoholic beverage. So they weren't able to catch the actual activity paraphernalia. So he's smart. He liquefied that stuff. His dad.
Oh, but did you hear that? I'm not trying to cut you off. Did you hear about there was an allegation that all of his staff has to carry drugs on their person, like they have these fanny packs?
Yeah.
There was something in a lawsuit saying that.
Right. I saw that.
They actually got one of them, allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly, to protect your channel. And I love you, Gigi. I like hearing you speak and everything. But the thing that we have to recognize, and I'm so protective of my children, because both of my, well, all three of them have gotten picked to be part of industry. Well, I also was a part of D. Okay, I used to sing there. I'm a singer, and you have to be a triple threat. Okay, I already knew what they did. The first thing they started to tell me was, "Oh, you can just let us take them. We will be their acting coach." No, you won't.
Right.
Yeah.
I know that game. What you think of? No.
But you also got to be concerned about like these women that are also like Sparkle, for instance, that were selling their nieces and their young girls to these guys in the industry, and they were passing them around. Like, we also think about what's coming out about Aaliyah now, about all these different people that try to date her, and they were talking about they were honing in, and like Timbaland said something creepy about Aaliyah. So all these guys are really like messed up in the head because they're going after like these really underage girls too.
Right.
Yeah, and my children were about that age when they were trying to get me to allow them to go, and it was a lady, and that's why even now, and I mean, I have a child that's extremely what you call a genius. I told her, watch out for these colleges too, because you got to remember, the intern that was there was fresh in college. She was 19, and he FA'd her.
Wow.
So there's a lot. Look at what happened to what's her name, and R. Kelly. She was a college student trying to get into the singing industry. So I tell my children, because I know this industry like the back of my hand. I got family members that's in it. One of my sisters was unalive, and she attended one of those parties.
Wow.
The publishing. See, it's the insurance. How insurance works, you notice when the person passes away, they play their music on the air.
Right.
That's extra money. That's buku dollars that a lot of people don't see. The insurance industry makes buku money. I used to even sell insurance. When a person passes away and if they're a commodity, look at Michael Jackson.
Right.
Yeah.
Look at Biggie Smalls. His catalog. That's what they're after, is the catalog. So when the catalogs are playing, when the person passes, you'll see an influx of the finance on those particular albums that people didn't listen to. They'll go back because the consumer is what they're trying to reach.
Right.
So you have to be very careful in this industry, and you've got to know how to read first those. I learned how to read the contracts. So when at the time that I had opened up my agency, I taught my models and my entertainers the law. But then I also taught them that some people that have money can buy the law. They can pay their way out of anything. Look at OJ, for example. He paid his way. It's sad, but it's true.
Yeah.
People are.
But you know what's even more insane is that with these Diddy allegations, amongst the drugs that he's using is GHB, and you know how powerful that drug is. So that drug can make you be able to be, SA'd, but you're still like awake, but you're blacked out. So what if Cassie was put under this state where she was, she looked like she was functioning to other people, but in her mind, and she has no remembrance of it. And that was named as one of the drugs that he commonly uses with a lot of people. Like Diddy does ketamine, allegedly, cocaine, this new drug called 2C. So it's a lot of stuff that can mess up your brain or make you out of it.
Oh wow.
And that's not even new, because in retrospect, when I look back at how that happened to me, it sort of was like a dream. But I was there. It was they were having a big party. They get to know your vice. I knew what my vice was, and no, I didn't, use drugs or anything. I didn't use drugs, but my vice was Moet. So they knew this person that was trying to groom me. Every event that we had in my suite was a basket of bottles of Moet.
Wow.
And what they didn't expect was that I had my sisters and my mom with me. So they were like, oh, you bought somebody? I sure did.
Right.
I got
Yeah.
the whole family.
But drugs are so prevalent in the industry, period. But the thing is, what disturbs me about these allegations is the drugs that he's been caught with are stuff to like really make you not be there. You know what I'm saying? And that's sort of weird to me. Like, you talk about all these powerful men like Diddy and R. Kelly, they have enough money to be with whatever type of girl they want, but they're doing all these like weird things in terms of, oh, you want to allegedly drug people to have a good time with them. Like, that's sort of crazy.
Yeah. That's like the one NFL player, Darren Sharper. He had essayed a woman and put some substances in their drinks, not just one woman, but he was sentenced to like 8 years or something like that. So if he got sentenced to 8 years, can you imagine what his sentencing is going to be? Because he crossed over to different states.
Yeah. But the thing is, Diddy is very calculated, because did you hear about that? One of his alleged drug mules that he carries, Diddy doesn't carry the drugs on him, but he had allegedly this white guy that carries his stuff. Like, he's very smart. So he's going to try to use all these loopholes to get around that, because he can just say, oh, that's my staff. That's this guy. He's not going to take the fall for it. He likes to throw people under the bus.
Yeah, but that guy is not going to go to.
Already caught him. They already have this information, and a lot of people don't realize this. When the feds get involved and they send Homeland Security, they already know.
Right.
They're just waiting for the gavel to go down, so that when you get into a court of law with all your powerful attorneys, what they're going to say is, oh, but you didn't know that we had this, and this. They already have everything lined up. They're trying to also.
Oh, they do.
But
I'm wondering if the drug mule is actually going to snitch, because that's the only way the drug mule is going to get out of this whole thing.
He did.
They're gonna make a
okay.
him. They're gonna play. Let's make a deal with him, and he's going to get off, because there are tunnels under those mansions. That's why he had the parties where he had them, because they led to the Playboy Mansion. They led to these older celebrities. That's the upper echelon. So they are wanting to go over. And I'm going to tell you this too, that when they've been doing this, lacing people's drinks, if you look in the culture of New York, I'm going to let you know, a lot of guys, they say this to you. Oh, I'm going to drug you up and you're not going to know what happened to you.
Yeah, I'm from New York too, so I've, as I mentioned before, I've been drugged at the club, so I can speak from experience.
That's the culture. You know what I'm saying? So that's part of the culture. Diddy's from New York. He's used to, they have a whole thing going in the industry where they want those catalogs. You notice a lot of people, even Kanye was selling his catalog back. Michael, that's why they killed him. They wanted his catalog. He bought the Beatles. You know, he's sitting beside Paul McCartney saying the girl is mine and I got your catalog. That's what he's saying. You know, so they're like, you bought the Beatles? Every time Jay-Z and Beyonce song played, guess who got paid? Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
So well.
Because he owned all the masters. So somebody was saying before, I forget, they were saying that he was giving away the rights to the music as like sort of like damage control.
Oh, that was, damage control and guilt. It's a big propaganda thing. Look, I'm a good guy. I'm trying to make sure everybody gets their music. You big liar. You're a thief.
Yeah.
He stole a song that my brother wrote. We did not give him permission to clip that song, copy that song, nothing. We did not give him permission. My sister hated that man. And she's no longer with us.
Wow.
I
Mm-hmm.
feel, this is real. He is going to be under the jail for a long time. They are just waiting. They're letting this stuff stew. They're doing scare tactics because they want him to lose control. They want him to be shaken up. They're going to shake him
Or do you guys think that he's going to do a Russell Simmons and try to flee to a country where he can't be extradited?
Possibly. But Rhonda,
they're
I
not gonna
know
let him
you
go.
had to say something. Go ahead, Rhonda.
Oh, I was going to say a couple things. I don't think they were on when we talked about this earlier, but mentioning the mule, Brendan Paul. I'm from Ohio, and this guy is from Ohio as well. And my cousin played basketball with him, so I'm real familiar with the situation. He's already cooperated against Puffy. And I know that for sure. He's already cooperated. And this is the thing. They do not give you 6 months or 30 days to think about it. They come at you right away. That's how they do. They corner you because they want to make sure that you know that you feel that pressure so that you're quick to make a decision. That guy has already cooperated against Sean Combs, and I'm sure Sean Combs knows at this point. His lawyers probably already told him, but that's one thing. And then another thing is in terms of the way that they operate and with at the record labels. I was told that there are people who were on Bad Boy and they did not know that Puffy had taken out life insurance policies on them. He's taking out life insurance policies on his artists and they don't even know it.
Yep.
Don't even know it. So there's just a lot of motivation when people, yeah. So it's just crazy stuff, wicked stuff.
You notice they didn't. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
that's okay.
And I'm not trying to be rude. Please forgive me. With Black Rob, look at how he died. Puffy had money to bury that man.
Right.
That's why he gave him a little bit. He trickled out just a little bit, just enough, because he was going to keep the other half of that money. When they're signing those contracts, a lot of them are not looking. They're just flipping and signing on the line. They needed to read those contracts and then read the contract with the insurance policy attached to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not reading.
But Rhonda, what was the other point that you were going to point out besides the mule?
I was talking about the life insurance, the mule, and I got distracted, and I'm so sorry, I forgot. It'll come back to me. Yeah, it'll come back to me in a minute.
I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to.
No, it's okay.
All you guys are great. You guys are all great speakers. Rhonda to Kyle to 850. What's your name? I gotta get your name, 850.
Okay, it's I just
nickname.
Just call me. Okay, Cat.
Cat. I love how you talk, Cat. Oh, I enjoy hearing your voice. How you talking and how you tell. You're a great storyteller. Go ahead, Cat. I know there's something more you wanted to say.
Yeah, there's a lot that a lot of people are not wise to. They're just excited to be in the moment.
Right.
So this is why they're signing these contracts and they're signing their life away. And I guess what kind of smartened me up was when I was supposed to do a big mascara advertisement campaign, and the person that was trying to groom me said, okay, here's the first contract, and it was for the mascara product that I was supposed to be advertising, because I did over 340,000 units for hair and all of this stuff. And then they had another contract that they slipped underneath, and it said, I so and so take to be my wife. And the moment he said Orange, New Jersey, the gated community, I was like, no. I said, but we can do this contract this way. I can get a percentage for all my models that I bring to advertise, because see, they pay you for that. Everything is done on a percentage of what you do. And we had the agreement like that. But what I did was I schooled all of my models, and I looked over their contract before they even went into the industry. So some of them that are well known, that models for people like Calvin Klein, I had represented some of them. And one I felt bad about, because she left to meet with a designer, and we never heard from her again.
Wow.
So we have to be very careful. I mean, she went to New York, and I got in contact.
Well, we all know about the casting couch. Like I was a professional model as well. I'm from New York, and a lot of these photographers or different people will say, hey, if you are trying to advance yourself, you're trying to get over here. And there was a lot of alleged stories about Diddy and Tyson Beckford. So that was talked about for a long time. But yeah, it's so common. And then you get invited to these parties, and then the drugs and everything's there. And the people that advance are the ones that, get into it, and they just shut up and keep quiet.
Yeah.
And when I was doing a photo shoot for this curl company, and the reason why they like to use me is because my hair is my real hair, and I had a lot of it, and it could take any form. Okay, so that's what they loved about using me. Photographer was looking at me. I had on a diamond necklace that was given to me to wear by a relative of mine, my mother, very close. And it was turned. I turned it backwards so that the flash wouldn't, the necklace, because it was real diamond, that the light wouldn't catch on the piece and it wouldn't get in the way. How about the photographer comes over and tells me he's flipping the necklace around and he was trying to touch my breast.
Yeah.
So you deal with stuff like that. That's the stuff you deal with. That's what we call grooming. You're young and you're excited to be in the industry, and you're not looking for that.
Right.
It happens because they're looking for that. They know that when they get you by yourself and they try to get you to, I am very, very, I watch my kids.
No, but
talk.
But that's why Tyra Banks was talking about when she was young, she always had her mom at a lot of her shows with her, because there was a lot of all of that going on. And as we see with the story with Usher, he went to his camp, to Diddy's camp, when he was like 14 years old. And I just think that's sort of weird when you have a grown man talking about openly, we fought over the Frosted Flakes and all this other crazy stuff. We know there was some form of molestation going on.
Right.
Say Mo, Kyle.
Right.
Let's, we on YouTube. Let's be creative.
Oh, sorry about that. I apologize.
But that was his mother, and I, not to attack her, but again, I think KFC brought it up earlier today about.
Are you still here?
Is she
I'm still here.
Okay, she's still here.
Yeah, she brought up about where the parents, that Usher's mother is wrong. Like, I just don't understand why their parents would just turn their kids loose. He was 14. His mother is wrong for that. She's wrong.
But Rhonda, is just like the basketball wives. They see a check. They don't care about, you have some parents, unfortunately, their kids, if they can sing, they can act, they can, luckily I had a mother that was very supportive, but she wasn't into all of that, like when I was modeling. But the thing is, you have some of these women that are like, oh, you think my daughter's gonna be a star? If you're
Right.
sending me or wiring me money, I'm gonna turn a blind eye. So they're
Right.
basically pimping out their daughters, you know?
Right. Yeah. That's
Yep.
just terrible.
They didn't like my mother because she was the person that there's some stuff that, I mean, oh my God, when we were changing one time, and there's some things that I experienced regarding Trump also, and we were all changing, and they had an area for us to change in, and I was part of the pageants as well, and he was literally peeping, well, I'm gonna say allegedly, peeking through curtains. My mother took the whole group of us and said, "Let's go. We need a private place to change. We're not changing here." That guy, she pointed out all the situations. They did not like her because my mother was the type, she did not play games. She did not play games. They were all after my siblings to be in the industry. And we grew up in New York. So, you know, that's just you run into people you know that are celebrities. But my mother was the rope, and she was like, not these kids. Now, when I moved on my own, and this is how they coerce you. Oh, we need to discuss this with you right now. Time is of essence. You run to get there, you know, so we don't miss your opportunity.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You really have parents that don't care and they see their kids just as a check, as I aforementioned. It was like you see these women like Drea Michelle. She just got pregnant by this young, I think he's like a basketball player, but
Right.
you know that she doesn't really care about the child or him. It's just, oh, I'm going to get a check for another 18 years. So unfortunately, you have people that think like that. And Rhonda, you need to look up that whole Sparkle thing. Sparkle was like the ringleader
Right.
of getting all those young girls to R.
Yeah.
Kelly.
Right. I
Like that,
remember that.
yeah, like it's not really, and they're so young and impressionable that they're 14 and they don't know what they're doing is wrong. They're like, oh, mommy thinks I'm going to be a big star, and they just go along with it.
And you know what's interesting, when I heard the guy Mike say this I think right after I disconnected earlier today. One thing I noticed is the same thing that Mike said. It's unbelievable that whoever this little boy is that Puffy had sitting on his lap, that whoever the parent is would let their child, that's not their father, they let the little boy sit on Puffy's lap. That's inappropriate. Like if I am in the center of any type of SA allegations or ST allegations, the last thing I would be doing is having somebody's kid sitting on my lap. I wouldn't even want to be anywhere near anybody else's kids. And I just can't believe that he has the wrong people around him. Like somebody should tell him, like, why, you shouldn't have to tell him, but somebody on his team should tell him, you need to refrain from engaging. I don't know.
No, Rhonda, I'm here with you. I think that when you get these extreme levels of wealth, it makes them sick in the head. Like they start to get into all these, they don't want just what's normal anymore. They want to do perversions and crazy things. And like I was talking about Usher before and all these like young kids, there's just a whole human trafficking ring that some of these high profile people are connected to.
Right.
And they're taking girls when they're like 13, this and this and that. So, and I never understood it myself, Rhonda, because these men have so much money. Like I'm in my 30s. I could never even look at somebody even under their 20s. So it's like R. Kelly, you were this big, like he could get any woman he wanted. Like all the groupies was backstage. You know how it goes. But he particularly wanted like 15 and 14-year-olds. It's like something, it's like a sickness.
Yeah, I
why they drug them up is because the level of sickness that they're taking them to with these deviant activities, we'll say, that on they gotta be drugged because of the pain. One young lady that he did that to was in pain. That was the college student that he essayed in the studio.
Yeah, a lot of the people affiliated with Sean Combs are going to, I don't know about the lady Ethiopia, but that chart that Nancy Grace had up. Gigi, do you still have that chart? Remember you had it up the other day of the
I have to look for it. But go
there
ahead.
was, and I'm sorry, what you say?
I said I have to look for it, but continue to talk.
Oh yeah, but there was the chart that Nancy Grace had up. There was another lady at the top of the chart. I can't remember her name, but she was, I guess, the chief of staff. Her and some of the other people. These people who work directly for him and with him on a regular basis. I can't see how they can even escape the trouble that they're in unless they all turn on him because they're involved as well. Like they would have to turn on him in order to
Yeah,
get
they
out of
do.
trouble.
Accessory to the crime.
Yeah.
And Rhonda, and then the flip side of it, what about those kids that their moms, like, the kids that were hanging out with Michael Jackson and the moms were like lying and they got caught and they were just trying to get a check from Michael Jackson. So
Right,
you have the flip
right,
side of it too. But I
right,
think there's something wrong when you have somebody underage hanging out with someone that's 40 something, 50 something. Like that's just a little
right.
weird. And it's
Yeah,
not
it's
like in a
just
public setting.
right. Like it's just in a like for me, nope, I don't want to be responsible for anybody's kids, you know? And
Yeah.
especially when you're a person who has access to so much, you have big resources and so much wealth. Why would you put yourself in a situation where somebody can even accuse you? You know, like I said, the little boy, whoever the employee is who had let their little boy sit on his lap, that was unacceptable. And he just hasn't learned his lesson. It's just not worth
I
it.
wonder if they had a choice. I wonder if they did that out of fear because they're directly working with him. Because remember what the chef said she went through,
Right.
and was
Yeah.
forced to use their child. It's sad. It's saddening.
Yeah, and then
Sad.
they might use blackmail like Diddy, like with the whole videotapes of Cassie and stuff like that. They might blackmail their staff too and say, if you don't do this, I'm going to get rid of you. And like a narcissist use a lot of fear tactics to make their victims like afraid. So you
Right.
just keep going along with it, and then it gets worse and worse and worse.
Yeah. And I didn't think about that. You're
Because look
right.
at the nanny.
Yeah, this is just a
Whose
big
sister
mess.
was that was keeping his kids? I'm
Well,
sorry.
you got to think about it too. If his staff is probably making a lot of money, and if they just want to become a maid for just a regular rich person, they're not going to get paid as much. So, like there's all these different factors, like there's financial abuse too. So these
Right.
people have to be
Yep.
around him because he's blackmailing them, but he's also paying them to live a lifestyle that they can't live otherwise. And that whole JT thing where didn't y'all hear about he was giving like three different girls like an allowance or something like that?
No. Oh yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
And I
Right.
brought
And
Joanne back,
it was
you
like,
guys.
oh, she is. It was like 50 cents. The mother of his child, wasn't she one of them or something like that?
Yeah.
Yes,
Daphne.
he had her child, had his child. That's why he's going after you too. I think that's one
Yeah,
of.
but
I'm not.
she ended up being one of Diddy's like call girls or something like that.
Yeah. She
Like,
was an alleged S worker. Yeah. So I don't know, whatever. Yeah, she denies it, but the guy, Little Rod, said that she was paid.
yeah. I mean, if Diddy contacts, and I'm not saying this to be messed up, you have some people that have morals, but a lot of women, and I'm not saying this just to like sound misogynist or anything like that, but if a man like of that status is like can afford you a certain lifestyle, they're gonna get on board. You know what I'm saying? Because he has so
Right.
much wealth and influence. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, it's like, but then when you get into that ring and you get involved with a person like that, you can't get out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because look at where he is. I think Clive Davis had his thumb on him allegedly because
Yeah.
that he first started connected with, and that man is beyond powerful. I think that's why allegedly, that's why he probably was getting away with a lot of stuff. And then not only that, he was allegedly a snitch for the feds on some other people. So I think they're gonna work on him while he's. I think what the young lady was saying was gonna happen to him, and his mouth is gonna be sewn shut. I think that's gonna happen after he goes to prison.
I don't think. I'm sorry, guys. I don't think he's gonna make it that far.
What do you think's gonna happen?
The obvious. What happened to Epstein?
But you know what? And I don't know if this is true, but with Epstein, I heard that he did not off himself.
Oh no, for sure,
Yeah,
for sure.
he did go to prison though. Epstein went.
Right.
Yeah,
because that's where they found him.
Right.
but I don't think because even everybody that knows whatever he's calling himself, that he's too much of a coward to go through the process.
Oh, so you don't think that it'll be him to harm himself? You think? I mean, you don't think it'll be other people that will harm him? You think he will harm himself?
It could be either or, because if he's like with that video that they put out through Stevie J on TMZ, that was a threat to everybody that had been coming to his parties.
Right.
And I could say with the politicians, he had Prince Harry, Prince William. No telling what other diplomats he's had there. I don't think it could be either or. But they may make it seem like it is the S word, but in all actuality, it could be like a Marilyn Monroe where they came in and just did what they had to do.
Yeah, I'm personally concerned for Cassie right now. Like, I wonder if she's hiding, because that man probably.
I think
Mhm.
she's being protected very much. She's very implemental in what's going forward. They're protecting her.
Yeah, but we know how the government operates. You can have witness protection, or you can have any protection from the government. If criminals want to get you, they can still get you. Like,
Well,
there's only a certain level of protection.
yeah, but Mike brought up a very good point. He said they can move you to the base.
Is Mike still
Hmm.
on here?
No, Mike gone.
Oh, he's gone. Okay, yeah, he seemed real knowledgeable about how that worked with the
Yeah.
protective services. Okay.
Hmm. Because my family is only my family goes as high as the government, but I don't have any family that's involved with FBI. They're all just detectives and police officers and lawyers, and I can only tell you the corruption from Houston, but it extends throughout all the cities of the United States as far as how corrupted your police station, your political your politicians are, your mayor, your chief of police. I've seen the corruption here, and like I was telling Gigi about 2 nights ago, they're trying to clean us up, especially what had happened to Takeoff. So they're trying to make change here.
That. Did they ever get the parties that were involved with him? I know that's not I know that's another topic and subject.
It has disappeared.
I thought so. Yep.
And I really would like. I can tell y'all a whole lot more, but I can't tell y'all on this. But I know the inside and everything, but I can't talk about it right here. So yeah, it's pretty bad. How because my sister's involved, so it's pretty bad. How high it went up.
Yeah, and then now you have all these people. There was some. I don't know if it was like a white rapper. He was saying publicly that Diddy asked to have a meeting with him, and something in his gut told him not to go. Like, people have been talking about Diddy for a while, so I feel like it's a double-edged sword, because if you become aligned with him, it's like you're stuck in that world with him in some type of capacity. And Gigi used to talk about this on her old shows, about how you're signing your soul over just for some money, and then you're now trapped into like this world that's not even real, you know?
Hollywood
Well,
is not necessarily built.
well,
Look at
there's a lot of people that are coming forward that we are not being privy to know about, but I think it's a good thing. But I hope they're getting the same protection that Cassie's getting because she very much, because he is a killer for sure.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Like, I'm not a
look at
conspiracy theorist, but there's so many people that have been aligned with him that are not here, or they disappeared, or they have no careers anymore and stuff like that. Like, that man has done a lot
And,
of horrible things.
and the proper chain of command for that dude who got shot in the what he said was outside. Okay, like I told, I mean, you guys, I'm a retired nurse. We know where things begin and end, and like I said, the police station in LA is corrupted, and it's probably like ours, all the way up to the mayor to even maybe the governor. Okay, there is no such thing as not without having a blood trail. Even Megan the Stallion had a blood trail. Okay,
Yeah.
so when you shoot somebody, your body starts to overcompensate, especially if you're losing blood, and it'll start to ooze wherever you at as you walk, all of that. Okay, when you go to a hospital with a gunshot wound, your name is gonna be given. Okay, so what happened to this young man? Was he killed?
Yep. You go into a database. Now, because I have medical background, a lot of times when your name goes into a database, they can pull up your name anywhere. When it goes into that database, they have invented cards like that look like credit cards. It can pull up all your information.
So my worst fear is he dead or is he being protected?
Who?
That's what. Yep, that was one of my concerns. You're absolutely right.
People
Who
want to know
is?
what you guys referring to.
Who are you talking about? Epstein?
No, G, the guy who got shot by Justin and Diddy inside the bathroom.
Got it. So
Oh
you're
wow.
talking about Diddy's
he's gone.
son. You guys heard that he got pow.
It said
His
he's
son
gone.
Justin Pow Pow. Now,
Oh, I never heard of that.
Kat says that he's gone, that he's no longer here. Is that what you said, Kat?
Yes, because the owner of the building found him, and they had. It's unfortunate, but they from what I understand, allegedly, I'm going to say allegedly, the last report that I saw, he was gone.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they can't use that because he did go to the emergency room.
Joanne,
No,
Yes.
can they use that? That's another thing they're using against him. They're saying that they found out that Diddy took him out.
Wow,
So they are actually using that. I'm gonna say allegedly to be safe.
Yeah, but I told you guys, I've been telling y'all on this phone, he's under, like, behind the scenes, he's getting people taken out of here. And Shine took the fall a long time ago. And I'm surprised Shine didn't retaliate or anything like that. But he's done some really, like, horrible things to his artists.
this has got to stop. Something has got to happen. Because if nothing happens if he doesn't go to jail, it's just going to be more people being hurt. Something has got to stop him. He's got to be stopped.
Yeah.
Remember what Kanye said? What Kanye said when he was ousting a lot of people? He said, "Hey, I didn't murder anyone." He said, but
Right.
Mentioned Jay-Z, and with Jay-Z and Beyonce's bodyguard, and he stated, I know for a fact that he was making mention that Beyonce was being drugged. He got beat up. They took hold of him.
No, I do believe Beyonce is being drugged. I do believe that because she was at two games or one game and somewhere else, and she looked so sedated.
Well, you know, in Hollywood, a lot of people get into those like painkillers and stuff like that. So, you know, unfortunately, Prince was taken out of his world from taking all those painkillers, and you see Whitney. So they had all these doctors that were like illegally prescribing them all these different like sedatives. So
No, it was being legally prescribed to other people. You
no, but they
feel
didn't
me?
have any conditions to
Right. It was
get
being given
that.
to
So
her
those
handle.
doctors lost their licenses.
Oh, I didn't know about that, but I knew that she had handlers that was getting it for her. The same thing with Prince,
Yeah,
getting it in different names.
yeah, but the thing is that Michael, yeah, if you look it up, Michael, the doctor that was giving him all those drugs,
Oh, he's from Houston, over here, not too far
yeah,
from where I live. Yeah, we
yeah, I think
heard
his
about
license was
him.
taken away.
It should have been. It should have been.
Hmm.
He was
But isn't he working though?
that was intentional.
No, if your license is taken away, you can't practice.
No. Isn't he working for somebody under something?
Yes.
Kat,
Yes.
go ahead. Speak
He
about
was
it, Kat.
protected by the upper echelon because they wanted they wanted his catalog. That's what I was saying. They
Clive
took
Davis.
him out.
Yeah.
That was intentionally. And they protected him. Come on, 4 years for he got what, 4 years for that type of crime? That was intentional. They wanted his catalog.
But what do y'all think about the Christian Rock thing about her just getting spanked on the head with probation with taking a pretty solid amount of drugs, and then they say Lemmy brought her to the party to put her on to Puff Daddy because she turned confidential informant.
Oh wow, I never heard of that.
That's why. Because he was a confidential informant. That's why they slapped on the wrist. He had to look like he was part of the you know, they had to make it look like, okay, yeah, you're going to think about undercover cops that do investigations, they're narc cops. They gotta look like they're part of the party so that the party doesn't take them out. So
Exactly.
why I think she got slapped on the wrist.
Because that wasn't her first crime. The first crime was the killing of of an older dude, and then she takes the truck, goes across straight lines, basically trafficking it was a stolen vehicle, and she had the amounts looking as if it wasn't for personal, it was for trafficking, and all she got was probation. I
Yeah.
don't know where they do that at.
You got to look at that. And nothing happened to because you got to look at Prince too. He owned his catalog. He had some catalogs that nobody touched or heard. You know, so
they did it to R. I mean, I'm not saying I'm an advocate of R. Kelly. They did it to R. Kelly as well, and R. Kelly predicted, or he is predicting everything that he knows about that's happening to Diddy. But Diddy is in his own little category. You know, things are only uniquely for
R.
him.
Kelly mentioned that Diddy was going to be next. He had mentioned that, and he mentioned Jay-Z.
Yeah, he sure did.
He mentioned both of them. He said both of them are going to be next because he said he was going to sing.
And that's even without Stone Bella. You know, that was just R. Kelly speaking the knowledge he's learned in his own, process.
No, because Jay-Z distanced himself from R. Kelly when R. Kelly was going under, and R. Kelly didn't forget that.
Yeah.
Remember, Jay-Z wanted Aaliyah, and Aaliyah was with right before she died. Jay-Z wanted her, and R. Kelly.
They all did.
No, he had her, and then she went to Damon.
Yeah, however that happened, he was involved.
They were saying Timberland wanted her too.
So you can go on this too. Yep.
She was being passed around just like Foxy Brown was.
Yep. And she
Yeah,
started
because
that.
did you hear about when Timberland made that public statement saying that he knew that he was older, so he didn't want it, but he had these feelings for Aaliyah, so he was going to wait until she was of age. And what was sick was his current wife. He married her just because she looked just like Aaliyah.
Right, I heard him say that.
So they start grooming them early. I mean, these I've seen it. I've seen them. They put their parents probably put them on a little lipstick, makeup, or whatever, and they're like,
Yeah.
you're like, how old are you? Oh, I'm 13. You know.
Yeah, then
Yeah,
they start saying, "Oh, but you're very mature for your age,"
I
and
wish
then they get in
Cassie
their head.
was still up here because I had some information that are details, and I was going to debate it. I mean, I would not debate it, but let her know that it's solid now.
You're talking about KFC?
Uh-huh.
She's still up here.
Oh,
KFC,
she is?
everybody want to get at you. KFC.
I'm still here.
Yeah, y'all
KFC.
Wait,
What's
y'all telling much the truth. She don't got nothing else to say. She has okay. She
No,
is
I don't. I don't
now.
get. I notice that when I say what I say, everybody want to call in and say I'm so wrong and they're so right. Just like the guy on the phone now saying I sound like one of them R. Kelly. R. Kelly, what? He doesn't even
No,
know.
so you to me, so you were defiantly defending Diddy when there's all these different things to support that he's doing the things that he's doing, and you kept going, what if, what if, what if, what if? He's got the government and the FBI coming after him. Like when you have federal charges, that's hard to fight. So that's all I was saying about that. Like, and I'm a sexual, a SA survivor. I don't think that Cassie is sitting here lying about all that stuff.
Okay, let me ask you a question. A lot of people are SA survivors, and we know that there
Mm-hmm.
are those who really have been, that really are survivors, and those who say that they are. You understand? I never said that I was on Diddy's side. I just don't join the side of everybody believing that he's guilty because there's been nothing to convict this man. It's just been hearsay because I don't know Diddy. I've never been to his house, and I've never been to any of the parties. I'm gonna just put that out there right now. And for Little Rod to say he's upset that more people want to come forward, now think about that. Now really think about that, because something ain't.
But there's so many things. But there's so many things surrounding Diddy from all these different people. It can't just be wrong. Usher's talking about him. All these different artists are talking about the stuff that he's done. Like he has a track record. And then on top of SA, all the stuff that he's done, like with J-Lo, with the whole gun situation, with Shine, all of that. So I'm just saying to you, like, it's not like a person that is out of the blue. He just has new charges or anything like that. Diddy has like so much stuff from even the 90s that was shady. So that's what I'm saying to you.
To you real quick. Let me just ask you this. Just like with OJ, could OJ buy him? Did he buy himself out of how hard they came at him and how they were on him?
Yeah.
I think Diddy is so powerful in this country. Who I don't want to bring it up because everybody say I make it about race. I ain't gonna talk about that. What makes you think that Diddy is just so powerful that they couldn't get him if they really wanted him?
Because he has the money.
No,
but
so
see, I was
no, but
calling y'all because I want to talk when y'all are done.
no, but the investigation is ongoing. We don't know the verdict yet. So, Joanne, you can continue.
Oh, Cassie, how you doing, churches? How you feeling today?
All the time.
No, this is something. This is something.
Go ahead, KFC. After you finish talking, KFC, Joanne have something to say.
Okay.
Okay. What I was trying to say is, you need to Google name. That's why I asked earlier before, where did Diddy have the majority of his parties? Was it in Miami or was it in Los Angeles?
LA.
Yeah, he has a huge house in LA.
In LA, they throw sex parties and they have companies that will provide a sex party for your residents that will come to your house. They throw sex parties that will come to your house.
A freaky party.
They provide the people to put the parties on and everything. So, like I said, once
No, but KFC, it's not just the fact that he's having sex parties; it's the fact that he's drugging people.
all I'm riding out. Google it in right now.
saying that S
I'm looking
word?
at it right now.
Can y'all
Mm.
stop saying that S
Just
word?
Google
Okay.
it in.
Okay, KFC, we're moving on. Okay, so Joanne,
Okay.
what did you have to say? Joanne has something to
See how you tonight, baby?
What's up?
Hey, I got a family member that got some information, some intel, and so from the legal aspect of it, the lawyers and the judges or whatever, because it's got all of them talking. They're saying that, dang, what I want to tell you,
I don't know, man.
that they have been following them for over 10 years, and that they got the concrete evidence with the trafficking, children. God, I had it out for you. I was gonna tell you.
I think you lying now.
I can remember everything I want to tell her.
How you did you? I will remember you, man. I will remember you.
What? You come back, KFC?
You laugh at it.
But basically, they have a lot of solid evidence against them now to bring to the grand jury, and that and basically they just want to make sure. Now, the only thing they don't have them on is the gun charges, but they do have them on everything else, but not Christian, just him, and that it should be happening within the next, I don't know, 2 weeks is what my family was telling me.
I bet you $100, sweetie, nothing's going to happen to him. I believe that raid that they did was for someone said he had illegal firearms in his place of residence. That's why when they raided it, they took cell phones and firearms.
Now they did
Yeah,
have
but
firearms.
I think
The number was sawed off, whatever.
Person.
J-Lo is on one of the videos. They got video of him. And so it's freaky party. And
yeah, but see, but
allegedly.
KFC, it's not the issue of it being a freaky party. The allegations are around what he's putting in people's drinks.
Yeah, the drugs. Yeah, this that's another thing too. KFC in Houston,
but
in
listen,
the 90s, they were
think about it like this. With Khaki, right? Remember that they were saying that law with these cases. That's why everybody was trying to get the cases in. Okay, how you gonna go back if Justin Bieber has something in his drink, and Justin Bieber is almost 30 years old now? How you gonna go back?
No, listen to what happened to us in Houston in the mid to late 90s. That was a going thing, especially if you were around athletes and celebrities in some of these clubs, especially downtown. I had 3 girlfriends, and it happened twice. They were drugged, and they were trying to set us up to go home with them.
Yep.
So it does happen.
So they extended the statutes of limitation. They extended it. That's why.
No, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is, think about it. So they're gonna keep on this man since 1993.
Yeah, but so what you're saying? So you're saying that Bill Cosby couldn't have went to jail? All those allegations were like from the 90s and the 80s.
They didn't have anything on Bill Cosby. That was a setup. Come on, we know
No,
that.
so Bill Cosby admitted it himself, and I thought that was sort of dumb. But what you're saying is incorrect because there were allegations about Bill Cosby from the 80s and 90s. So, of course, they can go back in time and.
I don't take everything and put it on the table and say, see. You know, Bill Cosby.
No, but you got that bachelor. You have a large bachelor, right? Political science. No, they sat him down and they said, "Oh, we're not gonna hold this against you, so tell us everything," because it was all in his albums. I don't know how young you are, but if you listen to the album,
I don't. People don't like me because I don't believe stuff like that.
But no, it came out of his own mouth though. But anyways, if you go back to his albums from the 70s,
end of
he
the day,
talked about reefering. What is it called?
he's gonna do what he can to make that money. That's
Huh?
what all of them are. They come into the industries and they show you a certain side of what you think they are in order to make that money. But they're not.
Okay, but what about the Hugh Hefner
I'm not. Whatever you feel about
But
him. That's
KFC, the issue is, okay, we talked about this earlier about women, okay, for instance, just for an example, women that know doing strange things in Hollywood can elevate them, but it's a whole different aspect when you're drugging them. That's what I'm saying.
right.
That's the problem I have here. And all these different people in his staff are being caught with like drugs on their person because he doesn't carry it on, like allegedly he doesn't carry it on himself. He has mules and he has a staff hold it around for him when he wants to commit the acts.
And it's a form of necrophilia because if you like your people numb and almost dead, that's
Yeah,
weird.
you have a lot of people like that.
Right.
Yeah.
okay. Once again, with me, I don't know for that to be true.
No, but you can't say it's not true. There's people that go out to bars and people drug their drinks. So what are you saying it's not true?
We know that happens. I'm just saying
So you're saying that what happened to Cassie didn't happen? Like what? I'm confused.
Why are you confused?
I'm confused at your standpoint because I'm trying to understand how it makes sense. He has all this surrounding evidence that people are coming forth in his staff saying that he does X, Y, and Z, and you're the only one here on the phone that is like going back and forth with it.
I'm it around them. How is that so hard to believe?
Oh, you know
So,
what?
KFC, are you a member of his staff?
I think she's been very fortunate.
His staff.
When you go out, KFC, I'm sure you probably like. I think that you type of person like when you go out, you make sure that you stay looking around, pretty on top of things to make sure that doesn't happen to you.
No, I'm just saying. I don't know why every time I say this, I'm always thrown under the bus. I'm just saying.
Nobody's throwing you under the bus. I'm holding you accountable because I'm trying to understand your argument. If people in his staff are saying he's done this and this is what stuff, like people close to him are coming forth and saying this. So what are you saying? Like, how are you more credible than the people in his staff or the people that work for him?
Former people, former bodyguards, former chefs, former maids, people that.
Okay, the drug mule? The drug mule?
If you work for somebody and you get laid off or fired, do you speak highly about that company?
No. You're not following the case correctly. These were people that were working with him around the time of all this stuff going on. It's not just people that were fired. It's people. The drug mule was around him recently.
And you know what, KFC, let me interject. The chef, for example, who made allegations against him being inappropriate when she was the chef, she was still active on duty working for him when she brought these allegations. And when she confronted him about his behavior, of course, he was offended. He said, nobody tells me what to do in my own house. And that led to her exiting. But people have confronted him while they were working.
And then they tried to say she was still but she accepted the watch.
Do that. That's his right to say that. Right.
No, but see, this is why I made that earlier comment about the R. Kelly thing, because it seems like you are like blaming the victims for being victimized. Like that's sort of crazy to me.
Say that. How are you getting that from?
But the tone of what you're saying, like if we correlate these two cases, the evidence and his staff is saying X, Y, and Z, and you're one person with one opinion versus his staff. How does that make sense?
Versus his former staff?
No, not former staff. Some of the staff where people were like working with him. You know, when people like, have you ever been in trouble with the law? When you're being charged with a crime and there's other people around, they're going to snitch and start talking so they don't get in trouble. You get what I'm saying?
Hold on,
Right. But you
KFC.
can't see. That's the thing. You
KFC.
taking one
KFC.
example and making it all the way across the board. That can't speak on every example out
I
here.
got a
No,
question.
but there's also the nanny that spoke up that was taking care of his girl. The
Right.
P's sister spoke up. She just recently did an interview. She wasn't disgruntled. She just was addressing things that were going on with her sister. There are several people that were actually in the industry that witnessed some things and that spoke on it. And no, they were not disgruntled. Usher didn't intentionally say stuff about him. He was in a Howard Stern interview, and he just spoke on what he observed. And Howard Stern asked him, "Would you let your child go to one of those Candy Diddy, however he said, Candyland parties?" And Usher looked at him and said, "No." So it wasn't like this was something everybody that's just, we're just angry with him, so we're gonna throw him under the bus. These were people that were just basically having interviews, just like me and this gentleman here. We've experienced and seen this firsthand. I certainly don't have a reason to make this up. These are things that actually happen in this industry. So
Yeah.
this is a year of exposure. Even men in religious men are being exposed. What was some of the party? I mean, even
And
people in the church are being exposed for being at some of his parties.
You know,
and it's also
when people work for
like,
you and when somebody works for you and you exit, no matter what the reason is, sometimes if you do bring a lawsuit against your former employer, the first thing that he or she will do sometimes is say you're bitter, you're jealous, you're a hater, you're disgruntled. They discredit you. But the girl Capricorn who used to work for him, she was like his administrative assistant. She was with him for years. And he put his hands on her because he felt that she wasn't loyal to him and did not tell him that Cassie had dated DJ, what's his name? Kid Cudi. And he beat the girl so badly that the record label had to settle with her so that he would not go to jail. So again, this is a person who was employed with him while the misconduct occurred. She wasn't disowned. Another example, everybody is not, people looked up to Sean Combs. They admired his hustle, his ambition, and what he had accomplished in Bad Boy. And not just with Bad Boy in general, as a businessman. Nobody had the agenda to try to take this man down. Everybody for a long time looked the other way. But it's to the point now where people have been harmed. People have been threatened and silenced, bullied, mistreated for years, and people are tired of this mess. And people are saying enough is enough. I'm sorry.
right. And I feel like personally, I don't know if KFC, you're acting like you haven't been around, like people don't get drugged at bars, at nightclubs. Like this is so easy. Like there's predators out here that do these type of things. So I'm just like, why do you think that he's not one of these predators? That's why I want to ask you.
But the same reason why do I need to think that? Because he's Diddy?
No, it's just because there's all these different. What I'm saying to you is that if there's all these different people, like even with Usher's not in any type of case against Diddy. But if you listen to these interviews where Usher was talking about being a child and being around Diddy, there was a lot of suspect stuff. And he's not even coming after Diddy right now. There's so many people who have named shady things that Diddy has done that was weird. You know what I'm saying? So, and they're not in the current case. So that's why I'm trying to ask you.
Can I
criminal though.
can I ask one?
Weird
KFC? Am I echoing?
No.
No, go ahead. Is this Joanne?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you? Huh?
No, I don't know, but the inside joke. Go ahead.
No, KFC, I got a question. Girl, you said you got locked up.
One time before?
Girl, I wonder. When they locked you up, would you question it?
No, I didn't say. I said I've been in trouble, like a speeding ticket.
No,
or something like that.
Did you ask them what you give me a ticket for? I bet you. Did you ask them a lot of questions?
No,
Oh, okay.
no,
Okay. I could
no,
have
because
just.
I don't argue with law enforcement.
My
Oh,
question
It's
is, do
not
you
that.
think that I'm echoing?
no, you good, Joanne. Go ahead.
You good? Go
Okay,
ahead.
is that, do you think that Christian learned bad behavior from his father?
Okay, I can't
Huh?
understand. I can't
What you
understand.
say?
What? Joanne, come again.
I feel like I'm echoing.
You doing
I
something?
said, do you feel like that Christian learned bad behavior from his father?
Did the boys learn bad behavior from Diddy?
No, no. Have you heard of them getting in any trouble besides this?
Well, the
Yeah,
thing
well,
is,
no, but
people haven't heard of it, but there's a lot that's been, when you have a father who has a history of paying people off. He paid the people off at the hotel when Cassie tried to escape, and he threw a vase at her. When he has a history of paying people off, so there's a lot of occurrences that we
You
won't hear
sell,
about. I'm sorry.
you sell L.A.
Huh?
He beat the cop.
And I didn't understand
Because
whoever said that. I didn't know who said. My point was, if you, there's a lot of things that his boys may have done that we haven't heard about, and I'm not saying that they may not have done anything outside of this, but if they have, it's possible that we haven't heard about it because their father has paid people off, and he has a pattern or a history of doing that. So it's not like they're, and again, I'm not attacking his kids. I love his kids, and I love him. I don't want, nobody wants this stuff to be true, but the reality is we do believe it's true, KFC. We do believe that Sean Combs has abused his power for years. There's a power imbalance. He has let money and power go to his head, and he has used it to hurt people.
He beat the coach.
I'm
And
sorry.
Justin,
Well, hold on,
and
Joanne.
you,
Your phone going in and out, girl. I'm gonna put you down. And I just want to say, Miss Rhonda,
Yes.
had to stop. Cause how you just talk, it's honey, I don't know how to describe it, but I love your flow. It sounds like you should be on the radio or something, girl.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No, and again, it's not a beat down on Puffy or on KFC. I know KFC might feel outnumbered. It's not, we're all, nobody's against you. It's just that I think sometimes when we like certain people, it is difficult for us to believe that they did this. If you would have asked me 15 years ago if Sean Combs had the propensity or potential, to do some of the things that he has done, I would have probably never believed it. But once you interact with people, you know firsthand the stuff that they do. A lot of people don't understand the stuff that high profile people, especially men, how that they do and how they abuse their power. They don't know, they haven't gone through it, they don't believe it. And again, that's the reason why people are so reluctant to tell people about their experiences, because people don't believe them. They don't believe them because of who they are.
Let me ask you this real quick. Okay, you made some very interesting points, but look at Trump and the lady that sued Trump, right? They got that big judgment for $83 million.
Right.
Wasn't Trump still able to come right back again and get the nomination for Republican president? To run for that side.
Well, he
Possibly.
already had the nomination before he already had the nomination before she sued him, before she got the judgment.
But why come people weren't looking side-eyed? This man's just been convicted of something.
Well, there are a lot of people who have looked at him sideways because of the allegations and all these charges against him. Yes, there's a lot of people.
He had to pay way more than what Diddy had to pay Cassidy.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
He had to pay her way more than what Cassie allegedly got.
Right.
But so I'm confused. So are you trying to say that Diddy can't be a rapper anymore because like Trump is becoming president? Like, where are you going with this?
All the time, right? Like, why come when it comes to us, they want to judge us by all these high standards, But look who's doing the judging is what I want you to
Oh,
think.
we all know that there's inequality in the system. We all know that. But what I'm confused at is that the whole Trump argument, like, how does that help your case?
I'm sorry?
And see,
How does the Trump like argument help your case? He's going through this investigation. If he gets found guilty or whatever like that,
But it's
where are we going with this?
at Jeffrey, right? The caller just mentioned there was maids that said Diddy treated them real bad and all that. But look at Jeffrey. Where were the maids at when he was doing what he did? And why come they haven't come forward? The chauffeurs, the people on the plane that took these girls out to the island, why come they're not saying anything that they even had the girls?
Well,
but yeah, everybody
I
knows.
think you have to be careful with those type of claims because there's a lot of people that are still scared to come forth. Like, this man has a lot of power and influence. And what if they don't want to target on their back? Some people, you have a lot of people that work in environments and workplaces that they don't like or are toxic, or they got a manager that might be sort of creepy and doing inappropriate things, but they don't come forward and say anything because they're afraid or they got to pay bills. You get what I'm saying? So you can't invalidate people just because they're not coming forth now.
They're talking. They still haven't revealed who's on that list, and they're not scared to be identified.
We got to realize too that he's part of the upper echelon. That's why I keep referring to that. There are people that are in the political arena that are in the upper echelon that really cannot really be touched because they got something on some of the people that are higher up, some of the judges. They got close enough to rub elbows with judges, with police, and with other people in the judicial system. So when you're dealing with someone who's in the upper echelon, no, they're not going to touch him because he's also in the public eye.
Do you really believe that?
I'm sorry?
You believe that? Do you really believe that?
Yes.
Just saying.
Is Trump being touched?
No, but let me ask you this.
Because
How long did
he's
it take
in
to
the
get the
upper
first black
echelon.
president? How many years did it take to get the first black president? So you want to tell us?
But KFC, but the problem with what you're saying, it doesn't correlate to what we're talking about. You're talking about inequality in the system, and we're talking about if Diddy's guilty or not. We know that white people run the system, but that has nothing to do with what we're saying right now.
It has everything to do with what you're saying right now.
No,
Go ahead.
What's happening? Sorry. What's happening and why you mentioned Trump, okay? You mentioned Epstein, okay? They are in what you call the upper echelon. When they did that search and they raided P. Diddy's home, they found tunnels that led to the Playboy Mansion, tunnels that led to different actors' homes. And these actors and actresses and the Playboy, what's his name, has been Playboy. He died in his 90s. So who's going to touch somebody that's had something to do with people like Fred Astaire? Or people, for example, every celebrity has been to the Playboy Mansion. God only knows what happened in that mansion.
Okay, so you want me to believe that they had all these tunnels, and let's say Diddy lived somewhere and the next neighbor was 15 miles away. They have a tunnel where somebody was going to walk 15 miles underground to get to Diddy's house.
Yes, ma'am, they have.
Now, see, that's where I'm going to have to draw the line right there.
Okay. Well, you need to go research it, and they will show pictures of these tunnels. They had tunnels when the Mexicans were trying to come over to America. When the two men escaped prison, they built.
So they're going to walk it and not drive it? Because 15 miles is a long time. Okay.
So you know if they did that, that's why he was having some of these parties. Because he can
see, that's one thing. Because by the time you get to his house, you tired, you're dirty, sweated out. You've been walking in the dark. I'm not believing. See, that's the thing. I don't believe that. But if he had a tunnel,
let me KFC. Let me just say this to you. Do you know how long this man?
Rhonda got something to say, y'all. Please. Rhonda, go ahead.
Okay, and then after this, I won't interrupt anymore. I'm sorry.
I love when you interrupt, Rhonda.
So KFC, especially you KFC, let me just say that no, in love. Okay, do you know how long, or you probably don't know this, but let me just tell you that this man has been bullying people and mistreating people for years. And sometimes what happens, and I'm not going spiritual, but sometimes God's wrath is swift and it seems unfair.
Yes.
But that's what's supposed to happen when it for all of a sudden. I mean, you could do something for years and it looks like you're always getting away with something, and years go by, and then all of a sudden something happens where there's a shift where people are tired, they're fed up, they're frustrated with being treated poorly by somebody who's got power. And all of a sudden, we see the tables turn. In my opinion, I believe that this is the hand of God. I really do. Getting him back
Yes.
for the stuff that he's been doing to people. And other people may not agree with it, but I bet you one thing, I bet you Puffy knows why he's going through this. See, other people are speculating about why, and self included. But if you ask Sean Combs one-on-one, and if he'll be honest with you, you say, Puffy, why do you think you're going through all of this right now? If he'll be honest with you, he'll tell you it's because God is getting him back for what he has done to people.
No.
He knows. He knows.
No.
He knows. He knows. When I've done things that are wrong, and Lord knows I paid for stuff I've done, and nobody had to come to me and ask me. There was no speculation, and it wasn't a mystery about why I was going through the tumultuous times I went through, because God had spoken to me about the stuff I did wrong. He said, you're paying for what you did wrong. You reap what you sow. Sean Combs is reaping what he has sown for years, and it looks
Yeah.
unfair. But that's just the bottom line. He has done a lot of stuff to people. I'm sorry.
Just because he's over the top, flamboyant, braggadocious, doesn't mean he's a criminal.
No, I'm not saying that his personality makes him a criminal. His
Look at
actions.
Amazon.
No, his act. Here's the thing.
$8 million an hour. Let's hold up. He makes $8 million an hour, and he doesn't even want the people who work for Amazon to have medical insurance. He don't even want to pay health benefits.
Right.
He doesn't even want to unionize.
Right, and that's wrong. But that doesn't have
doesn't mean he's a criminal.
Right, but again,
But KFC, that has nothing to do with the current situation.
Right.
All like you're judging this man based on what you've heard.
No, I'm telling you about what I know. And I had this conversation when I first logged in. Everything I'm saying about Sean Combs is based on what I know. I've had personal interaction with this man. I'm not trying to badmouth him, and I'm not trying to hold his past against him. But when somebody tells me that I'm going off of what people said, no, I have had a bad experience with him. He has mistreated me, and I've been through things with him, and I know what I'm talking about. And it's not just me, it's other people. Again, I am telling you what I know, not what I heard.
So why are you not afraid to tell your story then?
Well, I've been telling my story ever since 2014. The difference between Cassie and me is that I'm not his girlfriend. I've never lived with him or anything like that. I'm a songwriter, and I have expressed on many occasions to people on Facebook about my bad experiences with Sean Combs. People just don't know who I am because I'm not famous. But everybody on my Facebook knows that I've been.
We're not going to make it in the industry.
I'm
because
sorry.
There's people who are hard to get along with.
I didn't understand. One more time.
It's royalties from her publishing rights. That's what I'm saying about my brother.
Well, no, my gripe with him had
Rhonda, I would love to do a separate interview with both of you ladies. If you guys are interested, please message me on my Instagram, TheMessySweetspot. Rhonda, I would love to have my own time with you, and so you can.
Yeah, and I'll email you, Gigi, I'll email you my phone number too, so I can talk to you. It's easier to talk sometimes than to email, so you can have a better understanding. But yeah, I'm not trying to make it.
You can do it too. You can send me your number too, of course.
Right, but trying to get KFC to see, this is not speculation. I went through stuff with this man. And here's another thing I'm going to say before I end it. if I have lied on Sean Combs, I've been posting on Facebook since 2014 about how he broke in my computer looking for my hit songs, how he's been harassing me, how he threatened me. If I lied on him, I challenged him. I said, if I ever lied on you, take me to court. You got the money for lawyers. You're well connected. Take me to court and sue me. Not once have I got a letter from any lawyer.
My brother.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, and from what I'm hearing, you've never got a cease and desist.
No. I've never gotten any letter, never, and I have proof. I have direct evidence that this man hacked my computer. He's one of two people. So there's stuff that happened, KFC, that you don't know about. And I'm not saying that you should know about it, but I'm just saying everybody is not lying on him. There are people who have legitimate experiences with him. He has wronged people. And again, everything he did, you reap what you sow. He's reaping what he sowed.
I'm not discrediting anything you're saying, and let me apologize for that because I don't know you.
No, it's okay. It's
your story.
No, we're just having a conversation. It's okay.
I'm just saying, for me on the outside looking in, I'm thinking about just how it all came out. You know what I mean? Like, it was just like how it all just came out like that.
Right. You mean with all of these people's allegations against him?
Nowhere like that.
Right. I know what you're saying. It does seem like a lot. It does.
No, I mean it is, but the issue is, well, like I said before, there's people that are coming out that are not even going against him,
right?
And they're saying that he's done weird things, and they're not actively involved in this case. So
right.
all these people can't be lying.
Right. I'm not even I could have sued him for invasion of privacy and a whole bunch of other stuff. And I didn't. I just said, no, it's not worth it. But again, I don't have any interest or any gain in any way in this. Huh?
Can I ask you one more question?
Yes.
The Boy Scouts of America, that settlement, that was an $850 million settlement.
Yes.
How did it take like 97,000 people coming forward to make that creditable?
Well, I don't know the details about that. I don't. I heard of it, but I don't know all the.
I'm simply saying the laws are not perfect, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Some people they work, and for others they don't. That's the only point I was been making since day one.
No, but see, the problem, KFC, is that what we're talking about is like with Diddy and Epstein and all these big figures that, you know, like R. Kelly, all these other people we named before. What we're talking about is that these people are people of influence, and they thought they could never get caught.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? That's what we're trying to say. Diddy has been around for so many years. He's been paying all these different people off, and now he's come under the microscope. So that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about if the system is fair or if it's not. We're talking about he has money and influence, and he thought he can just get away with things. That's what we're saying.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. I agree. But when you look at Hollywood, right? You know, in the beginning with Hollywood, they didn't want no black people in Hollywood. So that's why they would make white actors paint their face black. So you want me to honestly believe, coming from that history, the foundation of that it's ever going to be fair for us? That there is a society that's going to really protect us? Do you really believe that?
Right, but that's
No, I don't. I never said I believe that at all. I think there is racial inequality, but we're talking about Diddy's case itself. Like, we're talking about all these different people coming forward about him.
Right.
I'm not saying that we're not living in a racist system. I'm saying that all these people can't just be telling a lie, including someone on the phone. On the line right now.
Right.
Like from that liquor company that he had the falling out with. How you know that?
What was that?
How you know that they're not being paid?
Again, let me
by
say
who?
This. These people, again, from what and this is from what I know. Sean Combs has had investigations going on prior to October of 2022, and this is before the incident between him and Ciroc. Again, if this was about Ciroc, it would have happened. I'm sorry.
No, but KFC, who are the people being paid by? That's what I want to know.
Right.
Like, he would have to pay them after he loses or he settles, but nobody's getting paid for bringing him up.
But I'm saying, how much money did that liquor company have to pay him in that lawsuit?
I don't know.
This
But I mean, but are you saying that celebrities can't sue other people? Like, I'm so confused at your point and how it correlates to what we're talking about.
Cat, are you there?
But so what I'm trying to say is think about that.
Yes.
You don't think that's related?
Oh, hold on, KFC. Wait. Did so she brung up the Diddy versus the alcohol people, you know. Who did he didn't win that, did he?
I believe they both walked away. It was dissolved. The lawsuit was dissolved. They both went their separate way.
Yeah, KFC didn't. I mean, Diddy didn't win that lawsuit.
No.
But whether he won it or not, did you see what he said about them though? He said that they were racist. You don't think that tarnished their brand? How many people are drinking Ciroc now? Like the way they did before when Diddy was doing it.
Okay, you may be correct on that, but let's look at this. This investigation on him has been going on since the lady who got shot in the face.
And they still can't find nothing?
They found something.
Oh, okay.
And also with you had Black Rob, you had other people other than Tupac that was dissolved.
Right.
Think about that. Think about so our criminal justice system would allow somebody that they've been watching, right? That they know are doing things illegal to be out here and about, still preying on people, and because they're building a case.
Wait a minute. Okay, can I finish? The assailant that disappeared Tupac was bragging on Vlad. He was bragging on Vlad's show, and he wrote a book. And he kept talking and talking and talking until the Fed got a hold of him and said, hey, now I guess the one that left or retired, he was no longer there. But the one that was the assailant who was supposed to get paid was lied to about how much, when he was going to get paid. He never got his money. So he wrote his book about it.
Let me ask you this though.
He put that out there on himself. So he started singing. When they got him and he was locked up, he started singing. He started really singing his song about who was behind it. And even Gene has spoken on it.
Now, let me say this real quick. When you look at corporate America, right? Googling how many Black women sit on CEOs companies. It's only like 2 now. So
But KFC, how does this like correlate to the point of what we're talking about?
In the sense that if this man was doing all this stuff illegally, right? Why, even after they raided his homes, they say he doesn't have to surrender his passport. So what is that?
No, but see, KFC, what you're not understanding is the job of a prosecutor or the feds. They have to build your case, or they have to be able to prosecute you. They can't just see something or suspect something and arrest you of it. They have to have actual evidence of proof, and that can take some time. That's not just, you can't just.
Okay, so
Diddy would sue them. Diddy would sue the government if that was the case.
Continue to go out here and victimize people.
All right,
that makes sense.
All right. We're gonna have to resume this live for tomorrow. Y'all know we do live every day. So I just want to say thank you, KFC. KFC, any last words?
Yeah. Look, Google in what that lady said about Beyonce trying to be a country star. It'll blow your mind. And she's a student, a nursing student. She said, Black people will never be country. Or how could we be country when we were picking cotton while they were planting? Like, this stuff is real. This stuff ain't fake.
Right.
They don't care how much money you have. You always gonna have a target on your back. So you can believe if you want to believe, but I just move differently. That's all I gotta say.
Got it. Okay, Kat, I enjoyed you. You're such a blessing. Any last words?
No, Gigi, I just want you to know I don't have an Instagram, but I'm gonna set one up in the morning and send you my information, okay?
Or you can email me at the Messy Sweet Spot as well. But if you can create an IG. Why don't you have an IG, Kat? You got to be a part of society.
I have it. If you can give me your IG, I'll get on. It's under. I won't tell you what it's under on this phone, but I will when I IG you. I'll inbox you. I'll give you the nickname that we had on this set, and then that may be able to give you an indication of that it's me. Is that okay?
Yeah, you know, Cat. Just say you Cat. I get you. I'm gonna talk to you on the phone. I'm gonna pick it up. I know Cat. All right, Cat. All right, so Kyle, I just want to say it was such a joy for you to coming on and speaking with us.
Thank
Any
you.
words, Kyle?
Yeah, I hope you come back
I
tomorrow.
just.
Oh,
Oh
I
yeah, I just.
wish,
Oh,
Kyle.
go ahead.
No,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's you. I said any last words?
Oh, so I wanted to say it was lovely having the conversation, even the back and forths. Rhonda, you made a lot of great points. Kat, and if anybody else, I miss Joanne. I want to say thank you for allowing me to co-host. I didn't expect to be on this long, but I loved it.
Yeah, you were great, Kyle.
Right, you were. You made great. Everybody made great points tonight. Everybody. So I appreciate it.
And
Yeah,
Ron,
Gigi, I'll try to message you too if I can. It's MessySweetSpot.
the messy sweet spot. Don't forget the messy sweet
Okay,
spot.
there.
That's
Gee.
your
Yeah, it's at the top of the screen.
IT Instagram.
Yeah, it's at the top of the
It's
screen.
message.
The messy sweet spot. It's on top of the screen. It says send messages
Okay.
and news to my IG, the messy sweet spot. Now, Rhonda,
Yeah.
you was a treat tonight, girl.
Oh, thank you.
What is your closing thoughts?
Yeah.
I enjoyed this. I really did. This was really my first time. So I enjoyed it. And I love your channel. So yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yes. I'm about to go get me something to eat. Okay. And I did have a dream, Rhonda and Kat and Kyle. And it was real weird. Okay. And I tell you my dream.
Okay.
Don't judge me for my dream.
Okay.
Don't get involved. So I don't know where you guys live at in the world, but last night it was so windy. Girl, I don't know what it is, but I'm scared of these damn winds. It's just so goddamn windy. And I hear all that howling. That howling scared the shit out of me. Man, shit. You know, I'm single, but I need a man with all that howling. And this shit moving. Because you know, wind is so strong. I'd be like, who the fuck at the door? Go to sleep. And then I had a night that the whole wind, it just came in my house, just tore the house down.
Wow.
But I had different cars in my backyard, and people were going to my backyard getting their car. And then I got up, and it was a big alligator at the top of my ceiling. And I'm like, oh, shit. And, you know, everything is just, wind is just gusting in and out. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, damn, I hope the insurance company pay for my shit. And then I open the door and I see just snake, a few snakes there and there. I go downstairs, everything is busted out, everything rearranged. And you know, this is the first time in my whole life that I use a cell phone and I start videotaping in my dream. I never videotape in my dream. I never take screenshots in my dream. It was so real. I said, this is some new technology shit.
Oh, yeah, scary.
I videotaped it, and then there was a whole bunch of my neighbors at the front door. And then they was like, they need to come in because all the wind has got into my house. And, you know, it just transferred different. So I said, well, come on in, y'all. So they all coming in, they picking up their shoes and stuff like that. So I go back upstairs, and this the HOA lady, y'all know y'all got president HOA lady and her husband, they come upstairs. And he said, I feel a spirit or something up in here. I said, what is it? And he go up under my bed, y'all. I swear for God. And it was a big black body bag. And it was somebody up in that bitch. And he pulled it out. And it started moving. Like it started moving. It sounded like a woman. And it was like, ooh, ooh. This bitch was still alive. And then I tried to get out of my house, my room. Like, it was an energy that was pulling me back. And then the girl, the HOA lady wife, she was trying to leave, but it pulled her back too. And the guy, he said that, you know, the reason why he looked under my bed, because all the way on 6 Mile, you know, whatever it is, and you know what it is, y'all, maybe it's that fucking eclipse. You know, they said that's the opening, right?
Oh.
It's a big portal. And he said that wind is a porter, it's opening, is moving different shit around. So maybe it has something to do with that eclipse that just happened and how portal. And I just said that's Diddy. That Diddy got body. Diddy got bodies under his bed.
We gonna blame it on Diddy, huh?
That's Diddy shit right there.
Not Diddy in the eclipse.
It had to be. But that was a weird ass dream. And when I woke up, I just stayed in the bed for a minute because I was scared.
Right.
But I love y'all, and I'm out.
Okay, have a great night. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, see y'all.
Have a great night, everybody.
All right, you too.
You got to give me some food.
Shit.